The young lady who greeted us wore a black business suit, high heels, and an earpiece in her left ear. Her luxurious green hair was tied back in a ponytail. Her face was made up to give her a rosier, more human complexion, but the green tint in her eyes and the points of her ears gave her away as a dryad. "I'm Erica. Before you meet the Emperor, can I get you a beverage? Water? Coffee? Tea?" She spoke with forced cheerfulness. Her eyes said, "Help, I'm a hostage." I'm good," I said, a feeble lie. Meg shook her head. "Great." Erica lied in return. "Follow me." I translated this to mean run while you can. She hesitated, giving us time to reconsider our life choices. When we did not scream and dive back into the elevator, she guided us towards a set of double golden doors at the end of the hallway. These opened from within, revealing the loft space/throne room I'd seen in my nightmare. Floor-to-ceiling windows provided a 360-degree view of Manhattan at sunset. To the west, the sky was blood-red over New Jersey, the Hudson River a glowing purple artery. To the east, the urban canyons filled with shadow. Several varieties of potted trees lined the windows, which struck me as strange. Nero's decorating taste usually tended more towards gold filigree and severed heads. Rich Persian rugs made an asymmetrical checkerboard across the hardwood floor. Rows of black marble pillars supported the ceiling, reminding me a bit too much of Cronus's palace. He and his titans had been all about black marble. That was one reason Zeus insisted on Mount Olympus's strict building codes that kept everything blinding white. The room was full of people, carefully positioned, frozen in place, all staring at us as if they'd been practicing on their marks for days, and Nero had shrieked only seconds ago, "Places, everyone! They're here!" If they started in on a choreographed dance number, I was going to dive through the nearest window. Lined up on Nero's left were the 11 young demigods of the imperial household, aka the evil Von Trapp children, all wearing their best purple-trimmed togas over fashionably tattered jeans and collared shirts, perhaps because t-shirts were against the dress code when the family welcomed important prisoners to be executed. Many of the older demigods glared at Meg. On the Emperor's right stood a dozen servants, young ladies with serving trays and drink pitchers, buff young men with palm-frond fans, though the room's AC was set to Antarctic winter. One young man, who had obviously lost a bet, was massaging the Emperor's feet. Half a dozen Germany flanked the throne, including Gunther, our buddy from the Acela ride into New York. He studied me, as if imagining all the interesting and painful ways he could remove my head from my shoulders. Next to him, at the Emperor's right hand, stood Lugaselwe. I had to force myself not to sigh with relief. Of course, she looked terrible. Steel braces encased her legs. She had a crutch under each arm. She wore a neck brace as well, and the skin around her eyes was a raccoon mask of bruises. Her mohawk was the only part of her that didn't appear damaged. But, considering that I'd thrown her off a building only 3 days before, it was remarkable to see her on her feet at all. We needed her for our plan to succeed. Also, if Lou had ended up dying from her injuries, Meg probably would have killed me before Nero got the chance. The Emperor himself lounged on his gaudy purple sofa. He had exchanged his bathrobe for a tunic and traditional Roman toga, which I supposed wasn't much different from his bedwear. His golden laurels had been recently polished. His neckbeard glistened with oil. If his expression had been any smugger, the entire species of domestic cats would have sued him for plagiarism. "Your Imperial Majesty." Our guide, Erica, tried for a cheerful tone, but her voice cracked with fear. "Your guests have arrived." Nero shooed her away. Erica hurried to the side of the room and stood by one of the potted plants, which was of course. My heart thumped with sympathetic pain. Erica was standing by an Erica palm, her life force. The Emperor had decorated his throne room with the enslaved, potted dryads. Next to me, I could actually hear Meg's teeth grinding. I presumed the dryads were a new addition, maybe put here just to remind Meg who held all the power. Well. Nero kicked away the young man who had been giving him a foot massage. "Apollo. I am amazed." Lugaselwe shifted on her crutches. On her shaved scalp, veins stood out as stiff as tree roots. "You see, my lord? I told you they would come." Yes. Yes, you did. Nero's voice was heavy and cold. He leaned forward and laced his fingers, his belly bulging against his tunic. I thought of Dionysus staying in a schlubby dad bod as a form of protest against Zeus. I wondered what Nero's excuse was. So, Lester, after all the trouble you've caused me, why would you roll over and surrender now? I blinked. You threatened to burn down the city. Oh, come now. He gave me a conspiratorial smile. You and I have both stood by and watched cities burn before. Now, my precious Meg here. He regarded her with such tender warmth I wanted to vomit on his Persian rug. I can believe she might want to save a city. She is a fine hero. The other demigods of the imperial household exchanged disgusted glances. Clearly, Meg was a favorite of Nero's, which made her an enemy of everyone else in her loving adopted family of sociopaths. But, you, Lester, Nero continued. No, I can't believe you've turned so noble. We can't change thousands of years of our nature so quickly, can we? You wouldn't be here if you didn't think it would serve you. He pointed at my sternum. I could almost feel the pressure of his fingertip. I tried to look agitated, which wasn't hard. Do you want me to surrender or not? Nero smiled at Lugaselwe, then at Meg. You know, Apollo, he said lazily, it's fascinating how bad acts can be good, and vice versa. You remember my mother, Agrippina? Terrible woman. Always trying to rule for me, telling me what to do. I had to kill her in the end. Well, not me personally, of course. I had my man Anicetus do it. He gave me a little shrug, like, mothers, am I right? Anyway, matricide was one of the worst crimes for a Roman. Yet, after I killed her, the people loved me even more. I'd stood up for myself, shown my independence. I became a hero to the common man. Then there were all those stories about me burning Christians alive. I wasn't sure where Nero was going with all this. We'd been talking about my surrender. Now he was telling me about his mother and his Christian burning parties. I just wanted to get thrown in a cell with Meg, preferably untortured, so Lou could come by later and release us and help us destroy the whole tower. Was that too much to ask? But when an emperor starts talking about himself, you just have to roll with it. You could be there for a while. You're claiming those Christian burning stories weren't true? I asked. He laughed. Of course they were true. The Christians were terrorists, out to undermine traditional Roman values. Oh, they claimed to be a religion of peace, but they fooled no one. The point is, real Romans loved me for taking a hard line. After I died, did you know this? After I died, the commoners rioted. They refused to believe I was dead. There was a wave of rebellions, and every rebel leader claimed to be me reborn. He got a dreamy look in his eyes. I was beloved. My so-called bad acts made me wildly popular, while my good acts, like pardoning my enemies, bringing the empire peace and stability, those things just made me look soft and got me killed. This time, I will do things differently. I will bring back traditional Roman values. I will stop worrying about good and evil. The people who survive the transition, they will love me like a father. He gestured to his line of adopted children, all of whom knew enough to keep their expressions carefully neutral. That old metaphorical skink was trying to claw its way back up my throat. The fact that Nero, a man who had killed his own mother, was talking about defending traditional Roman values, that was just about the most Roman thing I could imagine. And the idea that he wanted to play daddy to the entire world made my guts churn. I pictured my friends from Camp Half-Blood forced to stand in rows behind the Emperor's servants. I thought of Meg falling back into line with the rest of the imperial household. She would be the 12th, I realized. 12 foster children to Nero, like the 12 Olympians. That couldn't be a coincidence. Nero was raising them as young gods in training to take over his nightmarish new world. That made Nero the new Cronus, the all-powerful father who could either shower his children with blessings or devour them as he wished. I had badly underestimated Nero's megalomania. Where was I? Nero mused, coming back from his pleasant thoughts of massacre. The villain monologue, I said. Ah, now I remember. Good and bad acts. You, Apollo, are here to surrender, sacrificing yourself to save the city. Seems like a good act. That's exactly why I suspect it's bad. Lugaselway. The Gaul didn't strike me as someone who flinched easily, but when Nero yelled her name her leg braces squeaked. My lord. What was the plan? Nero asked. Frost formed in my lungs. Lu did her best to look confused. My lord. The plan, he snapped. You let these two go on purpose. They turned themselves in just before my ultimatum deadline. What were you hoping to gain when you betrayed me? My lord, no. Seize them. The throne room choreography suddenly became clear. Everyone played their parts beautifully. The servants backed away. The demigods of the imperial household stepped forward and drew swords. I didn't notice the Germany sneaking up behind us until two burly giants gripped my arms. Two more took hold of Meg. Gunther and a friend grabbed hold of Lugaselway with such gusto her crutches clattered to the floor. Fully healed, Lugaselway doubtless would have given them a good fight, but in her current condition there was no contest. They pushed her down, prostrate, in front of the Emperor, ignoring her screams and the creaking of her leg braces. Stop it! Meg thrashed, but her captors outweighed her by several hundred pounds. I kicked my Germany in the shins to no avail. I might as well have been kicking a forest bull. Nero's eyes gleamed with amusement. You see, children, he told his adopted 11, if you ever decide to depose me, you'll have to do much better than this. Honestly, I'm disappointed. He twirled some whiskers in his chin beard, probably because he didn't have a proper villain's mustache. Let's see if I have this right, Apollo. You surrender yourself to get inside my tower, hoping this convinces me not to burn the city, while also making me lower my guard. Meanwhile your little army of demigods musters at Camp Half-Blood. He smiled cruelly. Yes, I have it on good authority they are preparing to march. So exciting. Then, when they attack, Lugaselway frees you from your cell, and, together, in all the confusion, you somehow manage to kill me. Is that about it? My heart clawed at my chest like a troglodyte at a rock wall. If Camp Half-Blood was truly on the march, that meant Rachel might have got to the surface and contacted them. VVH meant Will and Nico might also still be alive, and still with the troglodytes. Or Nero could be lying. Or he could know more than he was letting on. In any case, Lugaselway was exposed, which meant she couldn't free us or help us destroy the Emperor's fasces. Whether or not Nico and the Trogs managed their sabotage, our friends from camp would be charging to their own slaughter. Oh, and, also, I would die. Nero laughed with delight. There it is. He pointed to my face. The expression someone makes when they realize their life is over. You can't fake that. So beautifully honest. And you're right, of course. Nero, don't. Meg yelled. Father. The word seemed to hurt her, like she was coughing up a chunk of glass. Nero pouted and spread his arms, as if he would welcome Meg into his loving embrace if it weren't for the two large goons holding her in place. Oh, my dear sweet daughter. I am so sorry you decided to be part of this. I wish I could spare you from the pain that is to come. But you know very well you should never anger the beast. Meg wailed and tried to bite one of her guards. I wished I had her ferocity. Absolute terror had turned my limbs to putty. Cassius, Nero called, come forward, son. The youngest demigod hurried to the dais. He couldn't have been more than 8 years old. Nero patted his cheek. There's a good boy. Go and collect your sister's gold rings, will you? I hope you will put them to better use than she did. After a moment's hesitation, as if translating these instructions from Neroese, Cassius jogged over to Meg. He carefully avoided her eyes as he worked the rings from her middle fingers. Cass. Meg was weeping now. Don't listen to him. The little boy blushed, but he kept working silently at the rings. He had pink stains around his lips from something he'd been drinking, juice, soda. His fluffy blonde hair reminded me no, I refused to think it. Arg. Too late. Curse my imagination. He reminded me of a young Jason Grace. When he had tugged both rings free, Cassius hurried back to his stepfather. Good, Nero said, with a hint of impatience. Put them on. You've trained with scimitars, have you not? Cassius nodded, fumbling to comply. Nero smiled at me, rather like the MC of a show. Thank you for your patience. We're experiencing technical difficulties. You know, Apollo, he said, there is one saying I like from the Christians. How does it go? If your hands offend you, cut them off. Something like that. He looked down at Lou. Oh, Lou, I'm afraid your hands have offended me. Cassius, do the honors. Lugaselwe struggled and screamed as the guards stretched her arms in front of her, but she was weak and already in pain. Cassius swallowed, his face a mixture of horror and hunger. Nero's hard eyes, the eyes of the beast, bored into him. Now, boy, he said with chilling calm. Cassius summoned the golden blades. As he brought them down on Lou's wrists, the whole room seemed to tilt and blur. I could no longer tell who was screaming, Lou or Meg or me. Through a fog of pain and nausea, I heard Nero snap, bind her wounds. She won't get to die so easily. Then he turned the eyes of the beast on me. Now, Apollo, let me tell you the new plan. You will be thrown into a cell with this traitor, Lugaselwe. And Meg, dear Meg, we will begin your rehabilitation. Welcome home 21. Fear the comfy couch. Fear the jailer's fruit platter and shiny toilet. Nero's cell was the nicest place I'd ever been imprisoned in. I would have rated it 5 stars. Absolute luxury. Would die here again. From the high ceiling hung a chandelier, much too far out of reach for a prisoner to grab. Crystal pendants danced in the LED lights, casting diamond-shaped reflections across the eggshell white walls. In the back of the room sat a sink with gold fixtures and an automated toilet with a bidet, all shielded behind a privacy screen. What pampering! One of Nero's Persian carpets covered the floor. 2 plush Roman-style sofas were arranged in a V on either side of a coffee table overflowing with cheese, crackers and fruit, plus a silver pitcher of water and 2 goblets, in case we prisoners wanted to toast our good luck. Only the front wall had a jailhouse look, since it was nothing but a row of thick metal bars, but even these were coated with or perhaps made from imperial gold. I spent the first 20 or 30 minutes alone in the cell. It was hard to measure time. I paced, I screamed, I demanded to see Meg. I banged a silver platter against the bars and howled into the empty corridor outside. Finally, as my fear and queasiness got the best of me, I discovered the joys of vomiting into a high-end toilet with a heated seat and multiple self-cleaning options. I was beginning to think Lugaselwe must have died. Why else was she not in the cell with me, as Nero had promised? How could she have survived the shock of double amputation when she was already so badly injured? Just as I was convincing myself I would die alone in this cell, with no one to help me eat the cheese and crackers, a door banged open somewhere down the hall, followed by heavy footsteps and lots of grunting. Gunther and another Germanus came into view, dragging Lugaselwe between them. The middle 3 bars of the cell entrance fell away, retracting into the floor as fast as sheathed blades. The guards pushed Lou inside, and the bars snapped closed again. I rushed to Lou's side. She curled on the Persian carpet, her body shivering and splattered with blood. Her leg braces had been removed. Her face was paler than the walls. Her wrists had been bandaged, but the wrappings were already soaked through. Her brow burned with fever. She needs a doctor. I yelled. Gunther leered at me. Ain't you a healing god? His friend snorted, then the 2 of them lumbered back down the hall. Lou muttered. Hold on, I said. Then I winced, realizing that probably wasn't a sensitive thing to say, given her condition. I scrambled back to my comfy sofa and rummaged through my pack. The guards had taken my bow and quivers, including the arrow of Dodona, but they'd left me everything that wasn't obviously a weapon, my waterlogged ukulele and my backpack, including some med supplies Will had given me, bandages, ointments, pills, nectar, ambrosia. Could Gauls take ambrosia? Could they take aspirin? I had no time to worry about that. I soaked some linen napkins in the ice water pitcher and wrapped them across Lou's head and neck to lower her temperature. I crushed some painkillers together with ambrosia and nectar and fed her some of the mush, though she could barely swallow. Her eyes were unfocused. Her shivering was getting worse. She croaked, Meg dash. Hush, I said, trying not to cry. We'll save her, I swear. But first you have to heal. She whimpered, then made a high-pitched noise like a scream with no energy behind it. She had to be in unbelievable pain. She should have been dead already, but the gall was tough. You need to be asleep for what comes next, I warned. I'm sorry. But I have to check your wrists. I have to clean the wounds and rebandage them or you'll die from sepsis. I had no idea how I was going to accomplish this without her dying from blood loss or shock, but I had to try. The guards had tied off her wrists sloppily. I doubted they'd bothered with sterilization. They had slowed the bleeding, but Lou would still die unless I intervened. I grabbed another napkin and a vial of chloroform, one of Will's more dangerous medkit components. Using it was a huge risk, but the desperate circumstances left me little choice, unless I wanted to knock Lou over the head with a cheese platter. I moved the soaked napkin over her face. No, she said feebly. Can't. It's either this or pass out from the pain as soon as I touch those wrists. She grimaced, then nodded. I pressed the cloth against her nose and mouth. 2 breaths, and her body went limp. For her own sake, I prayed she would stay unconscious. I worked as fast as I could. My hands were surprisingly steady. The medical knowledge came back out of instinct. I didn't think about the grave injuries I was looking at, nor the amount of blood. I just did the work. Tourniquet. Sterilize. I would have tried to reattach her hands, despite the hopeless odds, but they hadn't bothered to bring them. Sure, give me a chandelier and a selection of fruit, but no hands. Cauterize, I mumbled to myself. I need my right hand burst into flame. At the time, I didn't find this strange. A little spark of my old sun god power? Sure, why not? I sealed the stumps of Lou's poor wrists, slathered them with healing ointment, then rebandaged them properly, leaving her with 2 stubby Q-tips instead of hands. I'm so sorry, I said. Guilt weighed me down like a suit of armor. I had been so suspicious of Lou, when all the time she'd been risking her life trying to help. Her only crime was underestimating Nero, just as we all had. And the price she'd paid, you have to understand, to a musician like me, no punishment could be as bad as losing one's hands, to no longer be able to play the keyboard or the fretboard, to never again summon music with one's fingers. Making music was its own sort of divinity. I imagined Lou felt the same way about her fighting skills. She would never again hold a weapon. Nero's cruelty was beyond measure. I wanted to cauterize the smirk off his smug face. Attend to your patient, I chided myself. I grabbed pillows from the sofa and positioned them around Lou, trying to make her as comfortable on the carpet as I could. Even if I'd wanted to risk moving her to the sofa, I doubted I would have had the strength. I dabbed her forehead with more cold cloths. I dribbled water and nectar into her mouth. Then I put my hand against her carotid artery and concentrated with all my might. Heal, heal, heal. Perhaps it was my imagination, but I thought some of my old power stirred. My fingers warmed against her skin. Her pulse began to stabilize. Her breathing came easier. Her fever lessened. I had done what I could. I crawled across the floor and climbed onto my sofa, my head swimming with exhaustion. How much time had passed? I didn't know if Nero had decided to destroy New York or wait until the forces of Camp Half-Blood came within range. The city could be burning around me right now and I'd see no sign of it in this windowless cell within Nero's self-contained tower. The AC would keep blowing. The chandelier would keep glittering. The toilet would keep flushing. And Meg, oh, gods, what would Nero be doing to rehabilitate her? I couldn't bear it. I had to get up. I had to save my friend. But my exhausted body had other ideas. My vision turned watery. I keeled over sideways, and my thoughts sank into a pool of shadow. Hey, man! The familiar voice seemed to come from half a world away over a weak satellite connection. As the scene resolved, I found myself sitting at a picnic table on the beach in Santa Monica. Nearby stood the fish taco shack where Jason, Piper, Meg, and I had eaten our last meal before infiltrating Caligula's fleet of mega yachts. Across the table sat Jason Grace, glowing and insubstantial, like a video projected against a cloud. Jason. My voice was a ruined sob. You're here. His smile flickered. His eyes were nothing but smudges of turquoise dye. Still, I could feel the quiet strength of his presence, and I heard the kindness in his voice. Not really, Apollo. I'm dead. You're dreaming. But it's good to see you. I looked down, not trusting myself to speak. Before me sat a plate of fish tacos that had been turned into gold, like the work of King Midas. I didn't know what that meant. Didn't he like it? I'm so sorry, I managed at last. No, Jason said. I made my choice. You're not to blame. You don't owe me anything except to remember what I said. Remember what's important. You're important, I said. Your life. Jason tilted his head. I mean sure. But if a hero isn't ready to lose everything for a greater cause, is that person really a hero? He weighted the word person subtly, as if to stress it could mean a human, a faun, a dryad, a griffin, a pandos, even a god. But I struggled to find a counter-argument. I wanted so badly to reach across the table, grip Jason's wrists and pull him back into the world of the living. But, even if I could, I realized I wouldn't have been doing it for Jason. He was at peace with his choices. I would have been bringing him back for my own selfish reasons, because I didn't want to deal with the sorrow and grief of having lost him. All right, I relented. A fist of pain that had been clenching in my chest for weeks began to loosen. All right, Jason. We miss you, though. His face rippled into colored smoke. I miss you, too. All of you. Apollo, do me a favor. Beware Mitra's servant the lion, snake entwined. You know what it is, and what it can do. What? No, I don't. Tell me, please. Jason managed one last faint smile. I'm just a dream in your head, man. You've already got the info. I'm just saying. There's a price for bargaining with the guardian of the stars. Sometimes you have to pay that price. Sometimes, you have to let someone else do it. This cleared up absolutely nothing, but the dream allowed me no more time for questions. Jason dissolved. My golden fish tacos turned to dust. The Santa Barbara coastline melted, and I woke with a start on my comfy sofa. You alive? Asked a hoarse voice. Lou lay on the opposite couch. How she'd got herself there from the floor, I couldn't imagine. Her cheeks and eyes were sunken. Her bandaged stumps were speckled with brown polka dots where new blood had seeped through. But she looked a bit less pale, and her eyes were remarkably clear. I could only conclude that my godly healing powers, wherever they had come from, must have done some good. I was so surprised that I needed a moment to find my voice. I should be asking you that question. How is the pain? She lifted her stumps gingerly. IA/hat, these? I've had worse. My gods, I marveled. A sense of humor? You really are indestructible. Her facial muscles tensed, maybe an attempt to smile, or just a reaction to her constant searing agony. Meg. What happened to her? How do we find her? I couldn't help but admire her single-mindedness. Despite her pain and her unfair punishment, Lou was still focused on helping our young friend. I'm not sure, I said. We'll find her, but first you have to get your strength back. When we break out of here, you'll have to be able to move under your own power. I don't think I can carry you. No? Lou asked. I was looking forward to a piggyback ride. Wow, I guess Gauls get punchy when they suffer life-threatening injuries. Of course, the whole idea of us busting out of our cell was absurd. Even if we managed it, we were in no shape to rescue Meg or fight the Emperor's forces. But I couldn't lose hope, especially when my no-handed companion was still able to crack jokes. Also, my dream of Jason had reminded me that the Emperor's fasces was hidden somewhere on this floor of the tower, guarded by the snake-entwined lion. The guardian of the stars, Mitra's servant, whatever that meant, it had to be close. And if it required a price for letting us stomp-kick Nero's rod of immortality into splinters, I was willing to pay it. I've got some ambrosia left. I turned and groped for my med pack. You need to eat. The door at the end of the corridor slammed open. Gunther appeared outside our cell, holding a silver tray laden with sandwiches and assorted canned sodas. He grinned, showing off all three of his teeth. Lunch. The cell's middle bars dropped with the speed of a guillotine. Gunther slid the tray through, and the bars snapped shut again before I could even think of making a move for our captor. I needed food badly, but just looking at the sandwiches made my stomach roil. Someone had trimmed the crusts off the bread. They were cut into squares rather than triangles. This is how you can tell when your lunch has been prepared by barbarians. Get your strength back, Gunther said cheerfully. Don't die before the party. Party? I asked, feeling the tiniest spark of hope. Not because parties were fun, or because I liked cake, both were true, but because if Nero had postponed his big celebration, then perhaps he hadn't yet pressed his doomsday button. Oh, yes, Gunther said. Tonight. Torture for you both. And then we burn down the city. With that happy thought, Gunther strolled back down the hall, chuckling to himself, leaving us with our tray of barbarian sandwiches. .22 I will go to sleep to save everyone I love. Don't thank me. It's cool. Gods aren't great with deadlines. The concept of having a limited time to do something just doesn't make much sense to an immortal. Since turning into Lester Papadopoulos, I'd got used to the idea, go here by this date or the world ends. Get this item by next week or everyone you know will die. Still, I was shocked to realize that Nero was planning to burn down New York that very evening, with cake, festivities, and a good deal of torture, and there was nothing I could do about it. I stared through the bars after Gunther left. I waited for him to skip back into view and yell, just kidding. But the hallway remained empty. I could see very little of it except for blank white walls and a single security camera mounted on the ceiling, staring at me with its glossy black eye. I turned to Lou. I have determined that our situation sucks. Thanks. She crossed her stumps over her chest like a pharaoh. I needed that perspective. There's a security camera out there. Sure. Then how were you planning on breaking us out? You would have been seen. Lou grunted. That's only one camera. Easy to evade. The residential areas. They're completely covered with surveillance from every angle, mic'd for sound, with motion detectors on all the entrances. I get the idea. It infuriated me, but did not surprise me, that Nero's family would be under heavier surveillance than his prisoners. After all, this was a man who'd killed his own mother. Now he was raising his own brood of junior despots. I had to get to Meg. I shook the bars, just to say I'd tried. They didn't budge. I needed a burst of godly strength to Apollo smash my way out, but I couldn't rely on my powers to pay heed to what I wanted. Trudging back to my sofa, I glared at the offensive sandwiches and sodas. I tried to imagine what Meg was going through right now. I pictured her in an opulent room much like this one minus the bars, perhaps, but a cell nonetheless. Her every move would be recorded, her every conversation overheard. No wonder, back in the old days, she preferred to roam the alleys of Hell's Kitchen, accosting thugs with bags of rotten vegetables and adopting former gods to be her servants. She wouldn't have that outlet now. She wouldn't have me or Lugaselwe by her side. She would be utterly surrounded and utterly alone. I had a sense of how Nero's mind games worked. As a god of healing, I knew something about psychology and mental health, though I'll admit I did not always apply best practices to myself. Having unleashed the beast, Nero would now feign kindness. He would try to convince Meg that she was home. If she just let him help her, she would be forgiven. Nero was his own good cop/bad cop, the consummate manipulator. The thought of him trying to comfort a young girl he had just traumatized made me sick to my core. Meg had got away from Nero once before. Defying his will must have taken more strength and courage than most gods I knew would ever possess. But now thrust back into her old abusive environment, which Nero had passed off as normal for most of her childhood, she would need to be even stronger not to crumble. It would be so easy for her to forget how far she'd gone. Remember what's important. Jason's voice echoed in my head, but Nero's words were knocking around in there, too. We can change thousands of years of our nature so quickly, can we? I knew my anxiety about my own weakness was getting mixed up with my anxiety about Meg. Even if I somehow made my way back to Mount Olympus, I didn't trust myself to hold on to the important things I'd learned as a mortal. That made me doubt Meg's ability to stay strong in her old toxic home. The similarities between Nero's household and my family on Mount Olympus made me increasingly uneasy. The idea that we gods were just as manipulative, just as abusive as the worst Roman emperors, surely that couldn't be true. Oh, wait. Yes, it could. Ugh. I hated clarity. I preferred a softer Instagram filter on my life, Amaro, maybe, or Perpetua. We will get out of here. Lou's voice shook me from my miserable thoughts. Then we'll help Meg. Given her condition, this was a bold statement. I realized she was trying to lift my spirits. It felt unfair that she had to, and even more unfair that I needed it so much. The only response I could think of was, "Do you want a sandwich?" She glanced down at the platter. Yeah. Cucumber and cream cheese, if there is one. The chef does a good cucumber and cream cheese. I found the appropriate flavor. I wondered if, back in ancient times, roving bands of Celtic warriors had ridden into battle with their packs full of cucumber and cream cheese sandwiches. Perhaps that had been the secret to their success. I fed her a few bites, but she became impatient. Just set it on my chest. I'll figure it out. I have to start sometime. She used her stumps to maneuver the food towards her mouth. How she could do this without passing out from pain, I didn't know, but I respected her wishes. My son Asclepius, god of medicine, used to chide me about helping those with disabilities. You can help them if they ask. But wait for them to ask. It's their choice to make, not yours. For a god, this was a hard thing to understand, much like deadlines, but I left Lou to her meal. I picked out a couple of sandwiches for myself, ham and cheese, egg salad. It had been a long time since I'd eaten. I had no appetite, but I would need energy if we were going to get out of here. Energy and information. I looked at Lou. You mentioned microphones. Her sandwich slipped from between her stumps and landed in her lap. With the slightest of frowns, she began the slow process of corralling it again. Surveillance mics, you mean? What about them? Are there any in this cell? Lou looked confused. You want to know if the guards are listening to us? I don't think so. Unless they've installed mics in the last 24 hours. Nero doesn't care what prisoners chat about. He doesn't like it when people whine and complain. He's the only one allowed to do that. That made perfect Nero-ish sense. I wanted to discuss plans with Lou, if for no other reason than to raise her spirits, to let her know that my terrific troglodyte tunneling team might be on their way to scuttle Nero's Greek fire sewer super soakers, which would mean that Lou's sacrifice had not been completely in vain. Still, I would have to be careful what I said. I didn't want to assume we had privacy. We'd underestimated Nero too many times already. The Emperor didn't seem to know about the other thing, I said. Lou's sandwich toppled into her lap again. You mean the other thing is happening? You were able to arrange it. I could only hope we were talking about the same other thing. Lou had instructed us to arrange an underground sabotage of some sort, but for obvious reasons I hadn't had a chance to tell her specifics about Nico, Will, Rachel and the troglodytes. WVH, by the way, would make the worst band name of all time. Hope so, I said. Assuming everything went according to plan. I did not add, and the troglodytes didn't eat my friends because we brought evil red cattle into their encampment. But, let's be honest, so far things have not gone according to plan. Lou picked up her sandwich again, this time with more dexterity. I don't know about you, but I've got Nero exactly where I want him. I had to smile. My gods, this Gaul! I had gone from disliking and distrusting her to being ready to take a bullet for her. I wanted her at my side, hands or no, as we took down the Emperor and saved Meg. And we would do it, if I could muster even a little bit of Lou's toughness. Nero should fear you, I agreed. Let's assume the other thing is happening. Let's also assume we can get out of here and take care of the other thing. Lou rolled her eyes. You mean the Emperor's fasces? I winced. Yes, fine. That. It would be helpful if I had more information about its protector. Jason called it a guardian of the stars, a creature of Mitras, but wait. Who is Jason? I didn't want to revisit that painful subject, but I gave her the basics, then explained what I had discussed with the son of Jupiter in my dream. Lu tried to sit up. Her face turned the color of putty, making her tattoos darken to purple. Oof! She reclined again. Mitras, eh? Haven't heard that name in a while. Lots of Roman officers worshipped him, back in the day, but I never took to those Persian gods. You had to join his cult to find out all the secret handshakes and whatnot. Elite, members-only society, blah, blah. The emperor was an automatic member, of course, which makes sense. Because she chewed her cucumber sandwich. Explains how Nero would have found this guardian. I don't know what it is. I saw it only once, when Nero installed it, I guess you'd say. Years ago. She shuddered. Never want to see it again. That lion's face, those eyes like it could see everything about me, like it was challenging me to. She shook her head. You're right. We need more information if we're going to beat it. And we need to know how Meg is doing. Why was she looking at me so expectantly? That would be great, I agreed. But since we were stuck in a cell, you just told me you had a dream vision. Do you have those often? Well, yes. But I don't control them. At least, not well. Lu snorted. Typical Roman. Greek. Whatever. Dreams are a vehicle, like a chariot. You have to drive them. You can't let them drive you. You want me to, go back to sleep? Gather more information in my dreams. Her eyelids started to droop. Perhaps the word sleep had reminded her body that this was a great idea. In her condition, just being awake a few hours and eating a sandwich would have been equivalent to running a marathon. Sounds like a plan, Lu agreed. If it's lunchtime now, that gives us 7, 8 hours before sunset? Nero will have his party at sunset, I'm sure. Best time of day to watch a city burn. Wake me up when you know more. But what if I can't get to sleep? And, if I do, who's going to wake me up? Lu started to snore. A tiny piece of cucumber was stuck to her chin, but I decided to leave it there. She might want it later. I sat back on my sofa and stared at the chandelier twinkling cheerfully above. A party tonight for the burning of Manhattan. Nero would torture us. Then, I imagined, he would sacrifice me in one way or another to appease Python and seal their alliance. I had to think fast and move faster. I needed my powers, strength to bend bars or break through walls, fire to melt Gunther's face the next time he brought us crustless sandwiches. I did not need a nap. And yet Lu wasn't wrong. Dreams could be vehicles. As the god of prophecy, I'd often sent visions to those who needed them, warnings, glimpses of the future, suggestions for what sort of temple incense I liked best. I'd driven dreams right into people's heads. But, since I'd been mortal, I'd lost that confidence. I had let my dreams drive me, rather than taking the reins like when I drove the sun chariot. My team of fiery horses could always feel when their driver was weak or uncertain. Poor Phaethon had found that out the hard way. Dreams were no less ornery. I needed to see what was happening with Meg. I needed to see this guardian that watched the Emperor's fasces, so I could figure out how to destroy it. I needed to know whether Nico, Will and Rachel were safe. If I took the reins of my dreams and yelled, "Giddy up!" what would happen? At the very least, I would have unsettling nightmares. At worst, I might drive my mind over the cliffs of insanity and never wake up. But my friends were counting on me. So I did the heroic thing. I closed my eyes and went to sleep. 23 Dream Chariot, go. Out of my way, I'm a god. Honk, honk. Beep, beep. Zoom. Driving the dream chariot did not go well. If the dream police had been on patrol, they would have pulled me over and given me a ticket. Immediately, a psychic crosswind caught my consciousness. I tumbled through the floor, falling past stairwells and offices and broom closets, swirling into the bowels of the tower like I'd been flushed down the cosmic toilet. Which is a disgusting plumbing fixture, by the way. No one ever cleans it. Go Yui, go up. I willed my dream, but I couldn't seem to find the reins. I plummeted straight through a vat of Greek fire. That was different. I hit the tunnels below Manhattan, glancing around desperately for any sign of my friends and the troglodytes, but I was traveling too fast, spinning like a pinwheel. I broke through into the labyrinth and hurtled sideways, swept along by a current of superheated ether. I can do this, I told myself. It's just like driving a chariot. Except with no horses. Or chariot. Or body. I ordered my dream to take me to Meg, the person I most wanted to see. I imagined my hands reaching out, grasping reins. Just when I thought I had them, my dreamscape stabilized. I found myself back in the caverns of Delphi, volcanic gases layering the air, the dark shape of Python moving heavily in the shadows. So, I have you again, he gloated. You shall perish. I don't have time for you right now. My voice surprised me almost as much as it did the reptile. What? Gotta go. I lashed the reins of my dream. How dare you? You cannot. I rocketed into reverse like I was tied to a rubber band. Why backwards? I hated sitting backwards in a moving vehicle, but I suppose the dream was still trying to show me who was boss. I did a roller coaster rewind through the labyrinth, the mortal tunnels, the stairwells of the tower. Finally, I lurched to a stop. My stomach clenched, and I retched up whatever ethereal spirit stuff one can retch in the dream world. My head and stomach orbited each other like wobbly lava planets. I found myself on my knees in an extravagant bedroom. Floor-to-ceiling windows overlooked Midtown all the way to the Hudson River. The cityscape was still mercifully untorched. Meg McCaffrey was busy trashing the bedroom. Even without her blades, she was doing an A+ demolition job with a broken chair leg, which she swung wildly into just about everything. Meanwhile, a Germanus stood blocking the only exit, his arms folded, his expression unimpressed. A woman in an old-fashioned black and white maid's uniform wrung her hands and winced every time something went crash. She held a stack of what looked like party dresses draped over one arm. "Miss," said the maid, "if you could just choose an outfit for tonight. Perhaps if you didn't Oh, that was an antique. No, that's fine. I'll get another." "Oh. Very well, miss, if you don't like those bed linens I can, there's no need to shred them, miss." Meg's tantrum raised my spirits considerably. "That's it, my friend," I thought. "Give them tartaros." Meg threw her broken chair leg into a lamp, then picked up another whole chair and raised it over her head, ready to hurl it at the window. A faint knock on the bedroom door made her freeze. The Germanus stepped aside, opened the door and bowed as Nero swept into the room. "Oh, my dear, I'm so sorry." The Emperor's voice oozed sympathy. "Come. Sit with me." He moved smoothly to the bed and sat at the edge, patting the ribbed comforter next to him. I silently rooted for Meg to brain him with the chair. He was right there, in easy reach. But I realized that was Nero's intention, to make himself seem to be at Meg's mercy. To make her responsible for choosing violence. And, if she did, he would be free to punish her. She put down the chair, but she didn't go to Nero. She turned her back and crossed her arms. Her lips trembled. I wanted so badly to go to her, to shield her. I wanted to drive my dream chariot into Nero's face, but I could only watch. "No, you feel terrible," Nero said, "after what you did to your friend." She wheeled around. "After what I did?" She picked up the chair again and threw it across but not at Nero. It whanged off the window, leaving room a smudge but no cracks. I caught the flicker of a smile on Nero's face, a smile of satisfaction, before his expression fixed back into a mask of sympathy. "Yes, dear. This anger comes from guilt. You led Apollo here. You understood what that meant, what would happen. But you did it anyway. That must be so painful, knowing you brought him to his end." Her arms trembled. "I know. You cut off," she gagged, clearly unable to say the words. She stared down at her own fists, clenched as if they might fly off her wrists if left unattended. "You can't blame yourself," Nero said in a tone that somehow implied, "This is all your fault. Lugaselwe made the wrong choice. You know that. You must have understood what would happen. You are too smart to be blind. We've talked about consequences so often." He sighed with regret. Perhaps Cassius was too harsh, taking her hands. He tilted his head. "If you like, I can punish him for that." "What?" Meg was shaking, as if no longer sure where to direct the giant cannon of her anger. No. It wasn't him. It was she. Choked on the obvious answer, you. With Nero sitting right in front of her, talking in gentle tones, giving her his full attention, she faltered. Meg. I shouted, but no sound came forth. Meg, keep smashing things. You have a kind heart, Nero said with another sigh. You care about Apollo. About Lou. I understand that. And when you unleash the beast. He spread his hands. I know that is unsettling. But it isn't over, Meg. Will you sit with me? I'm not asking for a hug, or for you to stop being angry. But I have some news that may make you feel better. He patted the mattress again. The maid wrung her hands. The Germanus picked his teeth. Meg wavered. I could imagine the thoughts racing through her head. Is the news about Apollo? Will you offer to let him go if I cooperate? Is Lou still alive? Will she be released? And, if I don't play along with your wishes, will I be endangering them? Nero's unspoken message seemed to hang in the air. This is all your fault, but you can still make it right. Slowly, Meg moved to the bed. She sat, her posture stiff and guarded. I wanted to lunge between her and Nero, to insert myself in the gap and make sure he could not get any closer, but I feared his influence was worse than physical. He was worming his way into her mind. Here is the good news, Meg, he said. We will always have each other. I will never abandon you. You can never make a mistake so great I will not take you back. Lou betrayed you when she betrayed me. Apollo was unreliable, selfish and, dare I say, a narcissist. But I know you. I have raised you. This is your home. Oh, gods, I thought. Nero was so good at being evil, and so evil at being good, he made the words lose their meaning. He could tell you the floor was the ceiling with such conviction you might start believing it, especially since any disagreement would unleash the beast. I marveled how such a man could rise to be Emperor of Rome. Then I marveled how such a man could ever lose control of Rome. It was easy to see how he'd got the mobs on his side. Meg shivered, but whether from rage or despair, I couldn't be sure. There. Nero put an arm around her shoulders. You can cry. It's all right. I'm here. A cold knot formed in my gut. I suspected that as soon as Meg's tears fell, the game would be over. All the independence she'd built and fought so hard to maintain would crumble. She would fold herself against Nero's chest, just as she'd done as a little girl, after Nero killed her real father. The Meg I knew would disappear under the twisted, tortured mess Nero had spent years cultivating. The scene lost cohesion, perhaps because I was too upset to control my dream. Or perhaps I simply couldn't bear to watch what happened next. I tumbled down through the tower, floor after floor, trying to regain the realms. I'm not done, I insisted. I need more information. Unfortunately, I got it. I stopped in front of a golden door, never a good sign, golden doors. The dream swept me inside a small vault. I felt as if I'd entered a reactor core. Intense heat threatened to burn my dream self into a cloud of dream ashes. The air smelled heavy and toxic. Before me, floating above a pedestal of Stygian iron, was the fasces of Nero, a 5-foot-tall golden axe, bundled with wooden rods and lashed together by gold cords. The ceremonial weapon pulsed with power, exponentially more than the 2 fasces Meg and I had destroyed at Sutro Tower. The meaning of this dawned on me, whispered into my brain like a line of Python's poisoned prophecy. The 3 emperors of the triumvirate hadn't just linked themselves through a corporation. Their life forces, their ambitions, their greed and malice, had entwined over the centuries. By killing Commodus and Caligula, I had consolidated all the power of the triumvirate into the fasces of Nero. I had made the surviving emperor 3 times as powerful and harder to kill. Even if the fasces were unguarded, destroying it would be difficult. And the fasces was not unguarded. Behind the glowing axe, his hands spread as if in benediction, the guardian stood. His body was humanoid, 7 feet tall. Patches of gold fur covered his muscular chest, arms, and legs. His feathery white wings reminded me of one of Zeus's wind spirits, or the angels that Christians liked to paint. His face, however, was not angelic. He had the shaggy maned visage of a lion, ears rimmed with black fur, mouth open to reveal fangs and a panting red tongue. His huge golden eyes radiated a sort of sleepy, self-confident strength. But the strangest thing about the guardian was the serpent that encircled his body from ankles to neck, a slithering spiral of green flesh that corkscrewed around him like an endless escalator, a snake with no head or tail. The lion man saw me. My dream state was nothing to him. Those gold eyes locked onto me and would not let me go. They turned me and examined me as if I were a Trog boy's crystal sphere. He communicated wordlessly. He told me he was the Leontocephaline, a creation of Mitras, a Persian god so secretive even we Olympians had never really understood him. In Mitras's name, the Leontocephaline had overseen the movement of the stars and the phases of the zodiac. He had also been the keeper of Mitras's great scepter of immortality, but that had been lost eons ago. Now the Leontocephaline had been given a new job, a new symbol of power to guard. Just looking at him threatened to tear my mind apart. I tried to ask him questions. I understood that fighting him was impossible. He was eternal. He could no more be killed than one could kill time. He guarded the immortality of Nero, but wasn't there anyway? Oh, yes. He could be bargained with. I saw what he wanted. The realization made my soul curl up like a squashed spider. Nero was clever. Horribly, evilly clever. He had set a trap with his own symbol of power. He was cynically betting that I would never pay the price. At last, his point made, the Leontocephaline released me. My dream self snapped back into my body. I sat up in bed, gasping and soaked in sweat. About time, Lou said. Incredibly, she was on her feet, pacing the cell. My healing power must have done more than just soothe her amputation wounds. She wobbled a bit, but she did not look like someone who'd been using crutches and leg braces just a day ago. Even the bruises on her face had faded. You look better, I noted. How long was I out? Too long. Gunther brought dinner an hour ago. She nodded to a new platter of food on the floor. He said he'd be back soon to get us for the party. But the fool was careless. He left us silverware. She brandished her stumps. Oh, gods! Had she done? Somehow, she had managed to attach a fork to one stump and a knife to the other. She had inserted the handles into the folds of her bandages, then fastened them in place with weight. Was that my surgical tape? I looked at the foot of my bed. Sure enough, my pack was open, the contents scattered about. I tried to ask how and why at the same time, so it came out as hahi. If you have enough time, some tape, and a set of working teeth, you can do a lot, Lou said proudly. I couldn't wait for you to wake up. Didn't know when Gunther would be back. Sorry about the mess. You can help. She tested her silverware attachments with a few kung fu jabs. I tied these babies on as tight as I could, but you can wrap them one more time. I have to be able to use them in combat. She plopped down on the sofa next to me. While you work, you can tell me what you learned. I was not about to argue with someone who could poke me in the eye with a fork. I was dubious about the effectiveness of her new combat attachments, but I didn't say anything. I understood that this was about Lugaselway taking charge of her situation, not giving up, doing what she could with what she had. Vivienne, you've gone through a life-changing shock. Positive thinking is the most effective weapon you can wield. I wrapped her utensils more tightly in place while explaining what I'd seen in my dream drive, Meg trying not to crumble under the influence of Nero, the Emperor's fasces floating in its radioactive room, and the Leontocephaline, waiting for us to try and take it. We'd best hurry, then. Lou grimaced. Tighter with that tape. My efforts obviously hurt her, judging from the crinkles around her eyes, but I did as she asked. Right, she said, swiping the air with her utensils. That'll have to do. I tried for a supportive smile. I wasn't sure Captain Fork and Knife would have much luck against Gunther or the Leontocephaline, but if we met a hostile ribeye steak, Lou would be queen of the combat. And no sign of the other thing? She asked. I wished I could have told her yes. I had wanted so badly to see visions of the entire troglodyte corporation digging into Nero's basement and disabling his fire vats. I would have settled for a dream of Nico, Will and Rachel charging to our rescue, yelling loudly and waving noisemakers. Nothing, I said. But we still have time. Yeah, Lu agreed. Minutes and minutes. Then the party starts and the city burns. But, okay. Let's concentrate on what we can do. I have a plan to get us out of here. A cold shiver ran down my neck as I thought about my silent conversation with the guardian of the fasces. And I have a plan for what to do when we get out. Then we both said together, you're not going to like it. Oh, joy. I sighed. Let's hear yours first. Fie upon Nero, 14,410 wants not my arrow's speech. I can relate, though. Lu was right. I hated her plan, but since time was short and Gunther might show up any minute with our party hats and various torture devices, I agreed to do my part. Full disclosure, I also hated my plan. I explained to Lu what the Leontocephaline would demand in exchange for the fasces. Lu glowered like an angry water buffalo. You're sure? I'm afraid so. He guards immortality, so he expects a sacrifice of immortality. The words hung in the air like cigar smoke, cloying and suffocating. This was what all my trials had led to this choice. This was why Python had been laughing at me for months in my dreams. Nero had made the cost of his destruction giving up the one thing I wanted most. To destroy him, I'd have to forfeit my own godhood forever. Lu scratched her chin with her fork hand. We must help Meg, whatever the cost. Agreed, she nodded grimly. Okay, then that's what we'll do. I swallowed the coppery taste in my mouth. I was ready to pay the price. If it meant freeing Meg from the beast, freeing the world, freeing Delphi, then I would. But it would have been nice if Lu had protested just a little on my behalf. Oh, no, Apollo. You can tea. I suppose our relationship was past the point of sugarcoating, though. Lu was too practical for that. She was the sort of woman who didn't whine about getting her hands cut off. She just taped silverware to her stumps and got on with business. She wasn't going to give me a pat on the back for doing the right thing, however painful it was. Still, I wondered if I was missing something. I wondered if we were really on the same page. Lu had a faraway look in her eyes, like she was calculating losses on a battlefield. Maybe what I sensed was her worry about Meg. We both knew that, under most circumstances, Meg was fully capable of rescuing herself. But with Nero, I suspected Lu, like me, wanted Meg to be strong enough to save herself. We couldn't make the hard choices for her. Yet it was excruciating to stand by while Meg's sense of independence was tested. Lu and I were like nervous parents leaving our child at school for the first day of kindergarten, except in this case the kindergarten teacher was a homicidal megalomaniac emperor. Call us crazy, but we didn't trust what Meg might learn in that classroom. Lu met my eyes one last time. I imagined her packing away her doubts and fears in her mental saddlebags for later, when she had time for them, along with her cucumber and cream cheese sandwiches. Let's get to work, she told me. It wasn't long before we heard the hallway door bang open and heavy footsteps approaching the cell. Look casual, Lu ordered, reclining on her couch. I leaned against the wall and whistled the tune to Man-Eater. Gunther appeared, a batch of neon yellow zip tie restraints in his hand. I pointed a finger gun at him. Hey, what's up? He scowled. Then he looked at Lu with her new silverware attachments, and his face split into a grin. Hat are you supposed to be? Ha 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 ha. Lu raised her fork and knife. Thought I'd carve you up like the turkey you are. Gunther started to giggle, which was disturbing in a man of his size. Stupid Lu. You have fork and knife hands, ha 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 ha. He tossed the zip ties through the cell's bars. You, ugly boy, tie her arms behind her back. Then I tie you. No, I said. I don't think so. His mirth dissipated like foam on skink soup. Hat you want to tie us up, I said very slowly, you'll have to do it yourself. He frowned, trying to make sense of the fact that a teenaged boy was telling him what to do. Clearly, he'd never had children. I will call other guards. Lu snorted. You do that. Can't handle us yourself. I'm too dangerous. She held up her knife hand in what could have been taken as a rude gesture. Gunther's face turned a mottled red. You're not the boss of me no more, Lugaselway. Not the boss of me, Lu mimicked. Go on, get help. Tell them you couldn't tie up a weakling boy and a no-handed woman by yourself. Or come in here, and I will tie you up. Her plan depended on Gunther taking the bait. He needed to come inside. With his barbarian manhood in question, and his honor insulted by a rude piece of silverware, he did not disappoint. The middle bars of the cell retracted into the floor. Gunther strode through. He didn't notice the salve I'd slathered across the threshold, and let me assure you, Will Solis's burn ointment is slippery stuff. I'd been wondering which direction Gunther might fall. Turns out, backwards. His heel shot out from under him, his legs crumpled, and his head slammed hard against the marble floor, leaving him flat on his back and groaning halfway inside the cell. Now! Lou yelled. I charged the door. Lou had told me that the cell bars were motion sensitive. They snapped upward, determined to stop my escape, but they had not been designed to compensate for the weight of a germanus lying across the threshold. The bars smashed Gunther against the ceiling like a hyperactive forklift, then lowered him again, their hidden mechanisms whirring and creaking in protest. Gunther gurgled in pain. His eyes crossed. His armor was thoroughly crushed. His ribs probably weren't in much better shape, but at least the bars hadn't gone straight through him. I did not want to witness that kind of mess, nor step through it. Get his sword, Lou ordered. I did. Then, using Gunther's body as a bridge across the slippery salve, we escaped into the hall, the eye of the security camera watching as we fled. Here. Lou gestured to what appeared to be a closet door. I kicked it in, realizing only afterwards that 1, I had no idea why, and 2, I trusted Lou enough not to ask. Inside were shelves stacked with personal possessions packs, clothes, weapons, shields. I wondered what unfortunate prisoners they had once belonged to. Leaning against a back corner were my bow and quivers. Aha! I grabbed them. With amazement, I drew the arrow of Dodona from my otherwise empty quivers. Thank the gods! How are you still here? Thou art pleased to see me, the arrow noted. Well, I thought the Emperor would have taken you. Or turned you into kindling. Nero is not worth a fig, said the arrow. He sees not my brilliance. Somewhere down the hall, an alarm began to blare. The overhead lighting changed from white to red. Could you talk with your projectile later? Lou suggested. We have to move. Right, I said. Which way to the fasces? Left, Lou said. So you go right. Wait, what? You said it's left. Right. Right. Oh these bodkins. The arrow vibrated in my hand. Just listen to the gall. I'm going after the fasces, Lou explained. You're going to find Meg. But... My head spun. Was this a trick? Hadn't we agreed? I was ready for my close-up, my big heroic sacrifice. The Leontocephaline demands immortality for immortality. I have to got it covered, Lou said. Don't worry. Besides, we Celts lost most of our gods long ago. I'm not going to stand by while another deity dies. But you're not. I stopped myself. I was about to say immortal. Then I considered how many centuries Lou had been alive. Would the Leontocephaline accept her life as payment? My eyes filled with tears. No, I said. Meg can't lose you. Lou snorted. I won't get myself killed if I can help it. I have a plan, but you need to move. Meg is in danger. Her room is 6 floors up. Southeast corner. Follow the stairs at the end of the hall. I started to protest, but the arrow of Dodona buzzed in warning. I needed to trust Lou. I needed to cede the battle to the better warrior. Fine, I relented. Can I at least tape a sword to your arm? No time, she said. Too unwieldy. Wait, actually. That dagger over there. Unsheath it and put the blade between my teeth. How will that help? Probably won't, she admitted. But it'll look cool. I did as she asked. Now she stood before me as Lou Beard the pirate, cutlery-wielding terror of the 7 seas. Udru, she mumbled around the blade. Then she turned and raced away. What just happened? I asked. Thou hast made a friend, the arrow said. Now refillest thy quivers so thou shalt not shoot with me. Right. With shaky hands, I scavenged as many intact arrows as I could find in the prisoner's storeroom and added them to my arsenal. Alarms kept blaring. The blood-red light was not helping my anxiety level. I started down the hall. I'd barely made it halfway when the arrow of Dodona buzzed. "Look out!" A mortal security guard in tactical riot gear rounded the corner, barreling towards me with his handgun raised. Not being well prepared, I screamed and threw Gunther's sword at him. By some miracle, the hilt hit him in the face and knocked him down. "That is not normally how one uses a sword," the arrow said. "Always a critic," I grumbled. "Meg is in peril," he said. "Meg is in peril," I agreed. I stepped over the mortal guard, now curled on the floor and groaning. "Terribly sorry." I kicked him in the face. He stopped moving and began to snore. I ran on. I burst into the stairwell and took the concrete steps 2 at a time. The arrow of Dodona remained clutched in my hand. I probably should have put it away and readied my bow with normal missiles, but to my surprise I found that its running Shakespearean commentary boosted my shaky morale. From the floor above me, 2 Germany rushed into the stairwell and charged me with spears levelled. Now lacking even Gunther's sword, I thrust out my free hand, shut my eyes and screamed as if this would make them go away, or at least make my death less painful. My fingers burned. Flames roared. The 2 Germany yelled in terror, then were silent. When I opened my eyes, my hand was smoking but unharmed. Flames licked at the peeling paint on the walls. On the steps above me were 2 piles of ash where the Germany had been. "Thou shouldst do that more often," the arrow advised. The idea made me sick to my stomach. Once, I would have been delighted to summon the power to blowtorch my enemies. But now, after knowing Lu, I wondered how many of these Germany really wanted to serve Nero, and how many had been conscripted into his service with no choice. Enough people had died. My grudge was with only one person, Nero, and one reptile, Python. "Hurry," the arrow said with new urgency. "I sense." "Yes. Nero has sent guards to fetch Meg." I wasn't sure how it had gleaned this information, if it was monitoring the building's security system or eavesdropping on Nero's personal psychic hotline, but the news made me clench my teeth. "There will be no Meg fetching on my watch," I growled. I slid the arrow of Dodona into one of my quivers and drew a missile of the non-Shakespearean variety. I bounded up the stairs. I worried about Lugaselwe, who must have been facing the Leontocephaline by now. I worried about Nico, Will and Rachel, whom I hadn't seen any sign of in my dreams. I worried about the forces of Camp Half-Blood, who might be charging into a suicidal rescue mission at this very moment. Most of all, I worried about Meg. To find her, I would fight the entire tower by myself if I had to. I reached the next landing. Had Lu said 5 floors up? 6? How many had I already climbed? Arg, I hated numbers. I shouldered my way into another bland white corridor and ran in the direction I thought might be southeast. I kicked open a door and discovered, try not to be too shocked, that I was in the entirely wrong place. A large control room glowed with dozens of monitors. Many showed live feeds of huge metal reservoirs, the Emperor's Greek fire vats. Mortal technicians turned and gawked at me. Germany looked up and frowned. A Germanus who must have been the commander, judging from the quality of his armor and the number of shiny beads in his beard, scowled at me with disdain. "You heard the Emperor's order," he snarled at the technicians. "Light those fires now. And, guards, kill this fool. 25 Beware, tech support. Don't press the naughty button. Welb. Now you did it." How many times had one said those words? Kill this fool. We gods bandied about statements like that all the time, but we never gave thought to the cost. Like, actual fools may die. And in this situation, that fool was me. A millisecond's scan of the room showed me 10 enemies in various states of readiness. In the far corner, 4 Germany were scrunched together on a broken-down sofa, eating Chinese food from takeaway boxes. 3 technicians sat in swivel chairs, manning control consoles. They were human security, each with a sidearm, but they were too focused on their work to be an immediate threat. A mortal guard stood right next to me, looking surprised that I'd just pushed through the door he was monitoring. "Oh, hello." A second guard stood across the room, blocking the other exit. That left just the Germanus leader, who was now rising from his chair, drawing his sword. So many questions flashed through my mind. What did the mortal technicians see through the mist? How would I get out of here alive? How did Leader Guy sit comfortably in that swivel chair while wearing a sword? Was that lemon chicken I smelled, and was there enough for me? I was tempted to say, wrong room, close the door and beat it down the hall. But since the technicians had just been ordered to burn down the city, that wasn't an option. Stop! One sang out of instinct. In the name of love. Everyone froze, maybe because my voice had magic powers, or maybe because I was horribly off-key. I bow-punched the guy next to me in the face. If you have never been punched by a fist holding a bow, I do not recommend it. The experience is like being hit with brass knuckles, except it hurts the archer's fingers much more. Door guy number 1 went down. Across the room, door guy number 2 raised his gun and fired. The bullet sparked off the door next to my head. Fun fact from a former god who knows acoustics: if you fire a gun in an enclosed space, you have just deafened everyone in that room. The technicians flinched and covered their ears. The Germany's Chinese takeaway boxes went flying. Even Leader Guy stumbled half out of his chair. My ears ringing, I drew my bow and shot 2 arrows at once, the first knocking the gun out of door guy #2's hand, the second pinning his sleeve to the wall. Yes, this ex-archery god still had some moves. The technicians returned their attention to their controls. The Chinese food contingent tried to extract themselves from their sofa. Leader Guy charged me, his sword in both hands, pointed directly at my soft underbelly. Haha! I initiated a home plate slide. In my mind, the maneuver had seemed so simple: I would glide effortlessly across the floor, avoiding Leader Guy's thrust, veering between his legs as I fired at multiple targets from a supine position. If Orlando Bloom could do it in Lord of the Rings, why couldn't I? I neglected to consider that this floor was carpeted. I fell flat on my back and Leader Guy tripped over me, barreling headfirst into the wall. I did get off one shot, an arrow that schemed across the nearest technician's control panel and knocked him out of his chair in surprise. I rolled aside as Leader Guy turned and hacked at me. Having no time to knock another arrow, I pulled one out and jabbed it into his shin. Leader Guy howled. I scrambled to my feet and jumped onto the bank of control consoles. Back off! I yelled at the technicians, doing my best to aim one arrow at all 3 of them. Meanwhile, the Chinese food 4 were fumbling with their swords. Door guy number 2 had tugged his sleeve free of the wall and was hunting around for his pistol. One of the technicians reached for his gun. Nope. I fired a warning arrow, impaling the seat of his chair a millimeter from his crotch. I was loath to harm hapless mortals. Wow, I really wrote that sentence, but I had to keep these guys away from the naughty buttons that would destroy New York. I knocked 3 more arrows at once and did my best to look threatening. Get out of here. Go. The technicians looked tempted. It was, after all, a very fair offer, but their fear of me was apparently not as great as their fear of the Germany. Still growling in pain from the arrow in his leg, Leader Guy yelled, "Do your job." The technicians lunged towards their naughty buttons. The 4 Germany charged me. Sorry, guys. I split my arrows, shooting each technician in the foot, which I hoped would keep them distracted long enough for me to deal with the Germany. I blasted the closest barbarian into dust with an arrow to the chest, but the other 3 kept coming. I leaped into their midst, bow punching, elbow jabbing, arrow poking like a maniac. With another lucky shot, I took down a second Chinese food eater, then wrestled free long enough to throw a chair at door guy number 2, who had just located his gun. One of the metal legs knocked him out cold. 2 lemon chicken splattered Germany remained. As they charged, I ran between them with my bow horizontal, at face level, smacking them each in the nose. They staggered back as I fired 2 more shots, point blank. It wasn't very sporting, but it was effective. The Germany collapsed into piles of dust and sticky rice. I was feeling pretty smug until someone hit me in the back of the head. The room went red and purple. I crumpled to my hands and knees, rolled over to defend myself and found Leader Guy standing over me, the tip of his sword in my face. Enough, he snarled. His leg was soaked in blood, my arrow still stuck through his shin like a Halloween gag. He barked at the technicians, "Start those pumps." In a last desperate attempt to intervene, I sang, "Don't do me like that," in a voice that would have made Tom Petty cringe. Leader Guy dug his sword point into my Adam's apple. "Sing one more word and I will cut out your vocal cords." I frantically tried to think of more tricks I could pull. I'd been doing so well. I couldn't give up now. But lying on the floor, exhausted and battered and buzzing from adrenaline burnout, my head started to spin. My vision doubled. 2 leader guys floated above me. 6 blurry technicians with arrows in their shoes limped back to their control panels. "What's the hold up?" yelled leader guy. "We're trying, sir," said one of the techs. "The controls aren't. I can't get any readings." Both of leader guy's blurry faces glared down at me. "I'm glad you're not dead yet. Because I'm going to kill you slowly." Strangely, I felt elated. I may even have grinned. Had I somehow short-circuited the control panels when I stomped across them? Cool. I might die, but I had saved New York. "Try unplugging it," said the second tech. "Then plug it back in." Clearly, he was the senior troubleshooter for 1-555 Ask Evil. Tech number 3 crawled under the table and rummaged with cords. "It won't work," I croaked. "Your diabolical plan has been foiled." "No, we're good now," announced tech number 1. "Readings are nominal." He turned to leader guy. "Shall I dash?" "Why are you even asking?" Leader guy bellowed. "Do it." "No," I wailed. Leader guy dug his sword point a little deeper into my throat, but not enough to kill. Apparently, he was serious about wanting a slow death for me. The technicians punched their naughty buttons. They stared at the video monitors expectantly. I said a silent prayer, hoping the New York metropolitan area would forgive me my latest, most horrible failure. The techs fiddled with buttons some more. "Everything looks normal," said tech number 1, in a puzzled tone that indicated everything did not look normal. "I don't see anything happening," said leader guy, scanning the monitors. "Why aren't there flames? Explosions? I don't understand." Tech number 2 banged his monitor. "The fuel isn't. It's not going anywhere." I couldn't help it. I began to giggle. Leader guy kicked me in the face. It hurt so much I had to giggle even harder. "What did you do to my fire vats?" he demanded. "What did you do?" "Me?" I cackled. My nose felt broken. I was bubbling mucus and blood in a way that must have been extremely attractive. "Nothing." I laughed at him. It was just so perfect. The thought of dying here, surrounded by Chinese food and barbarians, seemed absolutely perfect. Either Nero's doomsday machines had malfunctioned all by themselves, I had done more damage to the controls than I'd realized, or somewhere deep beneath the building, something had gone right for a change, and I owed every troglodyte a new hat. The idea made me laugh hysterically, which hurt a great deal. Leader guy spat. "Now, I kill you." He raised his sword and froze. His face turned pale. His skin began to shrivel. His beard fell out whisker by whisker like dead pine needles. Finally, his skin crumbled away, along with his clothes and flesh, until leader guy was nothing but a bleached white skeleton, holding a sword in his bony hands. Standing behind him, his hand on the skeleton's shoulder, was Nico D'Angelo. "That's better," Nico said. "Now stand down." The skeleton obeyed, lowering its sword and stepping away from me. The technicians whimpered in terror. They were mortals, so I wasn't sure what they thought they'd just seen, but it was nothing good. Nico looked at them. "Run away." They fell all over each other to comply. They couldn't run very well with arrows in their feet, but they were out of the door faster than you could say. "Holy Hades, that dude just turned leader guy into a skeleton." Nico frowned down at me. "You look awful." I laughed weakly, bubbling snot. "I know, right?" My sense of humor didn't seem to reassure him. "Let's get you out of here," Nico said. "This whole building is a combat zone, and our job isn't done." 26 Tower of Fun Times. Giggle with me as we climb. For Meg. Glory. Hats. As Nico helped me to my feet, leader guy collapsed into a pile of bones. I guess controlling an animated skeleton while hauling my sorry butt off the floor was too much effort even for Nico. He was surprisingly strong. I had to lean against him with most of my weight since the room was still spinning, my face was throbbing, and I was still suffering from a bout of near-death giggles. Where's Will? I asked. Not sure. Nico pulled my arm tighter around his shoulders. He suddenly said, I am needed, and darted off in another direction. We'll find him. Nico sounded worried nonetheless. What about you? How exactly did you, do all this? I suppose he was talking about the piles of ash and rice, the broken chairs and control panels, and the blood of my enemies decorating the walls and the carpet. I tried not to laugh like a lunatic. Just lucky. Nobody's that lucky. I think your godly powers are starting to come back more. Like, a lot more. Yay. My knees buckled. Where's Rachel? Nico grunted, trying to keep me on my feet. She was fine last I saw her. She's the one who sent me here to get you. She's been having visions like crazy for the last day now. She's with the Trogs. We have Trogs. I leaned my head against Nico's and sighed contentedly. His hair smelled like rain against stone, a pleasant scent. Are you smelling my head? He asked. Could you not? You're getting noseblood all over me. Sorry. Then I laughed again. Wow, I thought distantly. That kick to the face must have rattled my brain loose. Nico half dragged me down the corridor as he briefed me on their adventures since the Trog encampment. I couldn't concentrate, and I kept giggling at inappropriate moments, but I gleaned that, yes, the Trogs had helped them disable the Greek fire vats, Rachel had managed to summon help from Camp Half-Blood, and Nero's tower was now the world's largest urban warfare play structure. In return, I told him that Lou now had silverware for hands. She had gone to get Nero's fasces from a Leontocephaline. What now? And I had to get to the southeast corner of the residence wing to find Meg. That, at least, Nico understood. You're 3 floors too low. Knew something was wrong. It'll be tough getting you through all the fighting. Every level is, well, we'd reached the end of the hallway. He kicked open a door and we stepped into the conference room of Calamity. A half-dozen troglodytes bounced around the room fighting an equal number of mortal security guards. Along with their fine clothing and hats, the Trogs all wore thick dark goggles to protect their eyes from the light, so they looked like miniature aviators at a costume party. Some guards were trying to shoot them, but the Trogs were small and fast. Even when a bullet hit one of them, it simply glanced off their rock-like skin, making them hiss with annoyance. Other guards had resorted to riot batons, which weren't any more effective. The Trogs leaped around the mortals, whacking them with clubs, stealing their helmets and basically having a grand old time. My old friend Gerfred, mighty of hats, corporate security chief, leaped from a light fixture, brained a guard, then landed on the conference table and grinned at me. He'd topped his police hat with a new baseball cap that read Triumvirate Holdings. Good combat, Lester Apollo. He beat his tiny fists against his chest, then ripped a speakerphone from the table and threw it in the face of an oncoming guard. Nico guided me through the chaos. We ducked through another doorway and ran straight into a Germanus, whom Nico impaled with his Stygian iron blade without even breaking stride. The Camp Half-Blood landing zone is just ahead, he told me as if nothing had happened. Landing zone? Yeah. Pretty much everybody came to help. Even Dionysus. I would have paid real drachma to watch him turn our enemies into grapes and stomp on them. That was always good for a laugh. Well, no, not Mr. D, Nico said. You know how it is. Gods don't fight demigod battles. Present company accepted. I'm an exception. I kissed the top of Nico's head in delight. Please don't do that. Okay. Who else is here? Tell me. Tell me. I felt like he was guiding me towards my own birthday party, and I was dying to know the guest list. Also, I felt like I was dying. Well, we'd arrived at a set of heavy mahogany sliding doors. Nico dragged one open and the setting sun nearly blinded me. Here we are now. A wide terrace ran along the entire side of the building, providing multi-million-dollar views of the Hudson River and New Jersey cliffs beyond, tinged burgundy in the sunset. The scene on the terrace was even more chaotic than the one in the conference room. Pegasi swooped through the air like giant seagulls, occasionally landing on the deck to unload new demigod reinforcements in orange camp half-blood shirts. Nasty-looking celestial bronze harpoon turrets lined the rails, but most of them had been blown up or crushed. Lounge chairs were on fire. Our friends from camp were engaged in close quarters fighting with dozens of Nero's forces, a few of the older demigod kids from Nero's imperial household, a squad of Germany, mortal security guards and even a few cynocephali, wolf-headed warriors with nasty claws and rabid, slavering mouths. Against the wall stood a line of potted trees, similar to in the throne room. Their dryads had risen up to fight alongside Camp Half-Blood against Nero's oppression. "Come, sisters," cried a ficus spirit, brandishing a pointy stick. "We have nothing to lose but our potting soil." In the center of the chaos, Chiron himself clopped back and forth, his white stallion lower half draped with extra quivers, weapons, shields and water bottles, like a combination demigod soccer mom and minivan. He wielded his bow as well as I ever could have, though that comment should be considered strictly off the record, while shouting encouragement and directions to his young charges. "Dennis, try not to kill enemy demigods or mortals." "Okay, well, from now on, then." "Yvette, watch your left flank." "Benwo, watch out there, Ben." This last comment was directed at a young man in a hand-powered wheelchair, his muscular upper body clad in a racing shirt, his driving gloves studded with spikes. His wild black hair flew in every direction, and as he turned blades jutted from the rims of his wheels, mowing down anyone who dared to get close. His last 180 had almost caught Chiron's back legs, but fortunately the old centaur was nimble. "Sorry." Ben grinned, seeming not sorry at all, then he wheeled himself straight into a pack of cynocephali. "Dad." Kayla came racing towards me. "Oh, gods, what happened to you?" "Nico, where's Will?" "That's a great question," Nico said. "Kayla, can you take Apollo while I go look?" "Yeah, go." Nico raced off while Kayla dragged me to the safest corner she could find. She propped me in the only intact chaise longue and began rummaging through her med pack. I had a lovely view of the sunset and the carnage in progress. I wondered if I could get one of Nero's servants to bring me a fancy drink decorated with a tiny umbrella. I started to giggle again, though what was left of my common sense whispered, "Stop it! Stop it! This is not funny." Kayla frowned, clearly worried by my mirth. She dabbed some menthol-scented healing ointment on my busted nose. "Oh, Dad! I'm afraid you're going to have a scar." "No." I giggled. "I'm so glad to see you." Kayla managed a weak smile. "You, too. Been a crazy afternoon." Nico and those trogs infiltrated the building from below. The rest of us hit the tower on several levels at once, overwhelmed their security. The Hermes cabin. Disarmed a lot of the traps and turrets and whatnot, but we've still got fierce fighting pretty much everywhere. "Are we winning?" I asked. A Germanus screamed as Sherman Yang, head counselor of Ares' cabin, threw him off the side of the building. "Hard to tell," Kayla said. Chiron told the newbies this was a field trip. Like a training exercise. They gotta learn sooner or later. I scanned the terrace. Many of those first-time campers, some no older than 11 or 12, were fighting wide-eyed alongside their cabin mates, trying to imitate whatever their counselors were doing. They seemed so very young, but, then again, they were demigods. They'd probably already survived numerous terrifying events in their short lives. And Kayla was right, adventures would not wait for them to be ready. They had to jump in, sooner better than La Terrosami. Chiron called. "Sword higher, dear." The young girl grinned and lifted her blade, intercepting the strike of a security guard's baton. She smacked her foe across the face with the flat of her blade. "Do we have field trips every week? This is cool." Chiron gave her a pained smile, then continued shooting down enemies. Kayla bandaged my face as best she could, wrapping white gauze around my nose and making me go cross-eyed. I imagined I looked like the partially invisible man, which made me giggle again. Kayla grimaced. "Okay, we gotta clear your head. Drink this." She lifted a vial to my lips. "Nectar. Definitely not nectar." The taste exploded in my mouth. Immediately, I realized what she was giving me and why: Mountain Dew, the glowing lime green elixir of perfect sobriety. I don't know what effect it has on mortals, but ask any supernatural entity and they will tell you that Mountain Dew's combination of sweetness, caffeine, and otherworldly genesquapotet radioactive taste is enough to bring complete focus and seriousness to any god. My eyesight cleared. My giddiness evaporated. I had zero desire to giggle. A grim sense of danger and impending death gripped my heart. Mountain Dew is the equivalent of the enslaved servant who would ride behind the emperor during his triumphal parades, whispering, "Remember, you are mortal, and you will die to keep him from getting a big head." "Meg," I said, recalling what was most important. "I need to find Meg." Kayla nodded grimly. "Then that's what we'll do. I brought you some extra arrows. Thought you might need them. You are the most thoughtful daughter ever." She blushed right down to the red roots of her hair. "Can you walk? Let's get moving." We ran inside and turned down a corridor that Kayla thought might lead to the stairwell. We pushed through another set of doors and found ourselves in the dining room of disaster. Under different circumstances, it might have been a lovely place for a dinner party: a table big enough for 20 guests, a Tiffany chandelier, a huge marble fireplace and wood-paneled walls with niches for marble busts each depicting the face of the same Roman emperor. If you guessed Nero, you win a Mountain Dew. Not part of the dinner plans, a red forest bull had somehow found its way into the room and was now chasing a group of young demigods around the table while they yelled insults and pelted it with Nero's golden plates, cups, and cutlery. The bull didn't seem to realize it could simply smash through the dining table and trample the demigods, but I suspected it would eventually figure that out. "Ugh, these things," said Kayla when she saw the bull. "I thought this would make an excellent description in the camp's encyclopedia of monsters." "Ugh, these things" was really all you needed to know about Tauri Sylvestras. "They can't be killed," I warned as we joined the other demigods in their game of ring around the dining table. "Yeah, I know." Kayla's tone told me she'd already had a crash course in forest bulls during her field trip fun. "Hey, guys," she said to her young comrades. "We need to lure this thing outside. If we can trick it off the edge of the terrace at the opposite end of the room." The doors burst open. My son Austin appeared, his tenor sax at the ready. Finding himself right next to the bull's head, he yelped, "Whoa," then let loose a dissonant squeak blat on the sax that would have made Coltrane proud. The bull lurched away, shaking its head in dismay, as Austin vaulted over the dining table and slid to our side. "Hey, guys," he said. "We having fun yet?" "Austin," Kayla said with relief. "I need to lure this bull outside. Can you dash?" She pointed at me. "We playing Pass the Apollo?" Austin grinned. "Sure. Come on, Dad. I got you." As Kayla mustered the younger demigods and began shooting arrows to goad the bull into following her, Austin hustled me through a side door. "Where to, Dad?" He politely did not ask why my nose was bandaged or why my breath smelled of Mountain Dew. "I have to find Meg," I said. "3 stories up? Southeast corner." Austin kept jogging with me down the corridor, but his mouth tightened in a thoughtful frown. "I don't think anybody's managed to fight their way up to that level yet, but let's do it." We found a grand circular stairwell that took us up one more floor. We navigated a maze of corridors, then shouldered through a narrow door into the hat room of horrors. Troglodytes had found the mother lode of haberdashery. The oversized walk-in closet must have served as Nero's seasonal coat check area, because fall and winter jackets lined the walls. Shelves overflowed with scarves, gloves and, yes, every conceivable manner of hat and cap. The trogs rifled through the collection with glee, stacking hats 6 or 7 high on their heads, trying on scarves and galoshes to augment their incredibly civilized fashion sense. One trog looked up at me through his dark goggles, cords of drool hanging from his lips. "Hots." I could only smile and nod and creep carefully around the edge of the closet, hoping none of the trogs mistook us for chapeau poachers. Thankfully, the trogs paid us no mind. We emerged from the other side of the closet into a marble foyer with a bank of elevators. My hopes rose. Assuming this was the main entrance to Nero's residential levels, where his most favored guests would be received. We were getting closer to Meg. Austin stopped in front of a keypad with a golden inlaid SPQR symbol. Looks like this elevator gives you direct access to the Imperial apartments. But we'd need a key card. Stairs? I asked. I don't know, he said. This close to the Emperor's quarters, I bet any passage up will be locked and booby-trapped. The Hermes cabin swept the lower stairwells, but I doubt they've made it this far. We're the first. He fingered the pads of his saxophone. Maybe I could open the elevator with the right sequence of tones. His voice trailed off as the elevator doors opened by themselves. Inside stood a young demigod with disheveled blonde hair and rumpled street clothes. 2 golden rings gleamed on his middle fingers. Cassius's eyes widened when he saw me. Clearly, he hadn't been expecting to run into me ever again. He looked like his last 24 hours had been almost as bad as mine. His face was grey, his eyes swollen and red from crying. He seemed to have developed a nervous twitch that traveled randomly around his body. His voice cracked. I didn't want. His hands trembling, he pulled off Meg's rings and offered them to me. Please. He looked past me. Clearly, he just wanted to leave, to get out of this tower. I'll admit I felt a surge of anger. This child had cut off Lugaselway's hands with Meg's own blades. But he was so small and so terrified. He looked like he expected me to turn into the beast, as Nero would have done, and punish him for what Nero had made him do. My anger dissolved. I let him drop Meg's rings into my palm. Go. Austin cleared his throat. Yeah, but first how about that key card? He pointed to a laminated square hanging from a lanyard around Cassius's neck. It looked so much like a school ID that any kid might wear that I hadn't even registered it. Cassius fumbled to remove it. He handed it to Austin. Then he ran. Austin tried to read my expression. I take it you've met that kid before. Long, bad story, I said. Will it be safe for us to use his elevator pass? Maybe, maybe not, Austin said. Let's find out. 27 Can T fight in person? We can video conference. I'll kill you online. The wonders never ceased. The keycard worked. The elevator did not incinerate us or drop us to our deaths. Unlike the previous elevator I'd taken, however, this one did have background music. We rose smoothly and slowly, as if Nero wanted to give us plenty of time to enjoy it. I've always thought you can judge the quality of a villain by his elevator music. Easy listening? Pedestrian villainy with no imagination. Smooth jazz? Devious villainy with an inferiority complex. Pop hits? Aging villainy trying desperately to be hip. Nero had chosen soft classical, as in the lobby. Oh, well played. This was self-assured villainy. Villainy that said I already own everything and have all the power. Relax. You're going to die in a minute, so you might as well enjoy this soothing string quartet. Next to me, Austin fingered the keys of his saxophone. I could tell he, too, was worried about the soundtrack. Wish it was Miles Davis, he said. That would be nice. Hey, if we don't get out of this, none of that talk, I chided. Yeah, but I wanted to tell you, I'm glad we had some time together. Like time. His words warmed me even more than Paul Blofia's lasagna. I knew what he meant. While I'd been Lester Papadopoulos, I hadn't spent much time with Austin, or any of the people I'd stayed with, really, but it had been more than we'd ever spent together when I was a god. Austin and I had got to know each other, not just as god and mortal, or father and son, but as two people working side by side, helping each other get through our often messed up lives. That had been a precious gift. I was tempted to promise we'd do this more often if we survived, but I'd learned that promises are precious. If you're not absolutely sure you can keep them, you should never make them, much like chocolate chip cookies. Instead, I smiled and squeezed his shoulder, not trusting myself to speak. Also, I couldn't help thinking about Meg. If so little time with Austin had been this meaningful, how could I possibly quantify what my adventures with Meg had meant to me? I'd shared almost my entire journey with that silly, brave, infuriating, wonderful girl. I had to find her. The elevator doors slid open. We stepped into a hallway with a floor mosaic depicting a triumphal procession through a burning New York cityscape. Clearly, Nero had been planning for months, perhaps years, to unleash his inferno no matter what I did. I found this so appalling and so in character for him, I couldn't even get angry. We stopped just before the end of the hall, where it split into a T. From the corridor to the right came the sounds of many voices in conversation, glasses clinking, even some laughter. From the corridor on the left, I heard nothing. Austin motioned for me to wait. He carefully removed a long brass rod from the body of his sax. He had all sorts of non-standard attachments on his instrument, including a bag of exploding reeds, tone hole cleaners that doubled as zip ties and a stiletto knife for stabbing monsters and unappreciative music critics. The rod he chose now was fitted with a small curved mirror on one end. He edged this into the hallway like a periscope, studied the reflections, then pulled it back. "Party room on the right," he whispered in my ear. "Full of guards, bunch of folks that look like guests. Library on the left, looks empty. If you need to get to the southeast corner to find Meg, you'll have to go straight through that crowd." I clenched my fists, ready to do whatever was necessary. From the party room came the voice of a young woman making an announcement. I thought I recognized the polite and terrified tone of the Dryad Erica. "Thank you all for your patience," she told the crowd. "The Emperor is just finishing up a few matters in the throne room. And the, minor disruptions on the lower floors will be taken care of very soon. In the meantime, please enjoy cake and beverages while we wait for " Her voice cracked the burning to start. The guests gave her a polite smattering of applause. I readied my bow. I wanted to charge into that crowd, free Erica, shoot everybody else and stomp on their cake. Instead, Austin grabbed my arm and pulled me back a few steps towards the elevator. "There's too many of them," he said. "Let me cause a distraction. I'll draw as many as I can into the library and lead them on a chase. Hopefully that'll clear a path for you to get to Meg." I shook my head. "It's too dangerous. I can't let you." "Hey." Austin smirked. For a moment, I glimpsed my own old godly self-confidence in him, that look that said, "I'm a musician. Trust me. Dangerous is part of the job description. Let me do this. You hang back until I draw them out. Then go find our girl. I'll see you on the other side." Before I could protest, Austin ran to the junction of the corridor and yelled, "Hey, idiots! You're all gonna die." Then he put his mouthpiece to his lips and blasted out "Pop Goes the Weasel." Even without the insults, that particular song, when played by a child of Apollo, will cause a stampede 100% of the time. I pressed myself against the wall by the elevator as Austin dashed towards the library, pursued by 50 or 60 angry screaming party guests and Germany. I could only hope Austin found a second exit from the library, or else this would be a very short chase. I forced myself to move. "Find our girl," Austin had said. Yes. That was the plan. I sprinted to the right and into the party room. Austin had cleared out the place completely. Even Erica seemed to have followed the rampaging "Pop Goes the Weasel" mob. Left behind were dozens of high cocktail tables covered in linen, sprinkled with glitter and rose petals, and topped with balsa wood centerpiece sculptures of Manhattan going up in painted flames. Even for Nero, I found this over the top. The sideboard was loaded with every conceivable party appetizer, plus a multi-layered red and yellow flame motif cake. A banner across the back wall read "Happy INF Erno." Along the other wall, plate glass windows, no doubt heavily insulated, looked over the city, allowing for a beautiful view of the promised firestorm, which now, bless the Trogs and their magnificent hats, would not be happening. In one corner, a small stage had been set up with a single microphone and a stand of instruments, a guitar, a lyre, and a violin. Oh, Nero! As a sick joke, he had intended to fiddle while New York burned. No doubt his guests would have laughed and clapped politely as the city exploded and millions perished to the tune of "This Land Is Your Land." And who were these guests? The Emperor's billionaire golf buddies? Adult demigods who had been recruited for his post-apocalyptic empire? Whoever they were, I hoped Austin stampeded them straight into a mob of angry troglodyte shareholders. It was fortunate no one was left in the room. They would have faced my wrath. As it was, I shot an arrow into the cake, which wasn't a very satisfying experience. I marched through the room, and then, impatient with the sheer size of the place, began to jog. At the far end, I kicked through a doorway, my bow drawn and ready, but found only another empty hallway. I recognized this area from my dreams, though. Finally, I had reached the imperial family's living area. Where were the guards? The servants? I decided I didn't care. Just up ahead would be Meg's door. I ran. Meg. I barreled into her bedroom. No one was there. The bed had been perfectly made up with a new comforter. The broken chairs had been replaced. The room smelled of pine sol, so even Meg's scent had been erased along with any sign of her rebellion. I'd never felt so depressed and alone. "Hello," said a small, tinny voice to my left. I shot an arrow at the nightstand, cracking the screen of a laptop computer showing Nero's face on a live video call. "Oh, no," he said dryly, his image now fractured and pixelated. "You got me." His image jiggled, too large and off-center, as if he were holding the camera phone himself and not used to using it. I wondered if the Emperor had to worry about cell phones malfunctioning, the way demigods did, or if the phone would broadcast his location to monsters. Then I realized. There was no monster within 500 miles worse than Nero. I lowered my bow. I had to unclench my jaw in order to speak. "Where is Meg?" "Oh, she's quite well. She's here with me in the throne room. I imagined you'd stumble in front of that monitor sooner or later, so we could chat about your situation." "My situation? You're under siege. We've ruined your inferno party. Your forces are being routed. I'm coming for you now, and, if you so much as touch a rhinestone on Meg's glasses, I'll kill you." Nero laughed gently, as if he had no concerns in the world. I didn't catch the first part of his response, because my attention was drawn to a flash of movement in the hallway. Screechbling, CEO of the Troglodytes, materialized in Meg's bedroom doorway, grinning with delight, his colonial outfit covered with monster dust and tufts of Red Bull fur, his tricorn hat topped with several new headwear acquisitions. Before Screechbling could say anything that would announce his presence, I gave him a subtle shake of the head, warning him to stay put, out of range of the laptop camera. I didn't want to give Nero any more information about our allies than necessary. It was impossible to read Screechbling's eyes behind his dark goggles, but, being a smart trog, he seemed to understand. Nero was saying quite a different situation. "Have you heard of Sassanid gas, Apollo?" I had no idea what that was, but Screechbling almost leaped out of his buckle shoes. His lips curled in a distasteful sneer. "Ingenious, really," Nero continued. "The Persians used it against our troops in Syria. Sulfur, bitumen, a few other secret ingredients. Horribly poisonous, causes excruciating death, especially effective in enclosed spaces like tunnels or buildings." My neck hairs stood on end. "Nero." "No, oh, I think yes," he countered, his voice still pleasant. "You've robbed me of my chance to burn down the city, but surely you didn't think that was my only plan. The backup system is quite intact. You've done me the favor of gathering the entire Greek camp in one place. Now, with just a push of a button, everything below the throne room level, your own people are down here." I yelled, shaking with fury. Nero's distorted face looked pained. "It's unfortunate, yes. But you've forced my hand. At least my darling Meg is here, and some of my other favorites. We will survive. What you don't seem to realize, Apollo, is that you can't destroy bank accounts with a bow and arrows. All my assets, all the power I've built up for centuries, it's all safe. And Python is still waiting for your corpse to be delivered to him. So let's make a deal. I will delay releasing my Sassanid surprise for say, 15 minutes. That should be enough time for you to reach the throne room. I'll let in you, and only you. And Meg." Nero looked baffled. "As I said, Meg is fine. I would never hurt her." I choked on my rage. "You do nothing but hurt her." He rolled his eyes. "Come on up and we'll have a chat. I'll even..." He paused, then laughed as if he'd had a sudden inspiration. "I'll even let Meg decide what to do with you. Surely that's more than fair." Your other option is that I release the gas now, then come down and collect your corpse at my leisure, along with those of your friends. No. I tried to curb the desperation in my voice. No, come up. Excellent. Nero gave me a smug smile. Ta-ta. The screen went dark. I faced Screech Bling. He stared back, his expression grum. Sassanid gas is very, bad, he said. I see why Red Priestess sent me here. Red, you mean Rachel? She told you to find me. Screech Bling nodded. She sees things, as you said. The future. The worst enemies. The best hats. She told me to come to this place. His voice conveyed a level of reverence that suggested Rachel Elizabeth Dare would be getting free skink soup for the rest of her life. I missed my Pythia. I wished she had sought me out herself, rather than sending Screech Bling, but since the Trog could run at supersonic speed and tear through solid rock, I guessed it made sense. The CEO scowled at the laptop's dark cracked monitor. Is it possible Necro is bluffing about the gas? No, I said bitterly. Nero doesn't bluff. He likes to boast, then follow through. He'll release that gas as soon as he has me in the throne room. 15 minutes, Screech Bling mused. Not much time. Try to stall him. I will gather the Trogs. We will disable this gas, or I will see you in under heaven. But Screech Bling vanished in a cloud of dust and bull hair. I tried to steady my breathing. The troglodytes had come through for us once before when I didn't believe they would. Still, we weren't underground now. Nero would not have told me about his poison gas delivery system if it was easy to find or disarm. If he could fumigate an entire skyscraper at the touch of a button, I didn't see how the Trogs would have time to stop him, or even get our forces safely out of the building. And, when I faced the Emperor, I had no chance of beating him unless Lou had succeeded in getting his fasces from the Leontocephaline, and that mission also seemed impossible. On the other hand, I didn't have much choice but to hope. I had a part to play. Stall Nero. Find Meg. I marched out of the bedroom. 15 minutes. Then I would end Nero, or he would end me. 28 Signs of the End Times, torches, rolling grapes, neck beards. Meg gets cleaned up nice. The blast doors were a nice touch. I'd found my way back to the throne room level with no problem. The elevators cooperated. The halls were eerily quiet. This time, no one greeted me in the antechamber. Where the ornamental golden doors had stood before, the entrance to Nero's inner sanctum was now sealed by massive panels of titanium and imperial gold. Hephaestus would have salivated at the sight, so much beautiful metal work, inscribed with sorcerous charms of protection worthy of Hecate. All to keep one slimy emperor safe in his pamp room. Finding no doorbell, I rapped my knuckles on the titanium. Shave and a haircut. No one gave the proper response, because barbarians. Instead, at the upper left-hand corner of the wall, a security camera light blinked from red to green. Good. Nero's voice crackled from a speaker in the ceiling. You're alone. Smart boy. I could have got offended by his boy comment, but there was so much else to feel offended by that I figured I'd better pace myself. The doors rumbled, parting just enough for me to squeeze through. They closed behind me. I scanned the room for Meg. She was nowhere in sight, which made me want to smack a Nero. The room was mostly unchanged. At the foot of Nero's dais, the Persian rugs had been replaced to get rid of those annoying bloodstains from Lugaselwe's double amputation. The servants had been cleared out. Forming a semicircle behind Nero's throne were a dozen Germany, some looking like they'd served as target practice for Camp Half-Blood's field trip. Where Lou and Gunther had stood before, at the Emperor's right hand, a new Germanus had taken their place. He had a stark white beard, a deep vertical scar on the side of his face and armor stitched from shaggy pelts that would have won him no friends in the animal rights community. Rows of imperial gold bars had been lowered over all the windows, making the entire throne room feel appropriately like a cage. Enslaved dryads hovered nervously near their potted plants. The children of the imperial household, only 7 of them, now, stood next to each plant with burning torches in their hands. Since Nero had raised them to be despicable, I supposed they would burn the dryads if I didn't cooperate. My hand rested against my jeans pocket, where I'd tucked Meg's golden rings. I was relieved that at least she wasn't standing with her siblings. I was glad young Cassius had run away from this place. I wondered where the other 3 missing adoptees had gone, if they'd been captured or had fallen in battle to Camp Half-Blood. I tried not to feel any satisfaction at the thought, but it was difficult. "Hello." Nero sounded genuinely happy to see me. He reclined on his couch, popping grapes in his mouth from a silver platter at his side. "Weapons on the floor, please. Where is Meg?" I demanded. "Meg?" Nero feigned confusion. He scanned the line of his torch-bearing children. "Meg? Let's see, where did I leave her? Which one is Meg?" The other demigods gave him forced smiles, perhaps not sure if dear old dad was joking. "She's close," Nero assured me, his expression hardening. "But, first, weapons on the floor. I am taking no chances that you will harm my daughter." I was so angry I couldn't finish the sentence. How could someone twist the truth with such brazenness, telling you the exact opposite of what was clear and obvious, and still sound like they believed what they were saying? How could you defend against lies that were so blatant and brash they should have required no challenge? I put down my bow and quivers. I doubted they would matter. Nero wouldn't have let me into his presence if he thought they were a threat. "And the ukulele," he said. "And the backpack." Oh, he was good. I set these next to my quivers. I realized that even if I tried something, even if I could throw flames at Nero or shoot him in the face or Apollo smash his horrible purple love seat, it wouldn't matter if his fasces was still intact. He looked completely at ease, as if he knew he was invulnerable. All my bad behavior would do is hurt others. The Dryads would burn. If the demigods refused to burn them, then Nero would have the Germany punish the demigods. And if the Germany hesitated to carry out his orders, well, after what had happened to Lugaselwe, I doubted any of the guards would dare challenge Nero. The Emperor held everyone in this room in a web of fear and threats. But what about Meg? She was the only wild card I could hope to play. As if reading my thoughts, Nero gave me a thin smile. "Meg, my dear," he called, "it's safe to come forward." She appeared from behind one of the columns in the back of the room. 2 cynocephali flanked her. The wolf-headed men did not touch her, but they walked beside her in such a tight orbit they reminded me of sheepdogs herding a wayward lamb. Meg looked physically unhurt, though she'd been bathed to within an inch of her life. All the hard-earned grime, ash, and dirt she'd accumulated on her way to the tower had been scrubbed away. Her pageboy haircut had been reshaped in a layered pixie style, parted in the middle, making Meg resemble the Dryads a little too closely. And her clothes, gone was Sally Jackson's Valentine dress. In its place, Meg wore a sleeveless purple gown, gathered at the waist by a golden cord. Her red high tops had been exchanged for gold-corded sandals. The only thing that remained of her old look was her glasses, without which she couldn't see, but I was surprised Nero had let her keep even those. My heart broke. Meg looked elegant, older, and quite beautiful. She also looked utterly, completely no longer herself. Nero had tried to strip away everything she had been, every choice she'd made, and replace her with someone else, a proper young lady of the imperial household. Her foster siblings watched her approach with undisguised loathing and jealousy. "There you are," Nero said with delight. "Come join me, dear." Meg met my eyes. I tried to transmit how concerned and anguished I felt for her, but her expression remained carefully neutral. She made her way towards Nero, each step cautious, as if the slightest false step or betrayal of emotion might cause invisible mines to explode around her. Nero patted the cushions next to him, but Meg stopped at the base of the dais. I chose to take this as a hopeful sign. Nero's face tightened with displeasure, but he masked it quickly, no doubt deciding, like the professional abusive villain he was, not to exert more pressure than was necessary, to keep the line taut without breaking it. "And so here we are." He spread his arms to take in this special occasion. "Lester, it's a shame you ruined our fireworks display. We could have been down in the parlor right now with our guests, watching a lovely sunset as the city burned. We could have had canapés and cake. But no matter. We still have so much to celebrate. Meg is home." He turned to the white-bearded Germanus. "Vercorix, bring me the remote control, would you?" He gestured vaguely to the coffee table, where a black lacquered tray was piled with tech gadgets. Vercorix lumbered over and picked one. "No, that's for the television," said Nero. "No, that's the DVR. "Yes, that's the one, I think." Panic swelled in my throat as I realized what Nero wanted, the control for releasing his cyanide gas. Naturally, he would keep it with his TV remotes. "Stop!" I yelled. "You said Meg would decide." Meg's eyes widened. Apparently, she hadn't heard Nero's plan. She looked back and forth between us, as if worried which of us might attack her first. Watching her inner turmoil made me want to weep. Nero smirked. "Well, of course she will. Meg, my dear, you know the situation. Apollo has failed you yet again. His plans are in ruins. He has sacrificed his allies' lives to make it this far." "That's not true," I said. Nero raised an eyebrow. "No? Vivian, I warned you that this tower was a death trap for your demigod friends. Did you rush down to save them? Did you hurry them out of the building? I gave you ample time." "No. You used them. You let them keep fighting to distract my guards, so you could sneak up here and try to reclaim your precious immortality." "What? I didn't." Nero swept his fruit platter off the sofa. It clattered across the floor. Grapes rolled everywhere. Everyone in the throne room flinched, including me, and this was obviously Nero's intention. He was a master at theatrics. He knew how to work a crowd, keep us on our toes. He invested his voice with so much righteous indignation, even I wondered if I should believe him. "You are a user, Apollo. You always have been. You leave a wake of ruined lives wherever you go. Hyacinthus, Daphne, Marsyas, Coronis. And your own oracles, Trophonius, Herophile, the Cumean Sibyl." He turned to Meg. "You've seen this with your own eyes, my dear. You know what I mean. Oh, Lester, I've been living among mortals for thousands of years. You know how many lives I've destroyed? None. I've raised a family of orphans." He gestured at his adopted children, some of whom winced as if he might throw a platter of grapes at them. "I've given them luxury, security, love. I've employed thousands. I've improved the world. But you, Apollo, you've been on Earth barely 6 months. How many lives have you wrecked in that time? How many have died trying to defend you? That poor griffin, Heloise. The Dryad, Moneymaker. Crest the Pandos. And, of course, Jason Grace." "Don't you dare," I snarled. Nero spread his hands. "Should I go on? The deaths at Camp Jupiter, Dawn, Dakota. The parents of that poor little girl Julia. All for what? Because you want to be a god again. You've whined and complained across this country and back again. So I ask you, are you worthy of being a god?" He had done his homework. It wasn't like Nero to remember the names of so many people he didn't care about. But this was an important scene. He was putting on a performance for all of us, especially Meg. "You're twisting everything into lies," I said. "Just like you always have for Meg and your other poor children." I shouldn't have called them poor. The 7 torchbearers glared at me with disdain. Clearly, they didn't want my pity. Meg's expression remained blank, but her eyes slid away from me and fixed on the patterns in the carpet. That probably wasn't a good sign. Nero chuckled. "Oh, Apollo, Apollo, you want to lecture me about my poor children? How have you treated yours?" He began rattling off a list of my parenting failures, which were many, but I only half listened. I wondered how much time had passed since I'd seen Screech bling. How long could I keep Nero talking, and would it be enough for the Trogs to disable the poison gas, or at least clear the building? Whatever the case, with those blast doors sealed and the windows barred, Meg and I were on our own. We would have to save each other, because no one else would. I had to believe we were still a team. "And even now," Nero continued, "your children are fighting and dying below, while you are here." He shook his head in disgust. "I tell you what. Let's set aside the issue of fumigating my tower for the moment." He placed the remote control next to him on the sofa, somehow making it seem like an incredibly generous concession that he would wait a few more minutes before gassing all my friends to death. He turned to Meg. "My dear, you can choose, as I promised. Which of our nature spirits should have the honor of killing this pathetic former god? We will make him fight his own battle for once." Meg stared at Nero as if he'd just spoken backwards. I can't." She wrung her fingers where her gold rings used to be. "I wanted to give them back to her so badly, but I was afraid even to breathe." Meg seemed to be teetering on the edge of an abyss. I feared any change in the room, the slightest vibration in the floor, a shift in the light, a cough, or a sigh might push her over. "You can't choose?" Nero asked, his voice dripping with sympathy. "I understand. We have so many dryads here, and they all deserve vengeance. After all, their species has only one natural predator, the Olympian gods." He scowled at me. "Meg is right. We will not choose. Apollo, in the name of Daphne, and all the other dryads whom you have tormented over the centuries, I decree that all our dryad friends will be allowed to tear you apart. Let's see how you defend yourself when you don't have any demigods to hide behind." He snapped his fingers. The dryads didn't seem too excited about tearing me apart, but the children of the imperial household held their torches closer to their potted trees, and something in the dryads seemed to break, flooding them with desperation, horror, and rage. They may have preferred to attack Nero, but since they couldn't, they did what he asked. They attacked me. 29.6 Hen, you're burning trees and it's allergy season, expect some sniffles. If their hearts had been in it, one would have died. I've seen actual mobs of bloodthirsty dryads attack. It's not something any mortal could live through. These tree spirits seemed more interested in just playing the part. They staggered towards me, yelling "Rawr," while occasionally glancing over their shoulders to make sure the torch-bearing demigods hadn't set fire to their life sources. I dodged the first two palm tree spirits who lunged at me. "I won't fight you!" I yelled. A sturdy ficus jumped on me from behind, forcing me to throw her off. "We're not enemies." A fiddle leaf fig was hanging back, perhaps waiting for her turn to get me, or just hoping she wouldn't get noticed. Her demigod keeper noticed, though. He lowered his torch and the fig tree went up in flames as if it had been doused in oil. The dryad screamed and commoosted, collapsing in a heap of ash. "Stop it!" Meg said, but her voice was so fragile it barely registered. The other dryads attacked me in earnest. Their fingernails stretched into talons. A lemon tree sprouted thorns all over her body and tackled me in a painful hug. "Stop it!" Meg said, louder this time. "Oh, let them try, my dear," Nero said, as the trees piled onto my back. "They deserve their revenge." The ficus got me in a chokehold. My knees buckled under the weight of 6 dryads. Thorns and talons raked every bit of exposed skin. I croaked, "Meg!" My eyes bulged. My vision blurred. "Stop!" Meg ordered. The dryads stopped. The ficus sobbed with relief and released her hold around my neck. The others backed off, leaving me on my hands and knees, gasping, bruised and bleeding. Meg ran to me. She knelt and put her hand on my shoulder, studying my scrapes and cuts and my ruined, bandaged nose with an agonized expression. I would have been overjoyed to get this attention from her if we hadn't been in the middle of Nero's throne room, or if I could just, breathe. Her first whispered question was not the one I'd been expecting: "Is Lou alive?" I nodded, blinking away tears of pain. "Last I saw," I whispered back. "Still fighting?" Meg's brow furrowed. For the moment, her old spirit seemed rekindled, but it was difficult to visualize her the way she used to be. I had to concentrate on her eyes, framed by her wonderfully horrible cat-eye glasses, and ignore the new wispy haircut, the smell of lilac perfume, the purple gown and gold sandals, and oh, gods! Someone had given her a pedicure. I tried to contain my horror. "Meg," I said. "There's only one person here you need to listen to, yourself. Trust yourself." I meant it, despite all my doubts and fears, despite all my complaints over the months about Meg being my master. She had chosen me, but I had also chosen her. I did trust her not in spite of her past with Nero, but because of it. I had seen her struggle. I'd admired her hard-won progress. I had to believe in her for my own sake. She was, God's help me, my role model. I pulled her gold rings from my pocket. She recoiled when she saw them, but I pressed them into her hands. You are stronger than he is. If I could have just kept her looking nowhere but at me, perhaps we could have survived in a small bubble of our old friendship, even surrounded by Nero's toxic environment. But Nero couldn't allow that. Oh, my dear. He sighed. I appreciate your kind heart. I do. But we can't interfere with justice. Meg stood and faced him. This isn't justice. His smile thinned. He glanced at me with a mixture of humor and pity, as if saying, now look what you've done. Perhaps you're right, Meg, he conceded. These dryads don't have the courage or the spirit to do what's necessary. Meg stiffened, apparently realizing what Nero intended to do. No, we will have to try something else. He gestured to the demigods, who lowered their torches into the plants. No! Meg screamed. The room turned green. A storm of allergens exploded from Meg's body, as if she'd released an entire season of oak pollen in a single blast. Verdant dust coated the throne room, Nero, his couch, his guards, his rugs, his windows, his children. The demigod's torch flames spluttered and died. The dryads' trees began to grow, roots breaking through their pots and anchoring to the floor, new leaves unfurling to replace the singed ones, branches thickening and stretching out, threatening to entangle their demigod minders. Not being complete fools, Nero's children scrambled away from their newly aggressive house plants. Meg turned to the dryads. They were huddled together trembling, burn marks steaming on their arms. Go heal, she told them. I'll keep you safe. With a grateful collective sob, they vanished. Nero calmly brushed the pollen from his face and clothes. His Germany seemed unperturbed, as if this sort of thing happened a lot. One of the cynocephali sneezed. His wolf-headed comrade offered him a Kleenex. My dear Meg, Nero said, his voice even, we've talked about this before. You must control yourself. Meg clenched her fists. You didn't have the right. It wasn't fair now, Meg. His voice hardened, letting her know that his patience was strained. Apollo might still be allowed to live, if that's really what you want. We don't have to surrender him to Python. But, if we're going to take that kind of risk, I'll need you at my side with your wonderful powers. Be my daughter again. Let me save him for you. She said nothing. Her stance radiated stubbornness. I imagined her putting down her own roots, mooring herself in place. Nero sighed. Everything becomes much, much harder when you wake the beast. You don't want to make the wrong choice again, do you? And lose someone else like you lost your father. He gestured to his dozen pollen-covered Germany, his pair of cynocephali, his 7 demigod foster children, all of whom glared at us as if they, unlike the dryads, would be quite happy to tear us to pieces. I wondered how quickly I could retrieve my bow, though I was in no shape for combat. I wondered how many opponents Meg could handle with her scimitars. Good as she was, I doubted she could fend off 21. Then there was Nero himself, who had the constitution of a minor god. Despite her anger, Meg couldn't seem to make herself look him in the face. I imagined Meg making these same calculations, perhaps deciding that there was no hope, that the only possibility of sparing my life was to give in to Nero. I didn't kill my father, she said, her voice small and hard. I didn't cut off loose hands or enslave those dryads or twist us all up inside. She swept a hand towards the other demigods of the household. You did that, Nero. I hate you. The emperor's expression turned sad and weary. I see. Well, if you feel that way, it's not about feelings, Meg snapped. It's about the truth. I'm not listening to you. And I'm not using your weapons to fight my fights anymore. She tossed her rings away. A small desperate yelp escaped my throat. Nero chuckled. That, my dear, was foolish. For once, I was tempted to agree with the emperor. No matter how good my young friend was with gourds and pollen, no matter how glad I was to have her at my side, I couldn't imagine us getting out of this room alive unarmed. The Germany hefted their spears. The imperial demigods drew their swords. The wolf-headed warriors snarled. Nero raised his hand, ready to give the kill command, when behind me a mighty boom shook the chamber. Half our enemies were thrown off their feet. Cracks sprouted in the windows and the marble columns. Ceiling tiles broke, raining dust like split bags of flour. I turned to see the impenetrable blast doors lying twisted and broken, a strangely emaciated Red Bull standing in the breach. Behind it stood Nico D'Angelo. Safe to say, I had not been expecting this kind of party crasher. Clearly, Nero and his followers hadn't, either. They stared in amazement as the Taurus Silvestris lumbered across the threshold. 6 Here the bull's blue eyes should have been, there were only dark holes. Its shaggy red hide hung loosely over its reanimated skeleton like a blanket. It was an undead thing with no flesh or soul, just the will of its master. Nico scanned the room. He looked worse than the last time I'd seen him. His face was covered in soot, his left eye swollen shut. His shirt was ripped to shreds, and his black sword dripped with some sort of monster blood. Worst of all, someone, I'm guessing a trog, had forced him to wear a white cowboy hat. I half expected him to say yeehaw in the most unenthusiastic voice ever. For the benefit of his skeleton bull, he pointed at Nero and said, "Kill that one." The bull charged. The followers of Nero went crazy. Germany rushed the creature like linebackers going after a wide receiver, desperate to stop it before it reached the dais. The cynocephali howled and bounded in our direction. The imperial demigods faltered, looking at each other for direction like, 14,410 Do we attack? The bull? The emo kid? Dad? Each other? This is the problem when you raise your children to be paranoid murderers. Vercorix. Nero shrieked, his voice a half-octave higher than usual. He leaped onto his couch, madly punching buttons on his Sassanid gas remote control and apparently deciding that it was not, in fact, his Sassanid gas remote control. "Bring me the other controls. Hurry." Halfway to the bull, Vercorix stumbled and reversed course for the coffee table, perhaps wondering why he'd taken this promotion and why Nero couldn't fetch his own stupid remotes. Meg tugged at my arm, shaking me from my stupor. "Get up." She dragged me out of the path of a cynocephalus, who landed next to us on all fours, snarling and slavering. Before I could decide whether to fight him with my bare hands or my bad breath, Nico leaped between us, his sword already in motion. He slashed the wolf man into dust and dog fur. "Hey, guys!" Nico's swollen eye made him look even fiercer than usual. "You should probably find some weapons." I tried to remember how to speak. "How did you dash?" "Wait, let me guess. Rachel sent you." "Yup." Our reunion was interrupted by the second wolf-headed warrior, who loped towards us more cautiously than his fallen comrade, edging sideways and looking for an opening. Nico fended him off with his sword and his scary cowboy hat, but I had a feeling we'd be getting more company soon. Nero himself was still screaming on his sofa while Vercorix fumbled with the tray of remote controls. A few feet away from us, the Germany were piling on top of the skeleton bull. Some of the imperial demigods ran to help them, but 3 of the more devious members of the family were hanging back, eyeing us, no doubt pondering the best way to kill us so they could get a gold star from Daddy on their weekly chore chart. "What about the Sassanid gas?" I asked Nico. "Trog's still working on that." I muttered a curse that would not have been appropriate for the ears of a youngster like Meg, except that Meg had taught me this particular curse. "Has Camp Half-Blood evacuated?" Meg asked. I was relieved to hear her join the conversation. It made me feel like she was still one of us. Nico shook his head. "No. They're fighting against Nero's forces on every floor. We warned everyone about the gas, but they won't leave until you guys leave." I felt a surge of gratitude and exasperation. Those stupid, beautiful Greek demigods, those brave, wonderful fools. I wanted to punch them all and then give them a big hug. The cynocephalus lunged. "Go!" Nico told us. I sprinted towards the entrance where I'd dropped my supplies, Meg right beside me. A Germanus flew overhead, kicked into oblivion by the bull. The zombie monster was about 20 feet from the Emperor's dais now, struggling to make it to the goal line, but it was losing momentum under the weight of a dozen bodies. The 3 devious demigods were now prowling in our direction, paralleling our course towards the front of the room. By the time I reached my possessions, I was gasping and sweating like I'd just run a marathon. I scooped up my ukulele, knocked an arrow in my bow and aimed at the approaching demigods, but 2 of them had disappeared. Perhaps they'd taken cover behind the columns? I fired at the only demigod still visible. Emilia, was it? But either I was weak and slow, or she was exceptionally well trained. She dodged my shot and kept coming. "What about weapons for you?" I asked Meg, knocking another arrow. She chin-pointed towards her foster sibling. "I'll take hers. You concentrate on Nero." Off she ran in her silk dress and sandals like she was about to lay waste to a black tie event. Nico was still dueling with the wolf dude. The zombie bull finally collapsed under the weight of Team Nero, meaning it wouldn't be long before the Germany came looking for new targets to tackle. Vercorix tripped and fell as he reached the Emperor's sofa, spilling the entire tray of remote controls across the cushions. "That one! That one!" Nero yelled unhelpfully, pointing to all of them. I took aim at Nero's chest. I was thinking how good it would feel to make this shot when someone leaped out of nowhere and stabbed me in the ribs. Clever Apollo! I had found one of the missing demigods. It was one of Nero's older boys, Lucius, perhaps? I would have apologized for not remembering his name, but since he had just driven a dagger into my side and now had me locked in a death embrace, I decided we could dispense with formalities. My vision swam. My lungs refused to fill with air. Across the room, Meg fought barehanded against Emilia and the 3rd missing demigod, who had apparently also been waiting in ambush. Lucius drove his knife in deeper. I struggled, sensing with detached medical interest that my ribs had done their job. They'd deflected the blade from my vital organs, which was great except for the excruciating pain of having a knife embedded between my skin and rib cage, and the massive amount of blood now soaking through my shirt. I couldn't shake Lucius. He was too strong, too close. In desperation, I yanked back my fist and gave him a big thumbs up right in the eye. He screamed and staggered away. Eye injuries, the absolute worst. I'm a medical god and they even make me squeamish. I didn't have the strength to knock another arrow. I stumbled, trymg to stay conscious as I slipped in my own blood. It's always a fun time when Apollo goes to war. Through the haze of agony, I saw Nero smiling triumphantly, holding aloft a remote control. Finally. "No," I prayed. "Zeus, Artemis, Leto, anybody. No." I couldn't stop the Emperor. Meg was too far away, barely holding her own against her 2 siblings. The bull had been battered into a pile of bones. Nico had dispatched the wolf man but now faced a line of angry Germany between him and the throne. "It's over." Nero gloated. "Death to my enemies." And he pushed the button. .30 Staying alive is really hard when you're always trying to kill me. "Death to my enemies" was an excellent battle cry. A true classic, delivered with conviction. Some of the drama was lost, however, when Nero pushed the button and the shades on the windows began to lower. The Emperor uttered a curse, perhaps one Meg had taught him, and dived into his sofa cushions, looking for the correct remote. Meg had disarmed Emilia, as she'd promised, and was now swinging her borrowed sword while more and more of her foster siblings encircled her, anxious to have a part in taking her down. Nico waded through the Germany. They outnumbered him more than 10 to 1, but they quickly developed a healthy respect for his Stygian iron blade. Even barbarians can master a steep learning curve if it is sharp and painful enough. Nico couldn't last forever against so many, though, especially since their spears had a longer reach and Nico could only see through his right eye. Vercorix barked at his men, ordering them to surround D'Angelo. Unfortunately, the grizzled lieutenant seemed much better at mustering his forces than he was at delivering remote controls. As for me, how can I explain the difficulties of using a bow after being stabbed in the side? I was not dead yet, which confirmed that the blade had missed all my important arteries and organs, but raising my arm made me want to scream in pain. Actually aiming and drawing my bow was torture worse than anything in the fields of punishment, and Hades can quote me on that. I'd lost blood. I was sweating and shivering. Nevertheless, my friends needed me. I had to do what I could. Mountain Dew, I muttered, trying to clear my head. First, I kicked Lucius in the face and knocked him out, because the sneaky little so-and-so deserved it. Then I fired an arrow at one of the other Imperial demigods, who was about to stab Meg in the back. I was reluctant to kill, remembering Cassius's terrified face in the elevator, but I hit my target in the ankle, causing him to scream and do the chicken walk around the throne room. That was satisfying. My real problem was Nero. With Meg and Nico overwhelmed, the Emperor had plenty of time to fish through his sofa cushions for remotes. The fact that his blast doors were destroyed did not seem to dampen his enthusiasm for flooding the tower with poison gas. Perhaps, being a minor god, he would be immune. Perhaps he gargled with Sassanid gas every morning. I fired at the Emperor's center mass, a shot that should have split his sternum. Instead, the arrow shattered on his toga. The garment had some form of protective magic, perhaps. Either that, or it was made by a really good tailor. With a great deal of pain, I knocked another arrow. This time I targeted Nero's head. I was reloading much too slowly. Every shot was an ordeal for my tortured body, but my aim was true. The arrow hit him right between the eyes. And shattered uselessly. He scowled at me from across the room. "Stop that!" Then he went back to searching for his remote. My spirits fell even further. Clearly, Nero was still invulnerable. Lucaselwe had failed to destroy his fasces. That meant we faced an emperor who had 3 times the power of Caligula or Commodus, and they hadn't exactly been pushovers. If Nero ever stopped obsessing about his poison gas gadget and actually attacked us, we would be dead. New strategy. I aimed at the remote controls. As he picked up the next one, I shot it out of his hand. Nero snarled and grabbed another. I couldn't fire fast enough. He pointed the gadget at me and mashed the buttons like this might erase me from existence. Instead, 3 giant TV screens lowered from the ceiling and flickered to life. The first showed local news, a live feed from a helicopter circling this very tower. Apparently, we were on fire. So much for the tower being indestructible. The second screen showed a PGA tournament. The third was split between Fox News and MSNBC, which side by side should have been enough to cause an antimatter explosion. I suppose it was a sign of Nero's apolitical bent, or perhaps his multiple personalities, that he watched them both. Nero growled in frustration and tossed the remote away. "Apollo, stop fighting me. You will die anyway. Don't you understand that? It's me or the reptile." The statement rattled me, making my next shot go wide. It hit the groin of the long-suffering Vercorix, who went cross-legged in pain as the arrow corroded his body to ash. "Dude," I muttered. "I am so sorry." At the far end of the room, behind Nero's dais, more barbarians appeared, marching to the Emperor's defense with their spears ready. Did Nero have a broom closet packed with reinforcements back there? That was totally unfair. Meg was still encircled by her foster siblings. She'd managed to get a shield, but she was hopelessly outnumbered. I understood her desire to abandon the dual scimitars Nero had given her, but I was starting to question the timing of that decision. Also, she seemed determined not to kill her attackers, but her foster siblings had no such reservations. The other demigods closed in around her, their confident smirks indicating that they sensed imminent victory. Nico was losing steam against the Germany. His sword seemed to become 10 pounds heavier every time he swung it. I reached for my quivers and realized I had only 1 arrow left to shoot, not including my Shakespearean life coach from Dodona. Nero pulled out yet another remote. Before I could take aim, he pressed a button. A mirrored ball lowered from the middle of the ceiling. Lights flashed. The Bee Gees' Stayin' Alive began to play, which everyone knows is one of the top 10 omens of impending doom in the Prophecy for Morons handbook. Nero threw away the remote and picked up, oh, gods! The last controller. The last one is always the right one. "Nico!" I yelled. I had no chance of bringing Nero down. Instead, I fired at the Germanus who stood directly between the son of Hades and the throne, blasting the barbarian to nothingness. Bless his fancy cowboy hat, Nico understood. He charged, breaking out of the ring of Germany and leaping straight for the Emperor with all his remaining strength. Nico's downward slash should have cleaved Nero from head to devil tail, but, with his free hand, the Emperor grabbed the blade and stopped it cold. The Stygian iron hissed and smoked in his grip. Golden blood trickled from between his fingers. He yanked the blade away from Nico and tossed it across the room. Nico lunged at Nero's throat, ready to choke him or make him into a Halloween skeleton. The Emperor backhanded him with such force the son of Hades flew 20 feet and slammed into the nearest pillar. "You fools cannot kill me!" Nero roared to the beat of the Bee Gees. "I am immortal!" He clicked his remote. Nothing obvious happened, but the Emperor screeched with delight. "That's it! That's the one! All your friends are dead now! Ha 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 ha!" Meg screamed in outrage. She tried to break out of her circle of attackers, as Nico had done, but one of the demigods tripped her. She crashed face first onto the carpet. Her borrowed sword clattered from her grip. I wanted to run to her aid, but I knew I was too far away. Even if I shot the arrow of Dodona, I couldn't take down an entire group of demigods. We had failed. In the tower below, our friends would now be choking to death, the entire camp wiped out with a single click of Nero's remote. The Germany hauled Nico to his feet and dragged him before the throne. The imperial demigods pointed their weapons at Meg, now prone and helpless. "Excellent!" Nero beamed. "But first things first. Guards, kill Apollo!" The Germany reinforcements barreled towards me. I fumbled for my ukulele, desperately reviewing my repertoire for a song that would produce a stunning reversal of fortunes. "I believe in miracles. Make it right." Behind me, a familiar voice roared, "Stop!" The tone was so commanding even Nero's guards and family members turned towards the broken blast doors. On the threshold stood Will Solis, radiating brilliant light. At his left was Lucaselwe, alive and well, her stumps now outfitted with daggers instead of silverware. At Will's right was Rachel Elizabeth Dare, holding a large axe wrapped in a golden bundle of rods, the fasces of Nero. "No one hits my boyfriend," Will thundered. "And no one kills my dad." Nero's guards made ready to attack, but the Emperor cried, "Everyone freeze!" His voice was so shrill that several of the Germany looked back to be sure he was the one who'd spoken. The demigods of the imperial family did not look pleased. They'd been about to give Meg the Julius Caesar in the Senate treatment, but at Nero's command they stayed their weapons. Rachel Dare scanned the room, the pollen-covered furniture and barbarians, the overgrown dryad trees, the pile of bull bones, the cracked windows and columns, the shades still going up and down on their own, the TVs blaring, the Bee Gees playing, the disco ball swirling. "What have you guys been doing in here?" she muttered. Will Solis strode confidently across the room, barking, "Out of my way," to the Germany. He marched straight to Nico and helped the son of Hades to his feet. Then he dragged Nico back to the entrance. No one tried to stop them. The Emperor inched backwards on his dais. He put one hand behind him, as if to reassure himself that his sofa was still there in case he needed to faint dramatically. He ignored Will and Nico. His eyes were fixed on Rachel and the fasces. "You." Nero wagged his finger at my red-headed friend. "You're the Pythia." Rachel hefted the fasces in her arms like a baby, a very heavy, pointy golden baby. "Rachel Elizabeth Dare," she said. "And right now I'm the girl holding your life in her hands." Nero licked his lips. He frowned, then grimaced, as if exercising his facial muscles for an onstage soliloquy. You all should be dead." He sounded both polite and vexed, as if chiding our comrades for not calling first before dropping by for dinner. From behind Lucaselwe, a smaller figure emerged, Screechbling, CEO of Troglodyte Incorporated, festooned with 6 new hats atop his tricorn. His grin was almost as bright as Will Solis. "Gas traps are, click finicky," he said. "Have to be sure the detonators are working." He opened his hand and let 4 9-volt batteries tumble to the floor. Nero glared at his foster children as if to say, "You had one job." "And how exactly?" Nero blinked and squinted. The glow of his own fasces seemed to hurt his eyes. "The Leontocephaline, you couldn't have defeated him." "I didn't." Lou stepped forward, allowing me a closer look at her new attachments. Someone, I guessed Will, had fixed her up with fresh bandages, more surgical tape and better blades, giving her a low-budget Wolverine look. I traded what the Guardian required, my immortality. But you don't have. Nero's throat seemed to close up. A look of dread came over his face, which was like watching someone press on wet sand and expel water from the center. I had to laugh. It was totally inappropriate, but it felt good. Lu has immortality, I said, because you're immortal. The two of you have been connected for centuries. Nero's eye twitched. But that's my eternal life. You can't trade my life for my life. Lu shrugged. It's a little shady, I agree. But the Leontocephaline seemed to find it amusing. Nero stared at her in disbelief. You would kill yourself just to kill me. In a heartbeat, Lu said. But it won't come to that. I'm just a regular mortal now. Destroying the fasces will do the same to you. She gestured to her Germanic former comrades. And all your other guards, too. They'll be free of your bondage. Then we'll see how long you last. Nero laughed as abruptly as I had. You can't. Don't any of you understand? All the power of the triumvirate is mine now. My fasces. His eyes lit with sudden hope. You haven't destroyed it yet, because you can't. Even if you could, you'd release so much power it would burn you to cinders. And, even if you didn't mind dying, all the power I've been accumulating for centuries would just sink into Delphi, to him. You don't want that, believe me. The terror in his voice was absolutely genuine. I finally realized just how much fear he'd been living with. Python had always been the real power behind the throne, a bigger puppet master than Nero's mother had ever been. Like most bullies, Nero had been shaped and manipulated by an even stronger abuser. You Pythia, he said. Rachel. That's what I said. I can influence the reptile. I can convince him to give you your powers back. But kill me, and all is lost. He doesn't think like a human. He has no mercy, no compassion. He'll destroy the future of our kind. Rachel shrugged. Seems to me that you've chosen your kind, Nero. And it isn't humanity. Nero cast his eyes desperately around the room. He fixed his gaze on Meg, who was now on her feet, swaying wearily in the circle of her imperial siblings. Meg, dear. Tell them. I said I would let you choose. I trust your sweet nature, your good senses. Meg regarded him as if he were a distasteful wall painting. She addressed her foster siblings, what you guys have done up till now it isn't your fault. It's Nero's fault. But now you've got to make a choice. Stand up to him, like I did. Drop your weapons. Nero hissed. Ungrateful child. The beast is dead. Meg tapped the side of her head. I killed it. Surrender, Nero. My friends will let you live in a nice prison somewhere. It's more than you deserve. That, Lu said, is the best deal you're going to get, Emperor. Tell your followers to stand down. Nero looked on the verge of tears. He seemed like he was ready to set aside centuries of tyranny and power struggles and to betray his reptile overlord. Villainy, after all, was a thankless, exhausting job. He took a deep breath. Then he screamed, kill them all. And a dozen Germany charged me. 31 Godly tug of war not recommended for kids. Or Lester's, either. We all make our choices. Mine was to turn and run. Not that I was terrified of a dozen Germany trying to kill me. Okay, yes, I was terrified of a dozen Germany trying to kill me. But also I had no arrows and no strength left. I badly wanted to hide behind stand next to Rachel, Screech Bling and my old friend the low-budget Celtic Wolverine. And end. Nero's words rang in my ears. Destroying the fasces would be deadly. I could not allow anyone else to take that risk. Perhaps the Leontocephaline had been amused for reasons Lu hadn't understood. Perhaps my sacrifice couldn't be avoided as easily as she believed. I stumbled into Lugaselway, who managed to catch me without stabbing me to death. Will, still glowing like an overachieving night light, had propped Nico against the wall and was now tending to his wounds. Screech Bling let out a high-pitched whistle, and more troglodytes poured into the room, charging the Emperor's forces in a flurry of shrieks, mining picks and stylish headwear. I gasped for breath, making a grabby hand gesture at Rachel. Give me the fasces. Please, she prompted. And, gee, sorry, I underestimated you, Rachel, You're actually kind of a warrior queen? Yes, please, and thank you, and all of that. Lu scowled. Apollo, are you sure you can destroy it? I mean, without killing yourself. No and no, I said. Rachel stared into the air, as if reading a prophecy written in the dancing lights of the disco ball. I can't see the outcome, she said. But he has to try. I took the fasces, struggling not to collapse under its weight. The ceremonial weapon hummed and shuddered like an overheating race car engine. Its aura made my pores pop and my ears ring. My side started to bleed again, if it had ever really stopped. I wasn't thrilled about the blood trickling down my chest and into my underwear while I had an important job to do. Sorry again, underwear. Cover me, I told the ladies. Lu leaped into battle, stabbing, slashing and kicking any Germany who got past the troglodytes. Rachel pulled out a blue plastic hairbrush and threw it at the nearest barbarian, beating him in the eye and making him howl. Sorry I underestimated you, Rachel, I thought distantly. You're actually kind of a hairbrush ninja. I cast a worried glance across the room. Meg was all right. More than all right. She had convinced all her remaining foster siblings to throw down their weapons. Now she stood in front of them like a general trymg to shore up her demoralized troops. Or, a less flattering comparison, she reminded me of one of Hades's dog trainers working with a pack of new hellhounds. At the moment, the demigods were obeying her commands and staying put, but any sign of weakness from her, any change in the temperature of the battle, and they might break ranks and slaughter everyone in sight. It didn't help that Nero was stomping up and down on his couch, screeching, "Kill Apollo! Kill Apollo," as if I were a cockroach he'd just spotted scurrying across the floor. For Meg's sake, I had to hurry. I gripped the fasces with both hands and tried to prise it apart. The golden bundle of rods glowed brighter and warmer, illuminating the bones and red flesh of my fingers, but it didn't budge. Come on, I muttered, trying again, hoping for a burst of godly strength. If you need another immortal life as a sacrifice, I'm right here. Maybe I should have felt foolish negotiating with a Roman ceremonial axe, but after my conversations with the Arrow of Dodona it seemed like a reasonable thing to try. The troglodytes made the Germany look like the bumbling team the Harlem Globetrotters always played. Sorry, Washington Generals. Lu sliced and poked and parried with her knife hands. Rachel stood protectively in front of me and occasionally muttered, "Apollo, now would be good," which I did not find helpful. Meg still had her foster siblings under control for the time being, but that could change. She was talking to them encouragingly, gesturing to me with a look that said Apollo has this. He'll destroy Dad any minute. Just watch. I wished I shared her certainty. I took a shaky breath. I can do this. I just need to concentrate. How hard can it be to destroy myself? I tried to break the fasces over my knee, which nearly broke my knee. At last Nero lost his cool. I supposed there was only so much satisfaction he could get from stomping on his sofa and screaming at his minions. "Do I have to do everything myself?" he yelled. "Do I have to kill you all? You forget I am a god." He jumped off his couch and marched straight towards me, his whole body starting to glow, because Wilsalis couldn't have his own thing. Oh, no, Nero had to glow, too. Trogs swarmed the emperor. He tossed them aside. Germany, who didn't get out of his way fast enough, were also thrown into the next time zone. Meg looked like she wanted to challenge Nero herself, but any move away from her foster siblings would have shattered their delicate standoff. Nico was still only half conscious. Will was busy trying to revive him. That left Lu and Rachel as my last line of defense. I couldn't have that. They'd been in harm's way for my sake enough already. Nero might have been the most minor of minor gods, but he still had divine strength. His glow was getting brighter as he approached the fasces. Like Will, like me in my own godly moments of rage, a thought came to me, or maybe something deeper than a thought, a sort of instinctive recognition. Like Caligula, Nero had always wanted to be the new sun god. He'd designed his giant golden colossus to look like my body with his head on it. This fasces wasn't just his symbol of power and immortality, it was his claim to godhood. What had he asked me earlier? Are you worthy of being a god? That was the central question. He believed he made a better deity than I did. Perhaps he was right, or perhaps neither of us was worthy. There was one way to find out. If I couldn't destroy the fasces myself, maybe with a little godly help get out of the way. I told Lou and Rachel. They glanced back at me like I was crazy. Run! One told them. They broke to either side just before Nero would have plowed through them. The Emperor stopped in front of me, his eyes flickering with power. You lose, he said. Give it to me. Take it if you can. I began to glow myself. Radiance intensified around me, as it had months ago in Indianapolis, but slower this time, building to a crescendo. The fasces pulsed in sympathy, beginning to superheat. Nero snarled and grabbed the handle of the axe. To our mutual surprise, the strength of my grip was equal to his. We played tug-of-war, swinging the blade back and forth, trymg to kill each other, but neither of us could win. The glow around us increased like a feedback loop, bleaching the carpet under our feet, widening the black marble columns. Germany had to stop fighting just to shield their eyes. Trogs screamed and retreated, their dark goggles insufficient protection. You cannot take it, Lester. Nero said through clenched teeth, pulling with all his might. I am Apollo, I said, tugging the other direction. God of the sun. And I revoke your divinity. The fasces cracked in two, the shaft shattering, the rods and golden blade exploding like a firebomb. A tsunami of flames washed over me, along with thousands of years of Nero's pent-up rage, fear, and insatiable hunger, the twisted sources of his power. I stood my ground, but Nero hurtled backwards and landed on the carpet, his clothes smoldering, his skin mottled with burns. My glow started to fade. I was unharmed, or at least no more harmed than I'd been before. The fasces was broken, but Nero remained alive and intact. Had all this been for nothing, then? At least he wasn't gloating anymore. Instead, the Emperor sobbed in despair. What have you done? Don't you see? Only then did he begin to crumble. His fingers disintegrated. His toga frayed into smoke. A glittery cloud plumed from his mouth and nose, as if he were exhaling his life force along with his final breaths. Worst of all, this glitter didn't simply vanish. It poured downward, seeping into the Persian rug, worming into cracks between the floor tiles, almost as if Nero were being pulled, clawed and dragged into the depths, piece by piece. You've given him victory, he whimpered. You've the last of his mortal form dissolved and soaked through the floor. Everyone in the room stared at me. The Germany dropped their weapons. Nero was finally gone. I wanted to feel joy and relief, but all I felt was exhaustion. Is it over? Lou asked. Rachel stood next to me, but her voice seemed to come from very far away. Not yet. Not even close. My consciousness was dimming, but I knew she was right. I understood the real threat now. I had to get going. There was no time to waste. Instead, I toppled into Rachel's arms and passed out. I found myself hovering over a different throne room, the Council of the Gods on Mount Olympus. Thrones curved around Hestia's great hearth, forming a U. My family, such as they were, sat watching a holographic image that floated above the flames. It was me, lying passed out in Rachel's arms in Nero's tower. So I was watching them watch me watch them. Nope. Too meta. This is the most critical time, Athena said. She was dressed in her usual armor and oversized helmet, which I'm pretty sure she stole from Marvin the Martian in Looney Tunes. He is perilously close to failure. Ares sat back and crossed his arms. I wish he'd get on with it, then. I have 20 golden drachma riding on this. That is so callous, Hermes chided. Besides, it's 30 drachmas, and I gave you very good odds. He pulled out a leather-bound notepad and a pencil. Any final bets, people? Stop, Zeus rumbled. He was dressed in a somber black three-piece suit, as if on his way to my funeral. His shaggy black beard was freshly combed and oiled. His eyes flickered with subdued lightning. He almost looked concerned for my situation. Then again, he was as good an actor as Nero. We must wait for the final battle, he announced. The worst is yet to come. Hasn't he proved himself already? Artemis demanded. My heart ached, seeing my sister again. He's suffered more in these last few months than even you could have expected. Whatever lesson you were trying to teach him, dear father, he's learned it. Zeus glowered. You do not understand all the forces at work here, daughter. Apollo must face the final challenge, for all our sakes. Hephaestus sat forward in his mechanical recliner, adjusting his leg braces. And, if he fails, what then? 11 Olympian gods? That's a terribly unbalanced number. It could work, Aphrodite said. Don't you start. Artemis snapped. Aphrodite batted her eyelashes, feigning innocence. What? I'm just saying some pantheons have way less than 12. Or we could elect a new 12th. A god of climate disasters. Ares suggested. That would be awesome. He and I could work well together. Stop it, all of you. Queen Hera had been sitting back with a dark veil over her face. Now she lifted it. To my surprise, her eyes were red and swollen. She had been crying. This has gone on long enough. Too much loss. Too much pain. But, if my husband insists on seeing it through, the least you all can do is not talk about Apollo as if he's already dead. Wow, I thought. Viviho is this woman and what has she done with my stepmother? Non-existent, Athena amended. If he fails, his fate will be much worse than death. But, whatever happens, it begins now. They all leaned forward, staring at the vision in the flames as my body began to stir. Then I was back in my mortal form, looking up not at the Olympians, but at the faces of my friends. 32 The final push, fam. Not throwing away my shot. Wait. Where is my shot? One was dreaming. One pointed weakly at Meg. And you weren't there. Neither were you, Lou. Or Nico and Will. Will and Nico exchanged worried looks, no doubt wondering if I had suffered brain damage. We need to get you to camp, Will said. I'll get one of the Pegasus. No, I struggled to sit up. I have to leave. Lou snorted. Look at yourself, buddy. You're in worse shape than I am. She was right, of course. At the moment, I doubted my hands were working as well as Lou's dagger attachments. My whole body shook with exhaustion. My muscles felt like worn-out tension cords. I had more cuts and bruises than the average rugby team. Nevertheless, I have no choice, I said. Nectar, please? And supplies. More arrows. My bow. He's right, unfortunately, Rachel said. Python. She clenched her jaw as if forcing down a belch of serpent. Prophecy gas. Python is getting stronger by the second. Everyone looked grim, but no one argued. After all we'd been through, why would they? My confrontation with Python was just another impossible task in a day of impossible tasks. I'll gather some supplies. Rachel kissed my forehead, then dashed off. Bow and quiver coming up, Nico said. And ukulele, Will added. Nico winced. Do we really hate Python that much? Will raised an eyebrow. Fine. Nico dashed off without kissing me on the forehead, which was just as well. He couldn't have reached my forehead with the massive brim of his cowboy hat. Lou glowered at me. You did good, cellmate. Was I crying? Had there been any point in the last 24 hours when I hadn't been crying? Lou, you're good people. I'm sorry I mistrusted you. She waved one of her daggers. That's okay. I thought you were pretty useless, too. I didn't say useless. I should go check on the former imperial family, she said. They're looking a little lost without General Sapling. She winked at Meg, then lumbered off. Will pressed a vial of nectar into my hands. Drink this. And this. He passed me a Mountain Dew. And here's some salve for those wounds. He handed the jar to Meg. Could you do the honors? I have to find more bandages. I used up my supply outfitting Lugaselwe dagger hands. He hurried away, leaving me alone with Meg. She sat next to me, cross-legged, and started finger painting my alkies with healing ointment. She had plenty of alkies to choose from. I alternated drinking my nectar and Mountain Dew, which was sort of like alternating between premium gasoline and regular gasoline. Meg had thrown away her sandals, braving bare feet despite the arrows, rubble, bones and discarded blades that littered the floor. Someone had given her an orange camp half-blood shirt, which she'd put on over her dress, making her allegiance clear. She still looked older and more sophisticated, but she also looked like my Meg. "I'm so proud of you," I said. I definitely was not weeping like a baby. "You were so strong. So brilliant. So, ow." She poked the dagger wound in my side, effectively silencing my compliments. "Yeah, I know. I had to be. For them." She chin-pointed to her wayward foster siblings, who had broken down in the wake of Nero's death. A couple of them stormed around the room, throwing things and screaming hateful comments while Lugaselwe and some of our demigods stood by, giving them space, watching to make sure the Imperials didn't hurt themselves or anyone else. Another child of Nero was curled up and sobbing between two Aphrodite campers who'd been pressed into service as grief counselors. Nearby, one of the youngest Imperials appeared catatonic in the arms of a hypnose camper, who rocked the child back and forth while singing lullabies. In the space of an evening, the Imperial children had gone from enemies to victims who needed help, and Camp Half-Blood was stepping up to the challenge. "They'll need time," Meg said. "And a lot of good support, like I got." "They'll need you," I added. "You showed them the way out." She gave me a one-shoulder shrug. "You really got a lot of wounds." I let her work, but as I sipped my high-octane beverages, I considered that perhaps courage was a self-perpetuating cycle, like abuse. Nero had hoped to create miniature, tortured versions of himself because that made him feel stronger. Meg had found the strength to oppose him because she saw how much her foster siblings needed her to succeed, to show them another way. There were no guarantees. The Imperial demigods had dealt with so much for so long, some of them might never be able to come back from the darkness. Then again, there had been no guarantees for Meg, either. There were still no guarantees that I would come back from what awaited me in the caverns of Delphi. All any of us could do was try, and hope that, in the end, the virtuous cycle would break the vicious one. I scanned the rest of the throne room, wondering how long I had been unconscious. Outside it was full dark. Emergency lights pulsed against the side of the neighboring building from the street far below. The thwump 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 of a helicopter told me we were still making local news. Most of the troglodytes had vanished, though Screech Bling and a few of his lieutenants were here, having what looked like a serious conversation with Sherman Yang. Perhaps they were negotiating a division of the spoils of war. I imagined Camp Half-Blood was about to be flush with Greek fire and Imperial gold weapons, while the Trogs would have a fabulous new selection of haberdashery and whatever lizards and rocks they could find. Demigod children of Demeter were tending the overgrown dryads, discussing how best to transport them back to camp. Over by the Emperor's dais, some of the Apollo kids, my kids, conducted triage operations. Jerry, Yan, and Gracie, the newbies from camp, now all looked like seasoned pros, shouting orders to the stretcher-bearers, examining the wounded, treating campers and Germany alike. The barbarians looked glum and dejected. None seemed to have the slightest interest in fighting. A few sported injuries that should have made them crumble to ash, but they were no longer creatures of Nero, bound to the living world by his power. They were just humans again, like Lugaselwe. They would have to find a new purpose for their remaining years, and I supposed none of them loved the idea of staying loyal to the cause of a dead emperor. "You were right," I told Meg. "About trusting Lugaselwe. I was wrong." Meg patted my knuckles. "Just keep saying that. I'm right. You're wrong. Been waiting months for you to realize it." She gave me a little smirk. Again, I could only marvel at how much she'd changed. She still looked ready to do a cartwheel for no reason, or wipe her nose on her sleeve with zero shame, or eat an entire birthday cake just because yum, but she was no longer the half-wild alley-dwelling urchin I'd met in January. She'd grown taller and more confident. She carried herself like someone who owned this tower. And for all I knew she might, now that Nero was dead, assuming the whole place didn't burn down. My voice failed me. "Meg, I have to know." She looked away long enough to wipe her cheek, knocking her glasses cockeyed in the process. "You have to do this next part on your own, hey?" I thought about the last time I'd physically stood in the depths of Delphi, when Meg and I had inadvertently wandered there through the labyrinth during a three-legged race. Ah, those were simpler times. The situation now was different. Python had grown too powerful. Having seen his lair in my dreams, I knew that no demigod could survive that place. The poisonous air alone would burn away flesh and melt lungs. I did not expect to survive there long myself, but in my heart I had always known this would be a one-way trip. Must do this alone, I agreed. Leave it to Meg to distill the most important crisis of my 4,000-year-plus life into a single unanswerable question. I shook my head, wishing I had an unquestionable answer. I guess I have to trust that I won't screw up. Oh, shut it, McCaffrey. She forced a smile. After a few more moments of putting salve on my wounds, she said, "So this is goodbye." She swallowed that last word. I tried to find my voice. I seemed to have lost it somewhere down in my intestines. I will find you, Meg. Afterwards. Assuming. No screw UPS. I made a sound between a laugh and a sob. Yes. But either way. She nodded. Even if I survived, I would not be the same. The best I could hope for was to emerge from Delphi with my godhood restored, which was what I had wanted and dreamed about for the past half a year. So why did I feel so reluctant about leaving behind the broken, battered form of Lester Papadopoulos? Just come back to me, dummy. That's an order. Meg gave me a gentle hug, conscious of my injuries. Then she got to her feet and ran off to check on the imperial demigods, her former family, and possibly her family yet to be. My other friends all seemed to understand, too. Will did some last-minute bandaging. Nico handed me my weapons. Rachel gave me a new pack stuffed with supplies. But none of them offered any lingering goodbyes. They knew every minute counted now. They wished me luck and let me go. As I passed, Screech Bling and the troglodyte lieutenants stood at attention and removed their headwear, all 620 hats. I recognized the honor. I nodded my thanks and forged on across the broken threshold before I could melt into another fit of ugly sobbing. I passed Austin and Kayla in the antechamber, tending to more wounded and directing younger demigods in cleanup efforts. They both gave me weary smiles, acknowledging the million things we didn't have time to say. I pushed onward. I ran into Chiron by the elevators, on his way to deliver more medical supplies. "You came to our rescue," I said. "Thank you." He looked down at me benevolently, his head nearly scraping the ceiling, which had not been designed to accommodate centaurs. "We all have a duty to rescue each other, wouldn't you say?" I nodded, wondering how the centaur had become so wise over the centuries, and why that same wisdom had escaped me until I had been Lesterized. "And did your joint task force meeting go well?" I asked, trying to remember what Dionysus had told us about why Chiron had been away. It seemed like so long ago. Something about a severed cat's head. Chiron chuckled. "A severed head. And a cat. Two different, people. Acquaintances of mine from other pantheons. We were discussing a mutual problem." He just threw that information out there as if it wasn't a brain-exploding grenade. Chiron had acquaintances from other pantheons? Of course he did. "And a mutual problem, do I want to know?" I asked. "No," he said gravely. "You really don't." He offered his hand. "Good luck, Apollo." We shook, and off I went. I found the stairs and took them. I didn't trust the elevators. During my dream in the cell, I'd seen myself sweeping down the stairwells of the tower when I fell to Delphi. I was determined to take the same path in real life. Maybe it wouldn't matter, but I would have felt silly if I took a wrong turn on my way to confront Python and ended up getting arrested by the NYPD in the Triumvirate Holdings lobby. My bow and quiver jostled against my back, clanging against my ukulele strings. My new supply pack felt cold and heavy. I held on to the railings so my wobbly legs wouldn't collapse under me. My ribs felt like they'd been newly tattooed with lava, but considering everything I'd been through, I felt remarkably whole. Maybe my mortal body was giving me one last push. Maybe my godly constitution was kicking in to help. Maybe it was the nectar and Mountain Dew cocktail coursing through my bloodstream. Whatever it was, I would take all the help I could get. 10 floors. 20 floors. I lost track. Stairwells are horrible, disorienting places. I was alone with the sound of my breathing and the pounding of my feet against the steps. A few more floors, and I began to smell smoke. The hazy air stung my eyes. Apparently, part of the building was still on fire. Awesome. The smoke got thicker as I continued to descend. I began to cough and gag. I pressed my forearm over my nose and mouth and found that this did not make a very good filter. My consciousness swam. I considered opening a side door and trying to find fresh air, but I couldn't see any exits. Weren't stairwells supposed to have those? My lungs screamed. My oxygen-deprived brain felt like it was about to pop out of my skull, sprout wings, and fly away. I realized I might be starting to hallucinate. Brains with wings. Cool. I trudged forward. Wait, what happened to the stairs? When had I reached a level surface? I could see nothing through the smoke. The ceiling got lower and lower. I stretched out my hands, searching for any kind of support. On either side of me, my fingers brushed against warm, solid rock. The passageway continued to shrink. Ultimately I was forced to crawl, sandwiched between two horizontal sheets of stone with barely enough room to raise my head. My ukulele wedged itself in my armpit. My quiver scraped against the ceiling. I began to squirm and hyperventilate from claustrophobia, but I forced myself to calm down. I was not stuck. I could breathe, strangely enough. The smoke had changed to volcanic gas, which tasted terrible and smelled worse, but my burning lungs somehow continued to process it. My respiratory system might melt later, but right now, I was still sucking in the sulfur. I knew this smell. I was somewhere in the tunnels beneath Delphi. Thanks to the magic of the labyrinth and or some strange source Rouse high-speed link that connected Nero's tower to the reptile's lair, I had climbed, walked, stumbled, and crawled halfway across the world in a few minutes. My aching legs felt every mile. I wriggled onward towards a dim light in the distance. Rumbling noises echoed through a much larger space ahead. Something huge and heavy was breathing. The crawl space ended abruptly. I found myself peering down from the lip of a small crevice, like an air vent. Below me spread an enormous cavern, the lair of Python. When I had fought Python before, thousands of years ago, I hadn't needed to seek out this place. I had lured him into the upper world and fought him in the fresh air and sunlight, which had been much better. Now, looking down from my crawl space, I wished I could be anywhere else. The floor stretched for several football fields, punctuated by stalagmites and split by a web of glowing volcanic fissures that spewed plumes of gas. The uneven rock surface was covered with a shag carpet of horror, centuries of discarded snake skins, bones and the desiccated carcasses of I didn't want to know. Python had all those volcanic crevices right there, and he couldn't be bothered to incinerate his trash? The monster himself, roughly the size of a dozen jackknifed cargo trucks, took up the back quarter of the cavern. His body was a mountain of reptilian coils, rippling with muscle, but he was more than simply a big snake. Python shifted and changed as it suited him, sprouting clawed feet, or vestigial bat wings, or extra hissing heads along the side of his body, all of which withered and dropped off as rapidly as they formed. He was the reptilian conglomeration of everything that mammals feared in their deepest, most primal nightmares. I'd suppressed the memory of just how hideous he was. I preferred him when he'd been obscured in poisonous fumes. His capsize head rested on one of his coils. His eyes were closed, but that did not fool me. The monster never really slept. He only waited for his hunger to swell, for his chance at world domination, for small, foolish Lesters to jump into his cave. At the moment, a shimmering haze seemed to be settling over him, like the embers of a spectacular fireworks show. With nauseating certainty, I realized I was watching Python absorb the last remnants of the fallen triumvirate's power. The reptile looked blissful, soaking in all that warm, Nero-y goodness. I had to hurry. I had one shot at defeating my old enemy. I was not ready. I was not rested. I was definitely not bringing my A-game. In fact, I had been so far below my A-game for so long that I could barely remember any letters north of Omnop. Yet somehow I'd got this far. I felt a tingly sensation of power building just under my skin, perhaps my divine self, trying to reassert itself in the proximity of my old archenemy. I hoped it was that and not just my mortal body combusting. I managed to maneuver my bow into my hands, draw an arrow and nock it, no easy task while lying flat on your belly in a crawl space. I even managed to avoid wanging my ukulele against the rocks and giving away my position with a rousing open chord. So far, so good. Deep breath. This was for Meg. This was for Jason. This was for everyone who had fought and sacrificed to drag my sorry mortal butt from quest to quest for the last 6 months, just to get me this chance at redemption. I kicked forward, spilling head first out of the crack in the ceiling. I flipped in midair, aimed and fired my arrow at Python's head. 33 Seriously, guys, I know my shot was right here. Help me look for it. One missed. Don't even pretend you're surprised. Rather than piercing the monster's skull as I'd hoped, my arrow shattered on the rocks a few feet from his head. Splinters skittered harmlessly across the cavern floor. Python's lamp-like eyes snapped open. I landed in the center of the room, ankle-deep in a bed of old snakeskin. At least I didn't break my legs on impact. I could save that disaster for my big finale. Python studied me, his gaze cutting like headlights through the volcanic fumes. The shimmering haze that surrounded him was snuffed out. Whether he had finished digesting its power, or whether I had interrupted him, I couldn't be sure. I hoped he might roar in frustration. Instead, he laughed a deep rumble that liquefied my courage. It's unnerving to watch a reptile laugh. Their faces are simply not designed for showing humor. Python didn't smile, per se, but he bared his fangs, pulled back his Tootsie Roll segmented lips and let his forked tongue lash the air, probably savoring the scent of my fear. And here we are. His voice came from all around me, each word a drill bit set against my joints. I have not quite finished digesting Nero's power, but I suppose it will have to do. He tastes like dried rat anyway. I was relieved to hear I'd interrupted Python's emperor tasting. Perhaps this would make him slightly less impossible to defeat. On the other hand, I didn't like how unperturbed he sounded, how utterly confident. Of course, I didn't look like much of a threat. I nocked another arrow. Slither away, snake. While you still can. Python's eyes gleamed with amusement. Amazing. You still haven't learned humility? I wonder how you will taste. Like rat? Like God? They are similar enough, I suppose. He was so wrong. Not about gods tasting like rats wouldn't know. But I had learned plenty of humility. So much humility that now, facing my old nemesis, I was racked with self-doubt. I could not do this. Had I been thinking? And yet, along with humility, I'd learned something else. Getting humiliated is only the beginning, not the end. Sometimes you need a second shot, and a third, and a fourth. I fired my arrow. This one hit Python in the face, skittering across his left eyelid and making him blink. He hissed, raising his head until it towered 20 feet above me. Stop embarrassing yourself, Lester. I control Delphi. I would have been content to rule the world through my puppets, the emperors, but you have helpfully cut out the middlemen. I have digested the power of the triumvirate. Now I will digest my third shot. Throat punched him. It didn't pierce the skin. That would have been too much to hope for. But it hit with sufficient force to make him gag. I sidestepped around piles of scales and bones. I jumped a narrow fissure so hot it steam-baked my crotch. I nocked another arrow as Python's form began to change. Rows of tiny leathery wings sprouted from his back. 2 massive legs grew from his belly, lifting him up until he resembled a giant Komodo dragon. I see, he grumbled. Won't go quietly. That's fine. We can make this hurt. He tilted his head, like a dog listening, an image that made me never want to own a dog. Ah, Delphi speaks. Would you like to know your future, Lester? It's very short. Green luminescent fumes thickened and swirled around him, filling the air with the acrid scent of rot. I watched, too horrified to move, as Python breathed in the spirit of Delphi, twisting and poisoning its ancient power until he spoke in a booming voice, his words carrying the inescapable weight of destiny. Apollo will fall. No. Rage filled my body. My arms steamed. My hands glowed. I fired my fourth arrow and pierced Python's hide just above his new right leg. The monster stumbled, his concentration broken. Clouds of gas dissipated around him. He hissed in pain, stomping his legs to make sure they still worked. He roared, "Never interrupt a prophecy." Then he barreled towards me like a hungry freight train. I leaped to one side, somersaulting through a pile of carcasses as Python bit a chunk out of the cave floor where I'd been standing. Baseball-sized debris rained down around me. One chunk hit the back of my head and nearly knocked me unconscious. Python struck again. I'd been trying to string another shaft, but he was too fast. I jumped out of the way, landing on my bow and shattering my arrow in the process. The cave was now a whirring factory of snake flesh conveyor belts, shredder apparatuses, compactors and pistons, all made of Python's writhing body, every component ready to grind me into pulp. I scrambled to my feet and leaped over a section of the monster's body, narrowly avoiding a newly grown head that snapped at me from Python's side. Given Python's strength and my own frailty, I should have died several times over. The only thing keeping me alive was my small size. Python was a bazooka, I was a house Efley. He could easily kill me with one shot, but he had to catch me first. "You heard your fate," Python boomed. I could feel the cold presence of his massive head looming above me. "Apollo will fall. It's not much, but it's enough." He almost caught me in a coil of flesh, but I hopped out of the snare. My tap-dancing friend Lavinia Asimov would have been proud of my fancy footwork. "You cannot escape your destiny," Python gloated. "I have spoken, so must it be." This demanded a witty comeback, but I was too busy gasping and wheezing. I leaped onto Python's trunk and used it as a bridge to cross one of the fissures. I thought I was being clever until a random lizard foot sprouted next to me and raked my ankle with its claws. I screamed and stumbled, desperately grasping for any handhold as I slipped off the side of the reptile. I managed to grab a leathery wing, which flapped in protest, trying to shake me off. I got one foot on the rim of the fissure, then somehow hauled myself back to solid ground. Bad news, my bow tumbled into the void. I couldn't stop to mourn. My leg was on fire. My shoe was wet with my own blood. Naturally, those claws would be venomous. I'd probably just reduced my lifespan from a few minutes to a few fewer minutes. I limped towards the cavern wall and squeezed myself into a vertical crack no bigger than a coffin. Oh, why did I have to make that comparison? I'd lost my best weapon. I had arrows but nothing to shoot them with. Whatever fits of godly power I was experiencing, they weren't consistent and they weren't enough. That left me with an out-of-tune ukulele and a rapidly deteriorating human body. I wished my friends were here. I would have given anything for Meg's exploding tomato plants, or Nico's Stygian iron blade, or even a team of fast-running troglodytes to carry me around the cavern and screech insults at the giant tasty reptile. But I was alone. Wait. A faint tingle of hope ran through me. Not quite alone. I fumbled in my quiver and drew out yet old arrow of Dodona. "How doth we, Sirrah?" the arrow's voice buzzed in my head. "Dothing great," I wheezed. "I got-ate him right where I want-ate him." "That bad? Zounds! Where are you, Apollo?" Python roared. "I can smell your blood." "Hear that, arrow?" I wheezed, delirious from exhaustion and the venom coursing through my veins. I forced him to call me Apollo. "A great victory," intoned the arrow. "'Twould seem 'tis almost time." "What?" I asked. Its voice sounded unusually subdued, almost sad. "One said nothing. You did too." "One didst not. We must needs formulate a new plan. One shall go right, thou shalt go left." "Okay," I agreed. "Wait. That won't work. You don't have legs. You can't hide." Python bellowed. "You are no god." This pronouncement hit me like a bucket of ice water. It didn't carry the weight of prophecy, but it was true nonetheless. At the moment, I wasn't sure what I was. I certainly wasn't my old godly self. I wasn't exactly Lester Papadopoulos, either. My flesh steamed. Pulses of light flickered under my skin, like the sun trying to break through storm clouds. When had that started? I was between states, morphing as rapidly as Python himself. I was no god. I would never be the same old Apollo again. But, in this moment, I had the chance to decide what I would become, even if that new existence only lasted a few seconds. The realization burned away my delirium. "Won't hide," I muttered. "I won't cower. That's not who I will be." The arrow buzzed uneasily. "So what is the plan?" I grasped my ukulele by the fretboard and held it aloft like a club. I raised the arrow of Dodona in my other hand and burst from my hiding place. Charge! At the time, this seemed like a completely sane course of action. If nothing else, it surprised Python. I imagined what I must have looked like from his perspective, a ragged teenaged boy with ripped clothes and cuts and contusions everywhere, limping along with one bloody foot, waving a stick and a four-stringed instrument and screaming like a lunatic. I ran straight at his massive head, which was too high for me to reach. I started smashing my ukulele against his throat. Die! Clang! Die! Twang! Die! Crack sprowing. On the third strike, my ukulele shattered. Python's flesh convulsed, but, rather than dying like a good snake, he wrapped a coil around my waist, almost gently, and raised me to the level of his face. His lamp-like eyes were as large as I was. His fangs glistened. His breath smelled of long-decayed flesh. "Enough now." His voice turned calm and soothing. His eyes pulsed in sync with my heartbeat. "You fought well. You should be proud. Now you can relax." I knew he was doing that old reptile hypnosis trick, paralysing the small mammal so it would be easier to swallow and digest. And, in the back of my mind, some cowardly part of me, Lester? Apollo? Was there a difference? Whispered, yes, relaxing would feel really good right now. I had done my best. Surely, Zeus would see that and be proud. Maybe he would send down a lightning bolt, blast Python into tiny pieces and save me. As soon as I thought this, I realized how foolish it was. Zeus didn't work that way. He would not save me any more than Nero had saved Meg. I had to let go of that fantasy. I had to save myself. I squirmed and fought. I still had my arms free and my hands full. I stabbed Python's coil with my broken fretboard so forcefully that it ripped his skin and stuck in his flesh like a massive splinter, green blood oozing from the wound. He hissed, squeezing me tighter, pushing all the blood into my head until I feared I would blow my top like a cartoon oil well. "Has anyone ever told you," Python rasped, "that you are annoying?" "I hath," the arrow of Dodona said in a melancholy tone. "1,000 times." I couldn't respond. I had no breath. It took all my remaining strength to keep my body from imploding under the pressure of Python's grip. "Well," Python sighed, his breath washing over me like the wind from a battlefield. "No matter. We have reached the end, you and I. He squeezed harder, and my ribs began to crack. 34 Found my shot. Took it. Forgot I was tied to it. Down I go. Bye-bye. One fought. I squirmed. I pounded on Python's skin with my tiny fist, then wriggled my ukulele thorn back and forth in the wound, hoping to make him so miserable he would drop me. Instead, his giant glowing eyes simply watched, calm and satisfied, as my bones developed stress fractures I could hear in my inner ear. I was a submarine in the Mariana Trench. My rivets were popping. "Deest thou not?" the arrow of Dodona implored me. "The time has come. WH-. I tried to wheeze out a question, but I had too little air in my lungs. "The prophecy which Python sake," said the arrow. "If thou must fall, then so you shall, but first cuest thou me." The arrow tilted in my hand, pointing towards Python's enormous face. My thought process was muddled, what with my brain exploding and all, but its meaning jabbed into me like a ukulele fretboard. "I can't," I thought. "No. Thou must." The arrow sounded resigned, determined. I thought about how many miles I had traveled with this small sliver of wood, and how little credence I'd usually given its words. I remembered what it had told me about it being cast out of Dodona, a small expendable branch from the ancient grove, a piece no one would miss. I saw Jason's face. I saw Heloise, Crest, Moneymaker, Don the Fawn, Dakota, all those who had sacrificed themselves to get me here. Now my last companion was ready to pay the cost for my success, to have me do the one thing it had always told me never to do. No, I croaked, possibly the last word I would ever be able to speak. What is that? Python asked, thinking I had spoken to him. Does the little rat beg for mercy at the end? I opened my mouth, unable to answer. The monster's face loomed closer, anxious to savor my last sweet whimpers. Fare thee well, friend, said the arrow. Apollo will fall, but Apollo must rise again. With those last words, conveying all the power of his ancient grove, the arrow closed the reptile's prophecy. Python came within range, and with a sob of despair I jabbed the arrow of Dodona up to its fletching in his enormous eye. He roared in agony, lashing his head back and forth. His coils loosened just enough for me to wriggle free. I dropped, landing in a heap at the edge of a wide crevice. My chest throbbed. Definitely broken ribs. Probably a broken heart. I had far exceeded the maximum recommended mileage for this Lester Papadopoulos body, but I had to keep going for the arrow of Dodona. I hey death to keepeth goingeth. I struggled to my feet. Python continued flailing, trying to dislodge the arrow from his eye. As a medical god, I could have told him that this would only make the pain worse. Seeing my old Shakespearean missile weapon sticking out of the serpent's head made me sad and furious and defiant. I sensed that the arrow's consciousness was gone. I hoped it had fled back to the grove of Dodona and joined the millions of other whispering voices of the trees, but I feared it was simply no more. Its sacrifice had been real, and final. Anger pumped through me. My mortal body steamed in earnest, bursts of light flashing under my skin. Nearby, I spotted Python's tail thrashing. Unlike the snake that had curled around the leontocephaline, this serpent had a beginning and an end. Behind me yawned the largest of the volcanic crevices. I knew what I had to do. Python. My voice shook the cavern. Stalactites crashed around us. I imagined, somewhere far above us, Greek villagers freezing in their tracks as my voice echoed from the ruins of the holy site, olive trees shuddering and losing their fruit. The Lord of Delphi had awoken. Python turned his remaining baleful eye on me. You will not live. I'm fine with that, I said. As long as you die, too. I tackled the monster's tail and dragged it towards the chasm. What are you doing? He roared. Stop it, you idiot. With Python's tail in my arms, I leaped over the side. My plan should not have worked. Given my puny mortal weight, I should have simply hung there like an air freshener from a rearview mirror. But I was full of righteous fury. I planted my feet against the rock wall and pulled, dragging Python down as he howled and writhed. He tried to whip his tail around and throw me off, but my feet stayed firmly planted against the side of the chasm wall. My strength grew. My body shone with brilliant light. With one final defiant shout, I pulled my enemy past the point of no return. The bulk of his coils spilled into the crevasse. The prophecy came true. Apollo fell, and Python fell with me. Hesiod once wrote that a bronze anvil would take 9 days to fall from Earth to Tartarus. I suspect he used the word 9 as shorthand for I don't know exactly how long, but it would seem like a long, long time. Hesiod was right. Python and I tumbled into the depths, flipping over one another, bouncing against walls, spinning from total darkness into the red light of lava veins and back again. Given the amount of damage my poor body took, it seems likely that I died somewhere along the way. Yet I kept fighting. I had nothing left to wield as a weapon, so I used my fists and feet, punching the beast's hide, kicking at every claw, wing, or nascent head that sprouted from his body. I was beyond pain. I was now in the realm of extreme agony. Is the new feeling great? I torqued myself in midair so that Python took the brunt of our collisions with the walls. We couldn't escape one another. Whenever we drifted apart, some force brought us back together again like marriage bonds. The air pressure became crushing. My eyes bulged. The heat baked me like a batch of Sally Jackson's cookies, but still my body glowed and steamed, the arteries of light now closer to the surface, dividing me into a 3D Apollo jigsaw puzzle. The crevice walls opened around us, and we fell through the cold and gloomy air of Erebos, the realm of Hades. Python tried to sprout wings and fly away, but his pathetic bat appendages couldn't support his weight, especially with me clinging to his back, breaking his wings as soon as they formed. "Stop it!" Python growled. The arrow of Dodona still bristled in his ruined eye. His face oozed green blood from a dozen places where I had kicked and punched him. "I hate you." Which just goes to show that even arch-enemies of 4,000 years can still find something to agree on. With a great ka-fruum, we hit water. Or not water. More like a roaring current of bone-chillingly cold grey acid. The river Styx swept us downstream. If you love Category 5 rapids on a river that can drown you, dissolve your skin and corrode your sense of self all at the same time, I highly recommend a giant serpent cruise on the Styx. The river sapped my memories, my emotions, my will. It prized open the burning cracks in my Lester Papadopoulos shell, making me feel raw and unmade like a moulting dragonfly. Even Python was not immune. He fought more sluggishly. He flailed and clawed to reach the shore, but I elbowed him in his one good eye, then kicked him in the gullet, anything to keep him in the water. Not that I wanted to drown, but I knew Python would be much more dangerous on solid ground. Also, I did not like the idea of showing up on Hades's doorstep in my present condition. I could expect no warm welcome there. I clung to Python's face, using the arrow of Dodona's lifeless shaft like a rudder, steering the monster with tugs of torture. Python wailed and bellowed and thrashed. All around us, the Styx's rapids seemed to laugh at me. "You see? You broke a vow. And now I have you." I held on to my purpose. I remembered Meg McCaffrey's last order, "Come back to me, dummy." Her face remained clear in my mind. She had been abandoned so many times, used so cruelly. I would not be another cause of grief for her. I knew who I was. I was her dummy. Python and I tumbled through the grey torrent and then, without warning, shot off the edge of a waterfall. Again we fell, into even deeper oblivion. All supernatural rivers eventually empty into Tartarus, the realm where primordial terrors dissolve and reform, where monsters germinate on the continent-sized body of Tartarus himself, slumbering in his eternal dream state. We did not stop long enough for a selfie. We hurtled through the burning air and the spray of the abysmal waterfall as a kaleidoscope of images spun in and out of view, mountains of black bone like Titan scapulae, fleshy landscapes dotted with blisters that popped to release glistening newborn dragons and gorgons, plumes of fire and black smoke spewing upward in darkly festive explosions. We fell even further, into the Grand Canyon crevasse of this horror world, to the deepest point of the deepest realm of creation. Then we slammed into solid rock. "Wow, Apollo, you marvel! How did you survive?" I didn't. By that point, I was no longer Lester Papadopoulos. I was not Apollo. I'm not sure who or what I was. I rose to my feet, I don't know how, and found myself on a blade of obsidian, jutting over an endless churning sea of umber and violet. With a combination of horror and fascination, I realized I was standing on the brink of chaos. Below us churned the essence of everything, the great cosmic soup from which all else had spawned, the place where life first began to form and think, "Hey, I am separate from the rest of this soup." One step off this ledge, and I would rejoin that soup. I would be utterly gone. I examined my arms, which seemed to be in the process of disintegration. The flesh burned away like paper, leaving marbled lines of glowing golden light. I looked like one of those transparent anatomy dolls designed to illustrate the circulatory system. In the center of my chest, subtler than the best MRI could capture, was a haze of roiling violet energy. My soul? My death? Whatever it was, the glow was getting stronger, the purple tint spreading through my form, reacting to the nearness of chaos, working furiously to unknit the golden lines that held me together. That probably wasn't good. Python lay beside me, his body also crumbling, his size drastically reduced. He was now only 5 times larger than me, like a prehistoric crocodile or constrictor, his shape a mixture of the two, his hide still rippling with half-formed heads, wings, and claws. Impaled in his blind left eye, the arrow of Dodona was still perfectly intact, not a bit of fletching out of place. Python rose to his stubby feet. He stomped and howled. His body was coming apart, turning into chunks of reptile and light, and I must say I didn't like the new disco crocodile look. He stumbled towards me, hissing and half-blind. Destroy you. I wanted to tell him to chill out. Chaos was way ahead of him. It was rapidly tearing apart our essences. We no longer had to fight. We could just sit on this obsidian spire and quietly crumble together. Python could cuddle up against me, look out over the vast expanse of chaos, mutter it's beautiful, then evaporate into nothingness. But the monster had other plans. He charged, bit me around the waist and barreled forward, intent on pushing me into oblivion. I couldn't stop his momentum. I could only shuffle and twist so that when we hit the edge, Python tumbled over first. I clawed desperately at the rock, grabbing the rim as Python's full weight almost yanked me in half. We hung there, suspended over the void by nothing but my trembling fingers, Python's maw clamped around my waist. I could feel myself being torn in two, but I couldn't let go. I channeled all my remaining strength into my hands, the way I used to do when I played the lyre or the ukulele, when I needed to express a truth so deep it could only be communicated in music, the death of Jason Grace, the trials of Apollo, the love and respect I had for my young friend Meg McCaffrey. Somehow, I managed to bend one leg. I need Python in the chin. He grunted. I need him again, harder. Python groaned. He tried to say something, but his mouth was full of Apollo. I struck him once more, so hard I felt his lower jaw crack. He lost his grip and fell. He had no final words, just a look of half-blind reptilian horror as he plummeted into chaos and burst into a cloud of purple fizz. I hung from the ledge, too exhausted to feel relief. This was the end. Pulling myself up would be beyond my ability. Then I heard a voice that confirmed my worst fears. 35 Hanging with my peeps, hanging by my fingertips, it's the same, really. One told you so. I never doubted those would be the last words I heard. Next to me, the goddess Styx floated over the void. Her purple and black dress might have been a plume of chaos itself. Her hair drifted like an ink cloud around her beautiful, angry face. I wasn't surprised that she could exist here so effortlessly, in a place where other gods feared to go. Along with being the keeper of sacred oaths, Styx was the embodiment of the river of hate. And, as anyone can tell you, hatred is one of the most durable emotions, one of the last to fade into non-existence. I told you so. Of course she had. Months ago at Camp Half-Blood, I had made a rash oath. I'd sworn on the river Styx not to play music or use a bow until I was a god again. I'd reneged on both counts, and the goddess Styx had been dogging my progress ever since, sprinkling tragedy and destruction wherever I went. Now I was about to pay the final price. I would be cancelled. I waited for Styx to prise my fingers from the obsidian ledge, then give me a raspberry as I plummeted into the soupy, amorphous destruction below. To my surprise, Styx wasn't done talking. Have you learned? She asked. If I hadn't felt so weak, I might have laughed. I had learned, all right. I was still learning. At that moment, I realized I'd been thinking about Styx the wrong way all these months. She hadn't put destruction in my path. I'd caused it myself. She hadn't got me into trouble. I was the trouble. She had merely called out my recklessness. Yes, I said miserably. Too late, but I get it now. I expected no mercy. Certainly, I expected no help. My little finger slipped free of the ledge. 9 more until I fell. Styx's dark eyes studied me. Her expression was not gloating, exactly. She looked more like a satisfied piano teacher whose 6-year-old pupil had finally mastered Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star. Hold on to that, then, she said. What, the rock? I murmured. Or the lesson? Styx made a sound that did not belong at the brink of chaos. She chuckled with genuine amusement. I suppose you'll have to decide. With that, she dissolved into smoke, which drifted upward towards the airy climes of Erebos. I wished I could fly like that. But, alas, even here, at the precipice of non-existence, I was subject to gravity. At least I had vanquished Python. He would never rise again. I could die knowing that my friends were safe. The oracles were restored. The future was still open for business. So what if Apollo was erased from existence? Maybe Aphrodite was right. 11 Olympians was plenty. Hephaestus could pitch this as a reality TV show, 11 is enough. His streaming service subscriptions would go through the roof. Why couldn't I let go, then? I kept clinging to the edge with stubborn determination. My wayward pinky found its grip again. I had promised Meg I would return to her. I hadn't sworn it as an oath, but that didn't matter. If I said I would do it, I had to follow through. Perhaps that was what Styx had been trying to teach me. It wasn't about how loudly you swore your oath, or what sacred words you used. It was about whether or not you meant it. And whether your promise was worth making. Hold on, I told myself. To both the rock and the lesson. My arms seemed to become more substantial. My body felt more real. The lines of light wove together until my form was a mesh of solid gold. Was it just a last hopeful hallucination, or did I actually pull myself up? My first surprise, I woke. People who have been dissolved into chaos typically don't do that. Second surprise, my sister Artemis was leaning over me, her smile as bright as the harvest moon. Took you long enough, she said. I rose with a sob and hugged her tight. All my pain was gone. I felt perfect. I felt I almost thought, like myself again, but I wasn't sure what that even meant anymore. I was a god again. For so long, my deepest desire had been to be restored. But instead of feeling elated, I wept on my sister's shoulder. I felt like if I let go of Artemis, I would fall back into chaos. Huge parts of my identity would shake loose, and I would never be able to find all the puzzle pieces. Whoa, there. She patted my back awkwardly. Okay, little fella. You're all right now. You made it. She gently extricated herself from my arms. Not a cuddler, my sister, but she did allow me to hold her hands. Her stillness helped me stop trembling. We were sitting together on a Greek-style sofa bed, in a white marble chamber with a columned terrace that opened onto a view of Olympus, the sprawling mountaintop city of the gods, high above Manhattan. The scent of jasmine and honeysuckle wafted in from the gardens. I heard the heavenly singing of the 9 muses in the distance, probably their daily lunchtime concert in the agora. I really was back. I examined myself. I wore nothing but a bed sheet from the waist down. My chest was bronze and perfectly sculpted. My muscular arms bore no scars or fiery lines glowing beneath the surface. I was gorgeous, which made me feel melancholy. I had worked hard for those scars and bruises. All the suffering my friends and I had been through. My sister's words suddenly sank in. Took you long enough. I choked on despair. How long? Artemis's silver eyes scanned my face, as if trying to determine what damage my time as a human had done to my mind. Do you mean? I knew immortals could not have panic attacks. Yet my chest constricted. The itcher in my heart pumped much too fast. I had no idea how long it had taken me to become a god again. I'd lost half a year from the time Zeus zapped me at the Parthenon to the time I plummeted to Manhattan as a mortal. For all I knew, my restorative siesta had taken years, decades, centuries. Everyone I'd known on Earth might be dead. I could not bear that. How long was I out? What century is this? Artemis processed this question. Knowing her as well as I did, I gathered she was tempted to laugh, but hearing the degree of hurt in my voice, she kindly thought better of it. Not to worry, brother, she said. Since you fought Python, only 2 weeks have passed. Boreas the north wind could not have exhaled more powerfully than I did. I sat upright, throwing aside my sheet. But what about my friends? They'll think I'm dead. Artemis studiously regarded the ceiling. Not to worry. I sent them clear omens of your success. They know you have ascended to Olympus again. Now, please, put on some clothing. I'm your sister, but I would not wish this sight on anyone. I knew very well she was just teasing me. Godly bodies are expressions of perfection. That's why we appear naked in ancient statuary, because you simply do not cover up such flawlessness with clothing. Nevertheless, her comment resonated with me. I felt awkward and uncomfortable in this form, as if I'd been given a Rolls-Royce to drive but no car insurance to go with it. I'd felt so much more comfortable in my economy compact Leicester. Yes. I gazed around the room. Is there a closet? Her laughter finally escaped. A closet? That's adorable. You can just wish yourself into clothes, little brother. Ah. I knew she was right, but I felt so flustered I even ignored her little brother comment. It had been too long since I'd relied on my divine power. I feared I might try and fail. I might accidentally turn myself into a camel. Oh, fine, Artemis said. Allow me. A wave of her hand, and suddenly I was wearing a knee-length silver dress, the kind my sister's followers wore complete with thigh-laced sandals. I suspected I was also wearing a tiara. Perhaps something less huntery. I think you look lovely. Her mouth twitched at the corner. But very well. A flash of silver light, and I was dressed in a man's white chiton. Come to think of it, that piece of clothing was pretty much identical to a hunter's gown. The sandals were the same. I seemed to be wearing a crown of laurels instead of a tiara, but those weren't very different, either. Conventions of gender were strange. But I decided that was a mystery for another time. Thank you, I said. She nodded. The others are waiting in the throne room. Are you ready? I shivered, though it should not have been possible for me to feel cold. The others. I remembered my dream of the throne room, the other Olympians gambling on my success or failure. I wondered how much money they'd lost. What could I possibly say to them? I no longer felt like one of them. I wasn't one of them. In a moment, I told my sister. Would you mind? She seemed to understand. I'll let you compose yourself. I'll tell them you'll be right in. She kissed me lightly on the cheek. I am glad you're back. I hope I won't regret saying that. Me, too, I agreed. She shimmered and vanished. I took off the laurel wreath. I did not feel comfortable wearing such a symbol of victory. I ran my finger across the gilded leaves, thinking of Daphne, whom I had treated so horribly. Whether Aphrodite had cursed me or not, it was still my fault that the blameless Naiad had turned herself into a laurel tree just to escape me. I walked to the balcony. I set the wreath on the edge of the railing, then ran my hand across the hyacinth that grew along the lattice, another reminder of tragic love. My poor hyacinthus. Had I really created these flowers to commemorate him, or just to wallow in my own grief and guilt? I found myself questioning many things I had done over the centuries. Strangely enough, this uneasiness felt somewhat reassuring. I studied my smooth tan arms, wishing again that I had retained a few scars. Lester Papadopoulos had earned his cuts, bruises, broken ribs, blistered feet, acne. Well, perhaps not the acne. No one deserves that. But the rest had felt more like symbols of victory than laurels, and better commemorations of loss than hyacinths. I had no great desire to be here in Olympus, my home that was not a home. I wanted to see Meg again. I wanted to sit by the fire at Camp Half-Blood and sing ridiculous songs, or joke with the Roman demigods in the Camp Jupiter mess hall while platters of food flew over our heads and ghosts in glowing purple togas regaled us with tales of their former exploits. But the world of demigods wasn't my place. I had been privileged to experience it, and I needed to remember it. That didn't mean I couldn't go back to visit, though. But first I had to show myself to my family, such as they were. The gods awaited. I turned and strode out of my room, trying to recall how the god Apollo walked. 36 Hooray! Yippee! Yay! Apollo is in the house. Hold your applause, please. Why so big? I'd never really thought about it before, but after 6 months away, the Olympians' throne room struck me as ridiculously huge. The interior could have housed an aircraft carrier. The great domed ceiling, spangled with constellations, could have nested all the largest cupolas ever created by humans. The roaring central hearth was just the right size for rotisserie cooking a pickup truck. And, of course, the thrones themselves were each the size of a siege tower, designed for beings that were 20 feet tall. As I hesitated on the threshold, awestruck by the massiveness of it all, I realized I was answering my own question. The point of going big was to make our occasional guests feel small. We didn't often allow lesser beings to visit us, but, when we did, we enjoyed the way their jaws dropped, and how they had to crane their necks to see us properly. If we then chose to come down from our thrones and shrink to mortal size, so we could pull these visitors aside and have a confidential chat, or give them a pat on the back. It seemed like we were doing something really special for them, descending to their level. There was no reason the thrones couldn't have been human size, but then we would have seemed too human, and we didn't like being reminded of the resemblance. Or 40 feet tall, but that would have been too awkward, too much shouting to make ourselves heard. We'd need magnifying glasses to see our visitors. We could have even made the thrones 6 inches tall. Personally, I would have loved to see that. A demigod hero straggles into our presence after some horrible quest, takes a knee before an assembly of miniature gods, and Zeus squeaks in a Mickey Mouse voice, "Welcome to Olympus." As I thought all this, it dawned on me that the gods' conversations had stopped. They had all turned to look at me standing in the doorway. The entire squad was here today, which only happened on special occasions, the solstice, Saturnalia, the World Cup. I had a moment's panic. Did I even know how to turn 20 feet tall anymore? Would they have to summon a booster seat for me? I caught Artemis's eye. She nodded, either a message of encouragement, or a warning that if I didn't hurry up and enchant myself, she would help by turning me into a 20-foot-tall camel in an evening gown. That gave me just the shot of confidence I needed. I strode into the room. To my great relief, my stature grew with every step. Just the right size, I took my old throne, directly across the hearth from my sister, with Ares on my right and Hephaestus on my left. I met the eyes of each god in turn. You have heard of imposter syndrome? Everything in me screamed I am a fake. I do not belong here. Even after 4,000 years of godhood, 6 months of mortal life had convinced me that I wasn't a true deity. Surely, these 11 Olympians would soon realize this unfortunate fact. Zeus would yell, "What have you done with the real Apollo?" Hephaestus would press a button on his gadget-encrusted chair. A trapdoor would open in the seat of my throne, and I would be flushed unceremoniously back to Manhattan. Instead, Zeus simply studied me, his eyes stormy under his bushy black eyebrows. He'd chosen to dress traditionally today in a flowing white chiton, which was not a good look for him given the way he liked to manspread. "You have returned," he noted, Supreme Lord of stating the obvious. "Yes, Father." I wondered if the word father sounded as bad as it tasted. I tried to control the bile rising inside me. I mustered a smile and scanned the other gods. So, who won the betting pool? Next to me, Hephaestus at least had the good manners to shift uncomfortably in his seat, though of course he was always uncomfortable. Athena shot a withering look at Hermes as if to say, "I told you that was a bad idea." "Hey, man," Hermes said. "That was just something to keep our nerves under control. We were worried about you." Ares snorted. "Especially because of the way you were fumbling along down there. I'm surprised you lasted as long as you did." His face turned red, as if he'd just realized he was speaking aloud. I mean, good job, man. You came through. So you lost a bundle," I summed up. Ares cursed under his breath. "Athena won the pot." Hermes rubbed his back pocket, as if his wallet were still hurting. "Really?" I asked. Athena shrugged. "Wisdom. It comes in handy." It should have been a commercial. The camera zooms in on Athena, who smiles at the screen as the promotional slogan appears below her, "Wisdom. It comes in handy." I spread my hands, signaling that I was ready to hear whatever, compliments, insults, constructive criticism. I had no idea what was on the agenda for this meeting, and I found I didn't much care. On the other side of the room, Dionysus drummed his fingers on his leopard skin-patterned armrests. Being the only god on the goddess side of the assembly, long story, he and I often had staring contests or traded eye rolls when our father got too long-winded. Dionysus was still in his slovenly Mr. D guise, which annoyed Aphrodite, who sat next to him. I could tell from her body language that she wanted to squirm out of her Oscar de la Renta midi. Given Dionysus's exile at Camp Half-Blood, he was rarely allowed to visit Olympus. He was usually careful not to speak unless spoken to. Today he surprised me. "Well, I think you did a marvelous job," he offered. "I think, in your honor, any god who is currently being punished with a stint on Earth ought to be pardoned." "Immediately no," Zeus snapped. Dionysus slumped back with a dejected sigh. I couldn't blame him for trying. His punishment, like mine, seemed completely senseless and disproportionate. But Zeus worked in mysterious ways. We couldn't always know his plan. That was probably because he didn't have a plan. Demeter had been weaving wheat stalks into new drought-resistant varieties, as she often did while listening to our deliberations, but now she set aside her basket. I agree with Dionysus. Apollo should be commended. Her smile was warm. Her golden hair rippled in an unseen breeze. I tried to spot any resemblance to her daughter Meg, but they were as different as a kernel and a husk. I decided I preferred the husk. He made a wonderful slave to my daughter, Demeter continued. True, it took him a while to adjust, but I can forgive that. If any of you need a slave in the future for your demigod children, I recommend Apollo without hesitation. I hoped this was a joke. But Demeter, like the growing season, was not known for her sense of humor. Thanks, I said. She blew me a kiss. Gods, Meg, I thought. I am so sorry your mom is your mom. Queen Hera lifted her veil. As I'd seen in my dream, her eyes were red and swollen from crymg, but when she spoke her tone was as hard as bronze. She glared at her husband. At least Apollo did something. Not this again, Zeus rumbled. My chosen, Hera said. Jason Grace. Your son. And you, I didn't kill him, woman. Zeus thundered. That was Caligula. Yes, Hera snapped. And at least Apollo grieved. At least he got vengeance. Wait, what was happening? Was my wicked stepmother defending me? Much to my shock, when Hera met my eyes, her gaze wasn't hostile. She seemed to be looking for solidarity, sympathy, even. You see what I have to deal with? Your father is horrible. In that moment, I felt a twinge of compassion for my stepmother for the first time in, ever. Don't get me wrong. I still disliked her. But it occurred to me that being Hera might not be so easy, given who she was married to. In her place, I might have become a bit of an impossible meddler, too. Whatever the case, Zeus grumbled, it does appear that after 2 weeks, Apollo's fix is permanent. Python is truly gone. The oracles are free. The fates are once again able to spin their thread without encumbrance. Those words settled over me like Vesuvian ashes. The fates' thread. How had I not considered this before? The 3 eternal sisters used their loom to spin the lifespans of both gods and mortals. They snipped the cord of destiny whenever it was time for someone to die. They were higher and greater than any oracle. Greater even than the Olympians. Apparently, Python's poison had done more than simply strangle prophecies. If he could interfere with the fates' weaving as well, the reptile could have ended or prolonged lives as he saw fit. The implications were horrifying. Something else struck me about Zeus's statement. He had said it appeared my fix was permanent. That implied Zeus wasn't sure. I suspected that when I fell to the edge of chaos, Zeus had not been able to watch. There were limits to even his far sight. He did not know exactly what had happened, how I had defeated Python, how I'd come back from the brink. I caught a look from Athena, who nodded almost imperceptibly. Yes, Father, I said. Python is gone. The oracles are free. I hope that meets with your approval. Having spent time in Death Valley, I was confident that my tone was much drier. Zeus stroked his beard as if pondering the future's endless possibilities. Poseidon stifled a yawn as if pondering how soon this meeting would end so he could get back to fly fishing. I am satisfied, Zeus pronounced. The gods let out a collective sigh. As much as we pretended to be a council of 12, in truth we were a tyranny. Zeus was less a benevolent father and more an iron-fisted leader with the biggest weapons and the ability to strip us of our immortality if we offended him. Somehow, though, I didn't feel relieved to be off Zeus's hook. In fact, I had to stop myself from rolling my eyes. Super, I said. Yes, Zeus agreed. He cleared his throat awkwardly. Welcome back to godhood, my son. All has gone according to my plan. You have done admirably. You are forgiven and restored to your throne. There followed a smattering of polite applause from the other deities. Artemis was the only one who looked genuinely happy. She even winked at me. Wow! It truly was a day for miracles. What's the first thing you'll do now that you're back? Hermes asked. Smite some mortals? Maybe drive your sun chariot too close to the earth and smoke the place. Oh, can I come? Ares asked. I gave them a guarded shrug. I think I may just visit some old friends. Dionysus nodded wistfully. The 9 muses. Excellent choice. But those weren't the friends I had in mind. Well, then. Zeus scanned the room, in case any of us wanted one last chance to grovel at his feet. Council is dismissed. The Olympians popped out of existence one after the other back to whatever godly mischief they'd been managing. Artemis gave me a reassuring nod, then dissolved into silvery light. That left only Zeus and me. My father coughed into his fist. I know you think your punishment was harsh, Apollo. I did not answer. I tried my best to keep my expression polite and neutral. But you must understand, Zeus continued, only you could have overthrown Python. Only you could have freed the oracles. And you did it, as I expected. The suffering, the pain along the way regrettable, but necessary. You have done me proud. Interesting how he put that, I had done him proud. I had been useful in making him look good. My heart did not melt. I did not feel that this was a warm and fuzzy reconciliation with my father. Let's be honest, some fathers don't deserve that. Some aren't capable of it. I suppose I could have raged at him and called him bad names. We were alone. He probably expected it. Given his awkward self-consciousness at the moment, he might even have let me get away with it unpunished. But it would not have changed him. It would not have made anything different between us. You cannot change a tyrant by trying to out-ugly him. Meg could never have changed Nero, any more than I could change Zeus. I could only try to be different from him. Better. More human. And to limit the time I spent around him to as little as possible. I nodded. I understand, Father. Zeus seemed to understand that what I understood was not perhaps the same thing he understood, but he accepted the gesture, I suppose because he had little choice. Very well. So welcome home. I rose from my throne. Thank you. Now, if you'll excuse me. I dissolved into golden light. There were several other places I'd rather be, and I intended to visit them all. 37 Burnt marshmallow bliss, pinnacle, and strawberries. Love you, Camp Half-Blood. As a god, one could split myself into multiple parts. I could exist in many different places at once. Because of this, I can't tell you with absolute certainty which of the following encounters came first. Read them in any order you like. I was determined to see all my friends again, no matter where they were, and give them equal attention at roughly the same time. First, though, I must mention my horses. No judgment, please. I had missed them. Because they were immortal, they did not need sustenance to survive. Nor did they absolutely have to make their daily journey through the sky in order to keep the sun going, thanks to all the other solar gods out there, still powering the movements of the cosmos, and that other thing called astrophysics. Still, I worried that my horses hadn't been fed or taken out for exercise in at least 6 months, perhaps a whole year, which tended to make them grumpy. For reasons I shouldn't have to explain, you don't want your son being pulled across the sky by grumpy horses. I materialized at the entrance of the Sun Palace and found that my valets had abandoned their posts. This happens when you don't pay them their gold drachma every day. I could barely push open the front door because months of mail had been shoved through the slot. Bills. Ad circulars. Credit card offers. Appeals for charities like Godwill and Dryads Without Borders. I suppose Hermes found it amusing to deliver me so much snail mail. I would have to have a talk with that guy. I also hadn't put a stop to my automatic deliveries from the Amazons, so the portico was piled high with shipping boxes filled with toothpaste, laundry detergent, guitar strings, reams of blank tablature and coconut-scented suntan lotion. Inside, the palace had reverted to its old Helios smell, as it did every time I was gone for an extended period. Its former owner had baked the place with the scent of Titan, pungent and saccharine, slightly reminiscent of Axe body spray. I'd have to open some windows and burn some sage. A layer of dust had accumulated on my golden throne. Some jokers had written "wash me" on the back of the chair. Stupid Venti, probably. In the stables, my horses were glad to see me. They kicked at their stalls, blew fire and whinnied indignantly, as if to say, "Vivi, here the Hades have you been?" I fed them their favorite gilded straw, then filled their nectar trough. I gave them each a good brushing and whispered sweet nothings in their ears until they stopped kicking me in the groin, which I took as a sign that they forgave me. It felt good to do something so routine, something I'd done millions of times before. Taking care of horses, I mean. Not getting kicked in the groin. I still didn't feel like my old self. I didn't really want to feel like my old self. But being in my stables felt much more comfortable and familiar than being on Olympus. I split myself into separate Apollos and sent one of me on my daily ride across the sky. I was determined to give the world a regular day, to show everyone that I was back at the reins and feeling good. No solar flares, no droughts or wildfires today. Just Apollo being Apollo. I hoped that this part of me would serve as my steady rudder, my grounding force, while I visited my other stops. The welcome I received at Camp Half-Blood was uproarious and beautiful. "Lester," the campers chanted. "Lester! Lester! Lester!" I had chosen to appear in my old Papadopoulos form. Why not my glowing perfect God-bod? Or one of the Bangtan Boys, or Paul McCartney circa 1965. After complaining for so many months about my flabby, acne-spotted Lester meat sack, I now found that I felt at home in that form. When I'd first met Meg, she had assured me that Lester's appearance was perfectly normal. At the time, the notion had horrified me. Now I found it reassuring. "Hello!" I cried, accepting group hugs that threatened to deteriorate into stampedes. "Yes, it's me. Yep, I made it back to Olympus." Only 2 weeks had passed, but the newbie campers who had seemed so young and awkward when I first arrived now carried themselves like demigod veterans. "Going through a major battle, sorry, field trip, will do that to you." Chiron looked enormously proud of his trainees, and of me, as if I were one of them. "You did well, Apollo," he said, gripping my shoulder like the affectionate father I'd never had. "You are always welcome here at camp." Ugly weeping would not have been appropriate for a major Olympian god, so that's exactly what I did. Kayla, Austin, and I hugged each other and wept some more. I had to keep my godly powers firmly under control, or my joy and relief might have exploded in a firestorm of happiness and obliterated the whole valley. I asked about Meg, but they told me she had already left. She'd gone back to Palm Springs, to her father's old home with Lugaselway and her foster siblings from Nero's imperial household. The idea of Meg handling that volatile group of demigods with only the help of Bluebeard the pirate made me uneasy. "Is she well?" I asked Austin. He hesitated. "Yeah. I mean." His eyes were haunted, as if remembering the many things we'd all seen and done in Nero's tower. "You know. She will be." I set aside my worries for the moment and continued making rounds among my friends. If they felt nervous that I was a god again, they hid it well. As for me, I made a conscious effort to stay cool, not to grow 20 feet tall or burst into golden flames every time I saw someone I liked. I found Dionysus sitting glumly on the porch of the big house, sipping a Diet Coke. I sat down across from him at the pinnacle table. "Well," he said with a sigh, "it appears some of us do get happy endings." I think he was pleased for me, in his own way. At least, he tried to tamp down the bitterness in his voice. I couldn't blame him for feeling salty. My punishment was over, yet his continued. 100 years compared to my 6 months. To be honest, though, I could no longer consider my time on Earth to have been a punishment. Terrible, tragic, nearly impossible, yes. But calling it a punishment gave Zeus too much credit. It had been a journey, an important one I made myself, with the help of my friends. I hoped I believed that the grief and pain had shaped me into a better person. I had forged a more perfect Lester from the dregs of Apollo. I would not trade those experiences for anything. And if I had been told I had to be Lester for another 100 years, well, I could think of worse things. At least I wouldn't be expected to show up at the Olympian solstice meetings. "You will have your happy ending, brother," I told Dionysus. He studied me. You speak as the god of prophecy. No, I smiled. Just as someone with faith. Surely not faith in our father's wisdom. I laughed. Faith in our ability to write our own stories, regardless of what the fates throw at us. Faith that you will find a way to make wine out of your sour grapes. How deep, Dionysus muttered, though I detected a faint smile at the corners of his mouth. He gestured to his game table. Pinnacle, perhaps? At that, at least, I know I can dominate you. I stayed with him that afternoon, and he won 6 games. He only cheated a little. Before dinner, I teleported to the Grove of Dodona, deep within the camp's forest. Just as before, the ancient trees whispered in a cacophony of voices, snatches of riddles and songs, bits of doggerel, some of it actually about dogs, recipes, and weather reports, none of it making much sense. Brass wind chimes twisted in the branches, reflecting the evening light and catching every breeze. Hello! I called. I came to thank you. The trees continued to whisper, ignoring my presence. You gave me the arrow of Dodona as my guide. I continued. I detected a tittering of laughter among the trees. Without the arrow, I said, my quest would have failed. It sacrificed itself to defeat Python. Truly, it was the greatest in all the grove. If the trees could have made a screechy rewind noise, I'm sure they would have. Their whispering died away. The brass chimes hung lifeless in the branches. Its wisdom was invaluable, I said. Its sacrifice noble. It represented you with honor. I will certainly tell this grove's guardian, my grandmother Rhea, all about its great service. She will hear what you did, that when I needed aid, you sent your best. The trees began whispering again, more nervously this time. Wait! Wait, we didn't VV-hat? I teleported away before they could see me smile. I hoped that wherever its spirit was, my friend the arrow was having a laugh worthy of a Shakespearean comedy. That night, after the campfire, I sat watching the embers burn down with Nico, Will and Rachel. The boys sat comfortably next to each other, Will's arm around Nico's shoulder, as the son of Hades twirled a burnt marshmallow on a stick. Next to me, Rachel hugged her knees and stared contentedly at the stars, the dying fire reflecting in her red hair like a charging herd of Tauri Sylvestras. Everything's working again, she told me, tapping the side of her head. The visions are clear. I can paint. I've issued a couple of prophecies already. No more snake poison in my mind. Thank you. Am glad, I said. And your parents' destroyed house? She laughed. Turned out to be a good thing. Before, my dad had wanted me to stay around here in the fall. Now, he says maybe it's a good idea if I do what I wanted to begin with. Gonna take a gap year in Paris to study art while they rebuild the house. Oh, Paris. Will said. Rachel grinned. Right? But don't worry, I'll be back here next summer to dish out more oracular awesomeness, and if we need you in the meantime, Nico said, there's always shadow travel. Will sighed. I'd love to think you're suggesting a date night in Paris, Mr. Dark Lord. But you're still thinking about Tartarus, aren't you? Hoping for some prophetic guidance. Nico shrugged. Unfinished business. I frowned. It seemed like so long ago they had mentioned this to me, Nico's compulsion to explore the depths of Tartarus, the voice he had heard, calling for help. I didn't want to open fresh wounds, but I asked as gently as I could, you're sure it's not Jason? Nico picked at his blackened marshmallow. I won't lie. I've wondered about that. I've thought about trying to find Jason. But, no, this isn't about him. He snuggled a little closer to Will. I have a sense that Jason made his choice. I wouldn't be honoring his sacrifice if I tried to undo it. With Hazel she was just drifting in Asphodel. I could tell she wasn't supposed to be there. She needed to come back. With Jason, I have a feeling he's somewhere better now. Like Elysium. I wondered. Rebirth. I was hoping you could tell me, Nico admitted. I shook my head. I'm afraid I'm clueless about after-death matters. But if it's not Jason you're thinking about, Nico twirled his s'more stick. When I was in Tartarus the first time, somebody helped me. And we left him down there. I can't stop thinking about him. Should I be jealous? Will asked. He's a titan, Dummy, Nico said. I sat up straight. A titan. Long story, Nico said. But he's not a bad guy. I feel like I should look for him, see if I can figure out what happened. He might need my help. I don't like it when people are overlooked. Rachel bunched up her shoulders. Hades wouldn't mind you traipsing down to Tartarus. Nico laughed without humor. He's expressly forbidden it. After that business with the doors of death, he doesn't want anybody in Tartarus ever again. That's where the troglodytes come in. They can tunnel anywhere, even there. They can get us in and out safely. Safely being a relative term, well noted, given that the whole idea is bonkers. I frowned. I still didn't like the idea of my sunshiny son skipping off into the land of monster nightmares. My recent tumble to the edge of chaos had reminded me what a terrible travel destination it was. Then again, it wasn't my place to tell demigods what to do, especially those I loved the most. I didn't want to be that kind of god anymore. I wish I could offer you help, I said, but I'm afraid Tartarus is outside my jurisdiction. It's okay, Dad, Will said. You've done your part. No story ever ends, does it? It just leads into others. He laced his fingers through Nico's. We'll handle whatever comes next. Together. With or without a prophecy, I swear I had nothing to do with it. I did not press a button on Rachel's back. I did not prearrange a surprise gift from Delphic Deliveries. But as soon as Will said the word prophecy, Rachel went rigid. She inhaled sharply. A green mist rose from the earth, swirling around her and coiling into her lungs. She tipped over sideways while Nico and Will lunged to catch her. As for me, I scrambled away in a very ungodlike manner, my heart beating like a frightened Lester. I guess all that green gas reminded me too much of my recent quality time with Python. By the time my panic subsided, the prophetic moment had passed. The gas had dissipated. Rachel lay comfortable on the ground, Will and Nico both standing over her with perturbed looks. Did you hear it? Nico asked me. The prophecy, she whispered. I didn't, I admitted. Probably better if I let you two figure this one out. Will nodded, resigned. Well, it didn't sound good. No, I'm sure it didn't. I looked down fondly at Rachel Dare. She's a wonderful oracle. 38 carrots and muffins, Sally's fresh-baked blue cookies. I am so hungry. The way station felt so different in the summer. Amy's rooftop garden was bursting at the seams with tomatoes, peas, cabbage, and watermelon. The Great Hall was bursting at the seams with old friends. The hunters of Artemis were in residence, having taken quite a beating on their most recent excursion to catch the Tiamessian fox. That fox is murder, said Reina Avila Ramirez Ariano, rubbing her bruised neck. Led us right into a den of werewolves, the little punk. Ugh, agreed Thalia Grace, pulling a werewolf tooth out of her leather cuirass. TF spreads destruction everywhere he goes. TF? One asked. Easier than saying Tiamessian fox 20 times a day, Thalia told me. Anyway, the fox runs through a town and stirs up every monster within 20 miles. Peoria is pretty much in ruins. This sounded like a tragic loss, but I was more concerned with my hunter buddies. Are you regretting your decision to join up? I asked Reina. She grinned. Not for a minute. This is fun. Thalia punched her in the shoulder. Great hunter, this one. I knew she would be. We'll get that fox one of these days. Emmy called to them from the kitchen to help with dinner, because the carrots weren't going to dice themselves. The two friends strode off together, laughing and sharing stories. It did my heart good to see them so happy, even if their version of fun was a never-ending fox hunt that destroyed large portions of the Midwest. Joe was teaching Georgina, their daughter, and possibly mine, too, to forge weapons in the smithy. When Georgina saw me, she looked unexcited, as if we'd just parted a few minutes ago. You keep my doll, she demanded. Ah! I could have lied. I could have magically produced an exact likeness of the pipe cleaner figure and said of course. But the truth was that I had no idea where the little guy had ended up, perhaps in Delphi or Tartarus or Chaos. I told her the truth. Would you make me another one? Georgina thought about this. Nah, then she went back to quenching hot blades with her mom. The swordsman Litursus seemed to be adjusting well. He was overseeing an elephant visitation program with Waystation resident Livia and Hannibal from Camp Jupiter. The two pachyderms were romping around together in the back lot, flirting by throwing medicine balls at each other. After dinner, I got to visit with Leo Valdez, who had just straggled back home after a full day of community service. He was teaching homeless kids shop skills at a local shelter. That's amazing, I said. He grinned, biting off a chunk of Emmy's fresh-made buttermilk scones. Yeah. Bunch of kids like me, you know? They never had much. Least I can show them somebody cares. Plus, some of them are excellent mechanics. Don't you need tools? I asked. A shop. Festus. Leo said. A bronze dragon makes the best mobile shop. Most of the kids just see him as a truck, with the mist and all, but a few of them they know what's up. Jo passed by on her way to the Griffin lofts and patted him on the shoulder. Doing good, this one. He's got potential. Thanks, Mom, Leo said. Jo scoffed, but she looked pleased. And Calypso? I asked Leo. A flurry of emotions passed across his face, enough to tell me that Leo was more lovesick than ever over the former goddess, and things were still complicated. Yeah, she's good, he said at last. I've never seen anyone actually like high school before. But the routine, the homework, the people, she ate it up. I guess it's just so different from being stuck on Ogygia. I nodded, though the idea of an ex-immortal liking high school didn't make much sense to me either. Where is she? Band camp? I stared. Excuse me. She's a counselor at a band camp, Leo said. Like, for regular mortal kids who are practicing music and stuff. I don't know. She's gone all summer. He shook his head, clearly worried, clearly missing her, perhaps having nightmares about all the hot clarinet player counselors Calypso might be hanging around with. It's all good, he said, forcing a smile. You know, a little time apart to think. We'll make it work. Reina passed by and heard the last part. Talking about Calypso? Yeah, I had to have a heart-to-heart with mi hermano here. She squeezed Leo's shoulder. You don't call a young lady mamacita. You got to have more respect, Enchins. Leo looked ready to protest, then seemed to think better about it. Yeah, okay. Reina smiled at me. Valdez grew up without his mom. Never learned these things. Now he's got two great foster moms and a big sister who isn't afraid to smack him when he gets out of line. She flicked a finger playfully against his cheek. Ain't that the truth? Leo muttered. Cheer up, Reina said. Calypso will come around. You're a doofus sometimes, Valdez, but you've got a heart of imperial gold. Next stop, Camp Jupiter. It did not surprise me that Hazel and Frank had become the most efficient and respected pair of praetors ever to run the 12th Legion. In record time they had inspired a rebuilding effort in New Rome, repaired all the damage from our battle against Tarquin and the two emperors, and started a recruitment drive with Lupa's wolves to bring in new demigods from the wild. At least 20 had arrived since I left, which made me wonder where they'd all been hiding, and how busy my fellow gods must have been in the last few decades to have so many children. We're going to install more barracks over there, Hazel told me, as she and Frank gave me the 5 denarius tour of the repaired camp. We've expanded the thermal baths, and we're constructing a victory arch on the main road into New Rome to commemorate our defeat of the emperors. Her amber eyes flashed with excitement. It's going to be plated with gold. Completely over the top. Frank smiled. Yeah. As far as we can tell, Hazel's curse is officially broken. We did an augury at Pluto's shrine, and it came up favorable. She can summon jewels, precious metals and use them or spend them now without causing any curses. But we're not going to abuse that power, Hazel hastened to add. We'll only use it to improve the camp and honor the gods. We're not going to buy any yachts or private aeroplanes or big golden necklaces with H+F forever diamond pendants, are we, Frank? Frank pouted. No, I guess not. Hazel ribbed him. No, definitely not, Frank amended. That would be tacky. Frank still lumbered along like a friendly grizzly bear, but his posture seemed more relaxed, his mood more cheerful, as if it were starting to sink in that his destiny was no longer controlled by a small piece of firewood. For Frank Zhang, like the rest of us, the future was open for business. He brightened. "Oh, and check this out, Apollo." He swirled his purple praetor's cloak like he was about to turn into a vampire bat, which Frank was fully capable of doing. Instead, the cloak simply turned into an oversized sweater wrap. "I figured it out." Hazel rolled her eyes. "My sweet, sweet Frank. Could you please not with the sweater wrap?" "What?" Frank protested. "It's impenetrable and comfortable." Later that day, I visited my other friends. Lavinia Asimov had made good on her threat/promise to teach the 5th cohort to tap dance. The unit was now feared and respected in the war games for their ability to form a testudo shield wall while doing the 3-beat shuffle. Tyson and Ella were happily back at work in their bookshop. The unicorns were still weaponized. The Jason Grace Temple expansion plan was still moving forward, with new shrines being added every week. What did surprise me, Percy Jackson and Annabeth Chase had arrived and taken up residence in New Rome, giving them 2 months to adjust to their new environs before the fall semester of their freshman year in college. "Architecture," Annabeth said, her grey eyes as bright as her mother's. She said the word architecture as if it were the answer to all the world's problems. "I'm going to focus on environmental design at UC Berkeley while dual enrolling at New Rome University. By year 3, I figure." "Whoa, there, wise girl," Percy said. "First you have to help me get through freshman English. And math. And history." Annabeth's smile lit up the empty dorm room. "Yeah, seaweed brain, I know. We'll take the basics together. But you will do your own homework." "Man," Percy said, looking at me for commiseration. "Homework." I was pleased to see them doing so well, but I agreed with him about homework. Gods never got it. We didn't want it. We just assigned it in the form of deadly quests. "And your major?" I asked him. "Yeah, a marine biology? Aquaculture? I dunno. I'll figure it out. You're both staying here." I gestured at the bunk beds. New Rome University may have been a college for demigods, but its dorm rooms were as basic and uninspired as any other universities. "No." Annabeth sounded offended. "Have you seen the way this guy throws his dirty clothes around? Gross. Besides, dorms are required for all freshmen and they aren't co-ed. My roommate probably won't arrive until September." "Yet." Percy sighed. "Meanwhile, I'll be all the way across campus in this empty boys' dormitory. 2 whole blocks away." Annabeth swatted his arm. "Besides, Apollo, our living arrangements are none of your business." I held up my hands in surrender. "But you did travel across the country together to get here." "With Grover," Percy said. "It was great, just the 3 of us again. But, man, that road trip kind of went sideways," Annabeth agreed. "And up, down and diagonal. But we made it here alive." I nodded. This was, after all, about the most that could be said for any demigod trip. I thought about my own trip from Los Angeles to Camp Jupiter, escorting the coffin of Jason Grace. Percy and Annabeth both seemed to read my thoughts. Despite the happy days ahead of them, and the general spirit of optimism at Camp Jupiter, sadness still lingered, hovering and flickering at the corners of my vision like one of the camp's lorries. "We found out when we arrived," Percy said. "I still can't." His voice caught. He looked down and picked at his palm. "I cried myself sick," Annabeth admitted. "I still wish I'd been there for Piper. I hope she's doing okay." "Piper is a tough young lady," I said. "But yes, Jason. He was the best of us." No one argued with that. "By the way," I said, "your mother is doing well, Percy. Just saw her and Paul. Your little sister is entirely too adorable. She never stops laughing." He brightened. "I know, right? Estelle is awesome. I just miss my mom's baking. Might be able to help with that." As I had promised Sally Jackson, I teleported a plate of her fresh-baked blue cookies straight into my hands. "Dude." Percy stuffed a cookie in his mouth. His eyes rolled up in ecstasy. "Apollo, you're the best." I take back almost everything I've said about you. It's quite alright, I assured him. Wait, what do you mean, almost? 39,210 is a lot of haiku, but I can do more if, insert the sound of a god being strangled here. Speaking of Piper McClain, one embarrassed myself when I popped in to visit her. It was a lovely summer night in Tahlequah, Oklahoma. The stars were out by the millions and cicadas chirred in the trees. Heat settled over the rolling hills. Fireflies glowed in the grass. I had willed myself to appear wherever Piper McClain might be. I ended up standing on the flat roof of a modest farmhouse, the McClain ancestral home. At the edge of the roof, two people sat shoulder to shoulder, dark silhouettes facing away from me. One leaned over and kissed the other. I didn't mean to, but I was so flustered I flashed like a camera light, inadvertently changing from Lester to my adult Apollo form, toga, blonde hair, muscles, and all. The two lovebirds turned to face me. Piper McClain was on the left. On the right sat another young lady with short dark hair and a rhinestone nose stud that winked in the darkness. Piper unlaced her fingers from the other girls. Wow, Apollo. Timing. Sorry. Who's this? The other girl asked, taking in my bedsheet clothing. Your dad has a boyfriend. I suppressed a yelp. Since Piper's dad was Tristan McClain, former A-list heartthrob of Hollywood, I was tempted to say not yet, but I'm willing to volunteer. I didn't think Piper would appreciate that, though. Old family friend, Piper said. Sorry, Shell. Would you excuse me a sec? Sure. Piper got up, grabbed my arm and guided me to the far end of the roof. Hey. What's up? I had not been this tongue-tied since I'd been a full-time Lester Papadopoulos. I just wanted to check in, make sure you're doing okay. It seems you are. Piper gave me a hint of a smile. Well, early days. You're in process, I said, remembering what she had told me in California. Suddenly, much of what she and I had talked about started to make sense. Not being defined by Aphrodite's expectations. Or Hera's ideas of what a perfect couple looked like. Piper finding her own way, not the one people expected of her. Exactly, she said. I'm happy for you. And I was. In fact, it took effort for me not to glow like a giant firefly. Your dad. Yeah, I mean from Hollywood back to Tahlequah is a big change. But he seems like he's found some peace. We'll see. I heard you got back on Olympus. Congratulations. I wasn't sure if congratulations were in order, given my general restlessness and feelings of unworthiness, but I nodded. I told her what had happened with Nero. I told her about Jason's funeral. She hugged her arms. In the starlight, her face looked as warm as bronze fresh from Hephaestus's anvil. That's good, she said. I'm glad Camp Jupiter did right by him. You did right by him. I don't know about that, I said. She laid her hand on my arm. You haven't forgotten. I can tell. She meant about being human, about honoring the sacrifices that had been made. No, I said. I won't forget. The memory is part of me now. Well, then, good. Now, if you'll excuse me. What? She pointed back to her friend Shell. Oh, of course. Take care of yourself, Piper McClain. You too, Apollo. And next time maybe give me a heads up before popping in. I muttered something apologetic, but she had already turned to go, back to her new friend, her new life and the stars in the sky. The last and hardest reunion. Meg McCaffrey. A summer day in Palm Springs. The dry, blistering heat reminded me of the burning maze, but there was nothing malicious or magical about it. The desert simply got hot. Ethels, the former home of Dr. Philip McCaffrey, was an oasis of cool, verdant life. Tree limbs had grown to reshape the once fully man-made structure, making it even more impressive than it had been in Meg's childhood. Annabeth would have been blown away by the local dryad's environmental design. Windows had been replaced by layers of vines that opened and closed automatically for shade and cool, responding to the wind's smallest fluctuations. The greenhouses had been repaired and were now packed with rare specimens of plants from all around Southern California. Natural springs filled the cisterns and provided water for the gardens and a cooling system for the house. I appeared in my old Lester form on the pathway from the house to the gardens and was almost skewered by the melee, Meg's personal troop of 7 super dryads. "Halt," they yelled in unison. "Intruder." "It's just me," I said, which didn't seem to help. "Lester." Still nothing. "Meg's old, servant." The melee lowered their spear points. "Oh, yes," said one. "Servant of the Meg," said another. "The weak, insufficient one," said a third. "Before the Meg had our services. I'll have you know I'm a full Olympian god now," I protested. The dryads did not look impressed. "We will march you to the Meg," one said. "She will pass judgment." Double time. They formed a phalanx around me and herded me up the path. I could have vanished or flown away or done any number of impressive things, but they had surprised me. I fell into my old Lesterish habits and allowed myself to be force-marched to my old master. We found her digging in the dirt alongside her former Nero family members, showing them how to transplant cactus saplings. I spotted Emilia and Lucius, contentedly caring for their baby cacti. Even young Cassius was there, though how Meg had tracked him down, I had no idea. He was joking with one of the dryads, looking so relaxed I couldn't believe he was the same boy who had fled from Nero's tower. Nearby, at the edge of a newly planted peach orchard, the Carpos Peaches stood in all his diapered glory. "Oh, sure." He showed up after the danger had passed. He was engaged in a heated conversation with a young female Carpos whom I assumed was a native of the area. Shell-okayed much like Peaches himself, except she was covered in a fine layer of spines. "Peaches," Peaches told her. "Prickly pear," the young lady rejoined. "Peaches." "Prickly pear." That seemed to be the extent of their argument. Perhaps it was about to devolve into a death match for local fruit supremacy. Or perhaps it was the beginning of the greatest love story ever to ripen. It was hard to tell with Carpoi. Meg did a double take when she saw me. Her face split in a grin. She wore her pink Sally Jackson dress, topped with a gardening hat that looked like a mushroom cap. Despite the protection, her neck was turning red from the work outdoors. "You're back," she noted. I smiled. "You're sunburned. Come here," she ordered. Her commands no longer held force, but I went to her anyway. She hugged me tight. She smelled like prickly pear and warm sand. I might have got a little teary-eyed. "You guys keep at it," she told her trainees. "I'll be back." The former imperial children looked happy to comply. They actually seemed determined to garden, as if their sanity depended on it, which perhaps it did. Meg took my hand and led me on a tour of the new estate, the melee still in our wake. She showed me the trailer where Herophile the Sibyl now lived when she wasn't working in town as a tarot card reader and crystal healer. Meg boasted that the former oracle was bringing in enough cash to cover all of Ethel's expenses. Our dryad friends Joshua and Aloe Vera were pleased to see me. They told me about their work traveling across Southern California, planting new dryads and doing their best to heal the damage from the droughts and wildfires. They had lots of work still to do, but things were looking up. Aloe followed us around for a while, lathering Meg's sunburnt shoulders with goo and chiding her. Finally, we arrived in the house's main room, where Lugaselwe was putting together a rocking chair. She'd been fitted with new mechanical hands, compliments, Meg told me, of the Hephaestus cabin at Camp Half-Blood. "Hey, cellmate." Lou grinned. She made a hand gesture that was usually not associated with friendly greeting. Then she cursed and shook her metal fingers until they opened into a proper wave. "Sorry about that. These hands haven't quite been programmed right. Got a few kinks to work out." She got up and wrapped me in a bear hug. Her fingers splayed and started tickling me between the shoulder blades, but I decided this must be unintentional, as Lou didn't strike me as the tickle type. "You look well," I said, pulling away. Lou laughed. "I've got my sapling here. I've got a home. I'm a regular old mortal again, and I wouldn't have it any other way." I stopped myself from saying me, too. The thought made me melancholy. It would have been inconceivable to the old Apollo, but the idea of aging in this lovely desert tree house, watching Meg grow into a strong and powerful woman, that didn't sound bad at all. Lu must have picked up on my sadness. She gestured back to the rocking chair. Well, I'll let you two get on with the tour. Assembling this IKEA furniture is the toughest quest I've had in years. Meg took me out to the terrace as the afternoon sun sank behind the San Jacinto Mountains. My sun chariot would just now be heading towards home, the horses getting excited as they sensed the end of their journey. I would be joining them soon, reuniting with my other self, back at the Palace of the Sun. I looked over at Meg, who was wiping a tear from her eye. You can't stay, I guess, she said. I took her hand. Dear Meg. We remained like that in silence for a while, watching the demigods work in the gardens below. Meg, you've done so much for me. For all of us. I promised to reward you when I became a god again. She started to speak, but I interrupted. No, wait, I said. I understand that would cheapen our friendship. I cannot solve mortal problems with a snap of my fingers. I see that you don't want a reward. But you will always be my friend. And if you ever need me, even just to talk, I will be here. Her mouth twitched. Thanks. That's good. But actually, I would be okay with a unicorn. She had done it again. She could still surprise me. I laughed, snapped my fingers, and a unicorn appeared on the hillside below us, whinnying and scratching the ground with its gold and pearl hooves. She threw her arms around me. Thanks. You'll still be my friend, too, right? As long as you'll still be mine, I said. She thought about this. Yeah. I can do that. I don't recall what else we talked about. The piano lessons I had promised her. Different varieties of succulents. The care and feeding of unicorns. I was just happy to be with her. At last, as the sun went down, Meg seemed to understand it was time for me to leave. You'll come back, she asked. Always, I promised. The sun always comes back. So, dear reader, we have come to the end of my trials. You have followed me through 5 volumes of adventures and 6 months of pain and suffering. By my reckoning, you have read 210 of my haiku. Like Meg, you surely deserve a reward. What would you accept? I am fresh out of unicorns. However, any time you take aim and prepare to fire your best shot, any time you seek to put your emotions into a song or poem, know that I am smiling on you. We are friends now. Call on me. I will be there for you.